option for next season, so he'll be a free agent as of 6 o'clock tonight. However, word is Harden working on a new deal, multi-year contract to stay with the Cavaliers. Now, besides Harden, other members of the Cavs set to become free agents tonight include Dean Wade, Keon Ellis, Larry Nance Jr., and Thomas Bryant, but reports say Bryant plans to re-sign with the Cavs on a one-year deal. Now, NBA free agency gets going this evening. The biggest piece available is going to be LeBron James. Best option for LeBron financially would be to return to the Lakers. However, there have been rumblings of potential returns to either the Cavs or the Heat. The latest rumor, LeBron teaming up with his old friend Steph Curry at Golden State. Deals can be agreed to starting tonight, but they can't become official until July 6th. Guardians continue their series with the Rangers tonight at Progress Field. Guardians dropped the opener last night, 6-3. Parker Messick giving them 4 runs in 6 2/3 innings. Guardians also lacking those clutch hits, going just 2 of 12 with runners in scoring position. Tanner Bibee gets the start tonight. He is 2-8, 3.78 ERA. The Guardians right now trail the White Sox by 1 game in the AL Central. Big step in the recovery of Jose Ramirez from a broken bone in his left hand. It's coming today. Guardians third baseman telling Cleveland.com he'll have his stitches removed today from that hand and could start swinging a bat later this week. Ramirez injured against Detroit on June 13th, the same game, which Chase DeLauder broke a rib and Angel Martinez broke his left foot. Can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel, get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima.
The fireworks are underway. I think just a few of them went off in this building, in the Halley building. Mike in Vermillion.
I go to Michigan for fireworks because they're cheaper. Depends what you want to spend, you know.
Woody Hayes would never stoop to driving north of the border to go get fireworks. He just wouldn't do it, Mike.
I hate Michigan. I got in-laws that live there, and I hate Michigan, but, they got good beef jerky, cheap fireworks, and ugly women.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. Are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan.
About 8 hours away. NBA free agency opens. It's their kind of version of legal tampering. Things can't be official for a while, but it'll be official eventually. And the deals that get announced this afternoon, 6 o'clock on, they'll be the real deal. I'm Jeff Phelps.
Woo.
Andy Baskin right there.
I can feel the excitement, the buzz in the air about the Cavaliers not doing anything.
What do you mean? They've already done something.
They have?
Yeah.
Oh.
Thomas Bryant's back. And I say that in a happy way.
Yeah.
Glad he's back.
Yeah.
Well, you need another big guy.
Did he play in the playoffs? I'm sorry.
You need a full roster of guys, Andy.
Oh, that's great. They need some help. They need to play them. They need to play some of these guys. So
you play your better guys more minutes in the playoffs. That's kind of the way that whole thing has worked for decades.
You know what's crazy? When you play every other day and you're in the NBA and every game is the hardest game ever, you might want to give some guys a tiny bit of rest.
That's where you're going?
I'm just saying.
You don't need to give these guys rest. They're making $50, $60 million a year.
You're right, because money changes your body. That's exactly right.
All right, so let's play our lesser guys and just go ahead and lose in 6. It would have saved everybody a lot of time.
Well, maybe
didn't have to invest in 7-game series.
Maybe your better guys might have been a little bit fresher if you found Thomas Bryant 3 minutes at the end of a half where it didn't matter.
Those 3 minutes would have been the key to the whole championship.
You know what? It might have been, Jeff. It might have been. If you got players on the roster.
My God, let's play Thomas Bryant 3 more minutes. Let's win a title.
Let's play 5 guys the entire time.
Let's win a title.
Let's go 7 games in every series. And let's be out of gas.
That's a fallacy. They didn't do that.
Because there was no gas left.
They didn't do that.
When they hit the Eastern Conference Finals.
Explain to me how they did that. Give me some numbers.
By going 7 games. I mean, you're going to tell me that you couldn't find guys on the bench that could have given you 3 or 4 minutes along the way, that could have given somebody a blow here or there instead of just playing 8 or 9 guys? I know it's the way they do it all the time in the NBA. That must mean it's right all the time because every team wins a championship every year. Oh, wait, only one does. So what I'm saying is part of the reason I think they blew the championship, or that they blew the Eastern Conference Finals, was they were absolutely 100% out of gas when they hit the Eastern Conference Finals. And if they would have maybe just bled a little bit of the rotation. Again, I'm not talking about playing guys 20 minutes. I'm not talking about playing guys 8 minutes. I'm talking about throwing them out there for 3 to 5 minutes to hold the spot to maybe play defense on one rotation before you got to a timeout, so that you could get these guys a little bit of a break, so they'd be a little bit fresher.
So let's move this.
I'm not changing my mind on this.
Let's move the story to today.
Okay.
What does that have to do with free agency?
Well, that's my point. I mean, like, what are they going to do, and are they going to bring anybody else that can help this team during the playoffs? I think we have a good team.
How are they going to do it?
Well, they're going to go out there and I don't know, Jeff. They got to rearrange the deck on money, which it seems like they did with Harden. So that's where it's got to start. So now you've got to figure out. I mean, do you want Dwayne Wade, or do you want Dwayne Wade? Do you want Wade here?
He should never be called Dean Wade, because we have a Dwayne Wade.
That's right.
There's D Wade. Now it's Dean or Dwayne.
So my point, I don't know how they are going to. I don't know how they manipulate this, and I don't know, are they going to bring in anybody that's going to make you want to buy a jersey or make you believe that this team is going to be any better than they were last year? I don't think so. So I'm not trying to be negative about what's going on with free agency. I just don't expect anything. I don't expect them to do anything. I expect them to roll this back exactly the same way. And for me, like, Harden was the piece that I was like, okay, well, if they let him go, let's find another guard. I think the other part that upsets me is that are we really going to give up on both bigs? Like, I'm not ready to do that either.
That doesn't appear to be the case at all.
Because every time we get into trade or say, well, let's get rid of that, or let's.
Well, how can they roll it back if they're going to give up on both bigs?
Well, I don't know. That's just it.
They're not.
Okay, so you got your choice. Either you're going to give up on both bigs, or you're going to roll it back. Is that what you're saying?
No, I mean, you just said both things. You said they're going to roll it back, and then they're going to give up on both bigs.
So
you can't do both.
Okay, my question is, what are they going to do? What are they going to do?
I think they're going to try to cherry pick free agency and trades and look for the missing link to drop into the starting five. I think that's what they're going to do, and I wish them luck, because that's not going to be easy.
What is the missing link? What are we looking for?
You're looking for somebody who can play a little defense on the wing, can supply a little offense on the wing, and I think that's a challenge.
Who's affordable? Too? Isn't that
they have to be? Sure, they have to be. Right now, after the Harden thing, they're under all of the financial levels,
right?
So they can go ahead and bring in some people, try to do that. But I don't think they can afford anybody of major significance in free agency. There's a guy who just became available, who I have loved forever, and he's underachieved since he's been in the league, but I think he's intriguing as all get out. Jonathan Kaminga, who was with Golden State forever, didn't work there for whatever reason. Steve Kerr said blame him. I'm not going to blame Steve on every bit of it. Blame Kaminga for some of it. He wanted to play a bigger role than he was able to play there. Got traded to Atlanta. Atlanta did not pick up his option. He's an unrestricted free agent. Mm-hmm. He's the guy that I thought, if you don't get Evan Mobley in that draft, I'd take Jonathan Kaminga. He looked really, really good as a young player. He played in the G League on the developmental team. Remember they had that high school team?
Yeah.
He played on that, along with Jalen Green. He's available.
So my question for you then is, and you're talking about rolling this would be a roll it back situation, right? So you'd be Allen, Mobley, Harden, Mitchell, Kaminga?
Yeah, but if I'm Kaminga, I don't come here.
Because you just wanted him here, now you don't want him.
I'd love to have him here. If you're a young player with an offensive game and offensive hopes, why would you come here?
Because you think you can win a championship?
That's
money?
That's money.
Yeah.
They can't give you that. Young players, you can talk all about championships and everything else. The reality is young players want to get paid. I honestly, if it were me, Andy, mm-hmm. and I could go somewhere and somebody would give me $100 million for multiple years, or I could go and win a championship and get $25 million for 2 years, I'm taking the $100 million.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I mean, great. Championship, that's a novel concept.
It's awesome in high school and maybe even in college.
Congratulations. Yeah. It's a novel concept. It doesn't do anything at the bank. And
the oddity of seeing a team together that was in the NBA 10 years later still celebrating, it's an oddity. It's not a reality.
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
It is actually. I mean, the pictures of those guys together in Europe, I thought was pretty cool this week because you know as well as I do.
Although Mozgov said he didn't get an invitation and he would have shown up.
Yeah, why didn't they invite him?
I don't know. Ozzy was fun, man.
Yeah, but I also think that the reality of professional sports is you know someone for 3 weeks, you're their best friend for 3 weeks, and then you may never talk to them again for the rest of your life. That's really that's part of the psychology of being a professional athlete.
Well, you, me, and Dan, This gig ends. You guys are out, man. Well, I'm out. You don't care.
Trust me. I dropped the mic 16 years ago. So.
Oh, we know.
It's okay. You try working with you.
If you're, I think there's one thing that's really working in the Cavs' favor here as free agency starts tonight. And it's Kobe Altman has never been bashful when it came to making moves. And I think he's been good. He's real creative in how to get guys on the team. And I would hope, if there's somebody out there that they think, yep, we want this guy and we want him bad, get that mid-level exception out there right now. And do what you can financially to go get your guy now and bring him in. Go get him tonight, 6:05. Have it done. Go get him tonight. And then be looking at pieces on this team that you might be able to trade off of your bench for a guy who can come in here and help you. And then recreate your bench because you do have some young guys who you're going to try and develop. They still like Craig Porter. They re-signed him.
Like him to
Tyson.
What point? That's the problem I have.
I would hope they like him to the point that they can trade Dennis Schroeder and Porter's your backup point guard on a more regular basis. If not, why'd you bring him back? Why'd you bring him back?
The other one I don't understand is Keon Ellis. I don't understand why they made the move, and then
they were fed up with DeAndre Hunter apparently. I do not get that move still.
Unless they had to take him? Did they have him as a financial reason?
No, he's the guy they wanted.
Yeah, so I don't get that didn't make any sense.
He was sought after at the trade deadline by teams because he's that 3-and-D wing guy.
Yes.
Even though he's 6'4". He's not the 6'8", 6'9" guy, but he's a guy that they could have played more minutes in the playoffs. There's no question about that.
Okay, so look, we found some common ground
There's some common ground.
It took us 13 minutes, but
if I'm them, I try to bring him back because even though I wish he were 6'9", he's the type of player who could fit with what they're trying to do.
I'm not trying to swing the subject here, but our whole conversation makes me feel like Kenny just I wonder if Kenny was controlling the rotation or if the front office was controlling the rotation. Because, consider, we're talking about, and I say this for baseball all the time too, you wonder who's actually doing the lineup. Is it the manager or is it the front office? And so when you take a guy like Keon Ellis that you brought in and then you choose not to play him and you could have used some rest for some of those guys, I kind of felt like some of the things that Kenny said that he got into his own way during the playoffs. And I'm not trying to blame all the stuff on coach. I think he's a good coach. I think he got kind of narrow-minded during the playoffs and just didn't see outside the box, and you get little things like forgetting to call a timeout or not calling a timeout. And, there are times when I like when he doesn't call a timeout, but, the bleeding of the 22 or the 22-point destruction in game one.
20-point lead, 7 minutes to go, roughly.
And so you lose that,
Yikes.
And then you lose the series, And I don't know if that would have made a difference or not, but I'm still sitting here weeks later, still trying to figure out what exactly happened.
Where's your confidence level with the Cavaliers as free agency begins? I think Kobe Altman is good at his job. I think they can do some things. He's going to have to be creative. But if you're an offensive-minded player, if you think you have an offensive game, why would you come to Cleveland? We'll dig into that coming up. It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
Fan from earlier today, get over to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
Number to join us here at The Fan hasn't changed. 216-474-0092. I'm Jeff Phelps, Andy Baskin. Sitting to my right. We're in a golf shirt. It's cold in here. I've got a hoodie
jeans on today too. I was looking for golf shorts this morning, and I couldn't find any. So I'm like, I'll just wear jeans. But then I'm walking in. I'm like, man, I was roasting in the car.
You were roasting in the car, but you're freezing in here.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, it's cold in here.
What do you think? It's like 10 degrees in here?
It's 10 degrees cooler anyway.
I think we have a storm front coming through here.
I'm sure we do.
Cold.
Meredith's taking your phone calls today. She'll be doing 2020s coming up in a little bit. Dan Mennigan behind the glass. Coming up at 11 o'clock, Mary Kay Cabot from the Plain Dealer at Cleveland.com is going to join us. At noon, Terry Pluto, her columnist counterpart at the Plain Dealer and Cleveland.com, going to join us. Terry will be talking some Cavs free agency with us. And at 1 o'clock, our Odyssey Sports World Cup insider, Jesse Watson, going to share some World Cup love with us. That's coming up at 1 o'clock.
Randy Watson's joining us.
Jesse Watson.
Oh, I was over for Randy.
No.
Jesse. Not to deviate for a second. Did you see the did either one of you guys see the tribute to Eddie Murphy?
So not to deviate. Go ahead and deviate.
I deviated
Eddie
for a second.
Murphy?
Yeah, there was a huge...
We just went World Cup.
Well, you said
I laid
Watson.
out the show.
Yeah, you said
and then
Watson.
I said World Cup, and then we're going to talk
Watson.
Free agency. I said Jesse Watson.
I know. First, I thought you said Randy Watson coming to America. And then all of a sudden, I started thinking, I was like, you don't realize how many great movies Eddie Murphy was in, how talented Eddie Murphy really is. And, I always thought he was hysterical. And then I realized how many movies he did. I was just happening. I caught this. I think it was on Netflix. Just this whole thing. I know. It's Randy Watson. This is what people in life talk about, Jeff. Eddie Murphy was unbelievable. Unbelievable. And I never realized it. Anyway.
It was quite entertaining. We good to move on now?
Yeah, I think so. Unless you have other old Saturday Night Live stuff you want to talk about. It's where I live. I think I'm stuck there.
Good Lord.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just trying to return to my youth.
Do you have confidence in the Cavs being able to improve this team?
No.
All right. Then do you have confidence in this group, if they roll it back, being able to compete?
Yes, I think they'll compete.
Why?
Because I watched a team that competed last year.
I don't think this team is good enough to get further than it did this year, which was out of the second round and not win a game in the Eastern Conference Finals.
I think they're a 4 seed again. They're a 4-5 seed right now, and I don't know how they get any better. I think that they're missing that piece that we talked about, and I don't know. Is it a 3-and-D guy? I don't know. I don't think there's also a name that we're going to plug into this thing and go, that's it, man. That's what we were missing. And this is how we're going to win a championship. And this is why we're going to get better. What I do feel like is the rest of the East is getting better. Every time I turn around, there's another little piece that, now we're talking about Kawhi maybe going back to Toronto. Oh, man, now they're going to get better. And so, it is hard to kind of fathom where this team is. I don't want to... Are they stuck?
That's what I'm wondering. I think Kobe Altman is very creative in his work, and he's very bold, and he has an owner who not just allows him to be bold, but wants him to be bold.
I think so too.
And
he's not scared to spend money.
So with that thought in mind, I think Kobe can get creative. Let me pick your brain on this one.
Okay.
I think I know the answer.
Okay.
And folks, this might be the big free agent move. I'd like to know what you think of it. 216-474-0092. Does bringing back Dean Wade float your boat? Is that enough? Does that make you think, all right, there we go? Because supposedly Dean still wants to come back and the Cavs still want him back.
Are you in 4-seed purgatory?
Don't know.
Does that because I don't feel like there's any movement there. I feel like they're the same team. The only glimmer of hope I have when you bring him back, when you bring Dean Wade back, is that they will have more time to play together. But Wade's got to shoot. He's got to shoot the ball. We sat here. How many times did we look at the box score the next game? Oh, man. Did you guys realize that Dean Wade took 2 shots tonight? He took 1 shot tonight. Like, why? How does that happen?
Answer your question. Why?
Why? Because he's not getting the ball? Because there's no plays designed for him?
I honestly think it's a philosophy, Andy. And I think Dean can shoot. I know Dean can shoot. I've seen him do it. I mean, he's got a good 3-point shot. He's exactly what you're looking for. A good defender on the wing who can shoot the 3. I mean, they're talking they need a 3-and-D wing. Well, they have one.
Yeah.
Can you keep him? I mean, gave him the top defensive assignments almost every game during the playoffs.
Yeah.
And just do a little Google search. Lakers in 6-team battle over $18.5 million forward as key player exit nears. 76ers interested. Spurs interested. I mean, there are teams that think they have a chance to win and win big who want Dean Wade.
But we don't?
No, apparently our team still does, but can they make that happen?
I don't know how they – I feel like we are – and this is where when someone makes the argument to blow the whole thing up, I'm like, man, is that really the only alternative to where we are now? I'm still – again, I have hope because we didn't see a whole lot of this team during the regular season once they acquired Harden. And so you ask yourself, did this team just kind of dip their toes in the water and not really get a chance to jump in the pool? And like maybe they did put their foot in the water during the regular season and then they walked up to their belly button in water and then all of a sudden they got kicked out of the pool, which was the Eastern Conference Finals, without, ever getting their face or hair wet. Maybe that's – and then maybe if they get a chance to let this group, be together a little bit longer, then they can become divers. I don't see how this team can add with the financial restrictions. Again, even though they're out of the second apron, I want to feel like there's a player out there that can change the world, and I don't know that player's there.
There might be one. I'll give you a name in a minute. Hoops hype, Michael Scotto. Mm-hmm. Cleveland Cavaliers forward Dean Wade is expected to have various suitors, including the Cavaliers, 76ers, Lakers, Spurs, Suns, Pistons, Trailblazers. Interesting that 2 of those teams have people near the top who used to be with Dean Wade.
Gansey and then
J.B. Bickerstaff and Mike Gansey.
Yeah.
It shows you what he can be for a team. I've defended Dean for years because people would call and say all kinds of things about him. It's like he can actually defend. He got a lot of credit in the playoffs for his defense. That's what he was asked to do.
Are we overanalyzing this?
Yes. You know why? Because nobody wants a team that got out of the second round and got swept in the Eastern Conference Finals to have that as a ceiling. But how do they do it? You said there's one player who could be, you said, is there a player out there?
Yeah.
There is. And he's now a free agent. James Harden.
Help me. You're losing me on this.
Can Kenny Atkinson get James Harden to play point guard? Straight point guard. Hey, James, we need you to be the 4th scoring option on this team. Behind Donovan, and you'll still get your points. Donovan and Evan Mobley and whoever we're bringing in at small forward. If it's Dean Wade, James, you're our 3rd scoring option. Dean won't be your 3rd scoring option, but maybe Jared Allen, gets a little boost there. I think James is very capable of playing great point guard, but I don't think he was a ball hog.
I was surprised at how he wasn't a ball hog when he first got
here.
He's
37. He's not going to get up and down the floor like he's 27 anymore, Andy. And the pace of play might not be what you're looking for. But if the Cavs could convince James, and maybe it's an easy convince, and Kenny puts in a system where James thrives as the point guard, because, man, he can flat out pass the ball. I mean, he's good. If they switch their philosophy a little bit, maybe this works. Yay?
On paper, I think what you're saying is great. Ready? Watch this. Here's truthfully the answer. Dan, anything that Jeff just said about James Harden, is that possible?
How much do you believe in hypnotism?
Thank you. I knew that was coming. I knew you would give us some sort of smart aleck answer
some
on
good
this whole
snarky
thing.
comment. That was a good one.
Yeah, but is that the only way to re-sign him and to get this team to move in the direction I think we all think they're there? And by the way, I don't even know that Cavs fans right now are expecting the Cavs to do anything. I don't think they're kind of like sitting back going, I think we're rolling this thing back, because I think we have all convinced ourselves that there's no way Harden's not coming back, because he came here in the first place because they had kind of had a hush-hush deal behind it, trying to figure out a way for him to be a part of the future.
4 times in Harden's career, he's averaged double digits in assists. I mean, he can move the ball. There's another guy, Andy, I think that makes this a better team if they slightly adjust his role. That's Donovan Mitchell.
What do you want him to do different? I want him to not be out of gas when we get to the Eastern Conference Finals, because that's what I thought I saw. Everything was falling short.
I'm stuck on this. I could be completely wrong. Teams are better than individuals.
I'm with you. You don't have to argue with me on that.
That's why if James took even more, and I'm not blaming him. I think James Harden is a hell of a player, and I always have. I disagree with Dan on things about that. There are things about James that will drive you nuts, and pace and tempo might be a couple of those things, but he really knows how to play the game. If they can convince Donovan and James to just back off a little bit and play a more well-rounded team game. And I say that, Andy, because they both are capable and have done that. They have done that. Sometimes you need your star player to go out and get you 40. Sometimes you do. But, like James Harden when he was here averaged 20 points a game. Sorry, I'd rather see Evan Mobley average 20 points a game. Get him a few more shots. James, work it a little bit more. Let's see what we can get. I wonder if that's the answer. 216-474-0092, because I don't know that the answer is coming in the form of a player joining this team in the offseason, either through trade or free agency. Love your thoughts. It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
Oh, there you are. You're under the stars, and you're looking up.
Listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Get the latest news from around the NBA as free agency gets underway at 6 p.m. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Coming up at 11 o'clock, Mary Kay Cabot, Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com. We'll talk a little Browns with us. Terry Pluto, Cleveland.com, joins us at noon. Talk some Cavs. Going to talk some World Cup with our Odyssey Sports World Cup insider, Jesse Watson, coming up at 1 o'clock. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy over there is Andy Baskin. Dan Mennigan behind the glass. Meredith taking your phone calls at 216-474-0092. Free agency starts tonight in the NBA, and I wonder how into it people in Cleveland are. Do you think, and we were just chatting during the break a little bit.
Yeah.
You think folks aren't ready to think basketball yet? Do you think folks think our team is locked in?
Yes.
And this is it? This is what it's going to be?
I think it took a couple days after the playoffs for people to realize that it sounds like James Harden is coming back. And I think the fact that Harden is coming back, and by the way, I'm looking forward to talking to Terry coming up at noon because, the headline for his story the other day was the Cavs already made their move, right? They made their move with Harden.
And it was Harden.
Yeah. And I think sometimes we get, and I do in particular, I get FOMO on days when there's a trade deadline or the free agency period opens or it's a draft and the Cavs, the Browns don't have a pick. And you're like, what are we doing? Why are we sitting this one out? When maybe they did make a move, or maybe somebody came back from injury. I mean, when it comes to the Guardians, sometimes somebody does come back. You get Ramirez back, that is like making a trade. Let's be honest, and you've made your team better.
But the thought about Harden, though, all right, we saw it. Is that enough?
Did we get Yeah, I think that's the right way to ask it. Did we get enough?
I don't mean enough in return. I mean, is that enough to make this thing viable? And viable as in, all right, we're competing for a championship and we can win the whole thing.
I don't think they're good enough to win the championship right now. I think the Eastern Conference has gotten better after the draft and after some big moves, obviously. The reshifting of a little bit of the power from Milwaukee down to Miami. But that's just one little piece of why other teams are better. In the East, I feel like we're not moving. I feel like we're stagnant, like we're on a treadmill.
Jeff Thomas leaving the building.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jeff Thomas has left the building.
One thing I wonder, Andy, is
quickly followed by Elvis.
Do you think the Cavs are in a position where developing from within is enough to make a huge difference? And I say that.
So I want to say yes, but give me the guys that they've developed from within.
Jalen Tyson.
Okay.
I mean, Jalen to me is the guy that he's kind of the wild card here. 6'6", can play guard, but see, where are his minutes going to come? See, that's the one thing, and it goes back to something I asked early on in the show, is if you're a player with an offensive upside, is this the spot you want to come to? And I say that because Donovan's going to score is 27 points a game. I mean, he always has. I don't see that changing. In many ways, I think that's a great thing. In other ways, I think love a little more team approach, but whatever. It's hard to tell a guy not to be great, isn't it?
Did the Knicks win with a team approach?
Well, they sure did.
Yes.
Yeah. That's my thinking on this.
And why not be a copycat team of that? Because I saw a team here in Cleveland after they made the Harden trade. I watched it for a couple weeks there, and I was like, look how they're moving the ball.
Yeah.
Look how everyone. Oh my God, they're finding the best shot almost every time, and they're making it because the guy is wide open. It's uncontested, and then they just went away from it. And I don't know if it's because of, lack of continuity, lack of knowing each other, lack of coaching. There's a lot of lack ofs there that made them fall short.
The interesting thing to me, Jalen Brunson and Donovan Mitchell's numbers are so close to each other that in scoring, in rebounding, in assists, in shots per game, it makes you think, why did it look different in New York than it sometimes looks different here?
I think we panicked.
Sometimes.
I think we were tired. I think we panicked. I think we got away from some of the fundamentals that got us there. And I think we were out of gas. I'm going to go to the grave on that one for this year.
Cool Ray's in Bedford. Cool Ray.
What up, Cool Ray?
What up, man? Y'all hurry up and get out of here and enjoy this day with y'all families, man.
Too hot.
Enjoy 97. You nuts?
Enjoy. Hey, let's flip it around. It could be negative 23.
That's true. Although I can put my skates on.
So look, I'm going to answer both questions. The reason those numbers look so different is because it's when he scores them and how he scores them. He can be 0 for 6 in the first half, but when the game's on the line, he's going to step it up, and Donovan don't do that. And I'm not knocking Donovan. That's probably not his game, but that's a leader. Is that when people see that, they follow you. Now, I think we all invested in the free agency deal, but we in Cleveland accepts the fact that no big-name free agency going to come here. They're not trying to sign here. We hear it through all these other media podcasts that these ex-NBA players do. And I believe if we get a high-priced player, it'll be something like we got Donovan Mitchell. But you guys are saying, like, this normally don't happen. So especially the Cleveland. So unless it's homegrown from the D-League or G-League, and them guys come out and just ball out and take control, this is what we're gonna always have. I was praying to get John Morant here, I would have traded Jaylen Brown for Donovan Mitchell. I like his game more better, more consistent shot. So we just need a good leader. And when you go, they have a lot of problems. I bet not hear another NBA player talking about it's just the regular season. The regular season gets you to the playoffs. It gets you those camaraderies. It gets you those chemistries. It gets you. That's what it's for. All this lackadaisical stuff in Cleveland, we seen how it play out. You get swept pretty much.
Cool, Ray. Thank you, buddy. See, it's strange for me to sit here and think about, okay, can you ask Donovan Mitchell to do things a little bit differently? Can you ask Harden to do things a little bit differently? Those are two Hall of Fame guys.
Right.
You know? Mm-hmm. I mean, these are your best players right now.
Right.
You know, hope Iz Mobley gets there. But these are your best players right now. And I wonder if Kenny needs to put a different scheme in, if he needs to change their mindset, if they just need to put other players around those two guys and have a guard-dominated team, backcourt-dominated team. But it's that glaring hole on the wing that needs filled. If Dean Wade didn't fill it last year, would he fill it this year? I think you want to bring Dean back. At the very least, I want him coming off the bench and playing, good minutes. I just, look at what's happening in the East, Andy. Some of the other teams that are just going to get better naturally, like the Celtics getting healthier. Okay, I think the Hawks are a team that could make some noise before it's all done. There are other teams. Indiana's coming back. They're going to be a lot healthier. No idea what they're going to look like. But with Halliburton, Siakam, and Zubac, I think that they could be really good again. Mm-hmm. And I just wonder what the Cavs can do to put themselves in that conversation of, yep, this is the team that's really going to do something rather than, maybe they can run it back and win. Maybe.
I know this goes to one of our core conversations that I think we've had for years, and you always talk about how you enjoy the process.
Well, I do.
So I've been listening for the last couple of weeks because there's a part of me that wants to embrace the fact that the Cavaliers made it to the Eastern Conference Finals. And
no small accomplishment.
No, it's not easy to get there. Nope. But then I start arguing. I have this self-conflict that I'm like, what a loser's mentality. Like, I've got a loser's mentality, thinking, well, we made it to the Eastern Conference Finals, and that's good enough. And I think maybe I'm torn between young Andy and maybe old cynical Andy, because when I was young, when you were young, we watched a lot of bad baseball. We watched a lot of bad basketball too. And we had decent football. We had good football when we were kids. And then all of a sudden, on the turn, the football just hasn't been where you wanted it to be. And so sometimes we get ourselves in these positions where like, man, this is great, man. Guardians are making it to the World Series. I know they're not winning, but they're playing they're playing well. Oh, look at this. The Browns made it to the playoffs. All right, that's a step forward. I feel better about that. And then you get to the Cavaliers who won a championship, and we've kind of settled in. We're like, hey, we got a championship. It was 10 years ago. And I was starting to think, I was thinking about the Cavaliers 2 days ago, and I'm like, man, am I a loser or what? Like, I'm okay with the fact that I think that the team got better as the season and when they got Harden. Like, the team got better. They were better than they were a year before, and that they gave me some hope. But part of me woke up the next day and go, you are a total loser that you think it's okay to feel like, they got swept in the Eastern Conference Finals, but at least they made it. You should want more. Like, I want more. They had the highest payroll in the NBA last year. If we were in New York and it was the Yankees, or if we were in LA and it was the Dodgers, and they have the highest payroll, like, there's nothing short of winning a World Series. So why is it okay to feel all right about the fact that they got their what's handed to them in the Eastern Conference Finals? It's not. Like, I don't want to be that loser guy anymore. I want to expect my team to win a championship.
I don't want to be that loser guy.
I don't want to accept mediocrity. It's not really being a loser. It's accepting mediocrity because
it's not mediocrity
down.
Andy, they made fan base. They were one of the Final Four.
I know, Jeff. This fan base is so beaten down that I can sit here and go, well, they made it to the Eastern Conference Finals.
Are you going to do that?
That's great. Give me an Eastern Conference Finals T-shirt with my AFC Central Championship T-shirt and the AFC North Championship T-shirt that's never been made. We're pathetic. We're pathetic that we sit here.
They made
that mediocrity.
It's not mediocrity. They made the Final Four. That's pretty dang good.
That's not a championship.
No, of course not. But it's pretty dang good.
We won one championship in 2016, and now all of a sudden, everything's great.
Well, maybe in free agency, Kobe Altman and his staff, even though Mike Yancey's not here anymore, and he might poach somebody for the 76ers.
Yeah.
Even though Kobe Altman and his staff are going to work at it, let's see what they do. It starts at 6 o'clock. We'll talk to Terry Pluto about this coming up at noon. We're going to talk to Mary Kay Cabot next. Why? Because she covers the Browns for the Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com. She has great information. And there are a lot of trade rumors around Shedeur Sanders. It's interesting. And it's next on Baskin and Phelps.
game.
A smart move for the Cavs that you will call stupid because of a stupid thing that this guy did in the NBA Finals.
Meanwhile, the Knicks fans said they had no chance to win a championship a year ago. Could that be the same for the Cavs?
It's the Emerging Podcast Scene presented by Extend Technologies on 923thefan.com and on the free Odyssey app.
Browns recently made a move that I don't think anybody's paying any attention to, and maybe they should. Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. Jeff Phelps here. Andy Baskin there.
Still here.
On the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Lady who wrote all about this move. She covers the Browns for the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com. You can hear her on the Orange and Brown Talk podcast as well. She's Mary Kay Cabot. Hi, Mary Kay.
Hi, Mary Kay.
Hi, guys. How you doing?
We are well. The move, I think, is interesting. Ryan Grigson, former Colts GM, back again with the Browns. And that might be a really good thing, Mary Kay. What do you think?
I think it's a great thing. I really do. He has been a tremendous thought partner for Andrew Berry, and Andrew really looks up to him, and vice versa. They have a great working relationship. He's also someone that brings a levity to the job. He's got a great personality, and he's just someone that I think is going to be really, really good for this football team. He's learned a lot over the years, and he's been around. I think it's something like in his 26 years in the NFL, he's been associated with, I believe it's 21 winning teams, and he's learned from his mistakes. I wrote a lengthy feature story on him when he first got the job here with Andrew in 2020. And it was really interesting. I got him to open up about, what he learned in his time on the job as Colts GM. And he had to change some things, and he had to pivot and learn some things. And I just think he's going to be great. And the thing about the Browns front office right now is they have a number of guys like that. They've got Tom Telesco here, also the former Chargers general manager who gave Andrew his first start when they were with the Colts. And they've got Chris Polian. So they have a lot of very experienced, wise sages in that building right now. And I think it's helping them at draft time and in other aspects.
Then why do they?
Grigson and Berry were together in Indianapolis as well. So their connections all over the place.
What do you think he thinks Anthony Richardson? That would make Jeff happy.
We'll get to that.
Yeah, not really sure about that, but I think they're pretty set right now with their quarterback room. I think they're pretty happy with what they have at the moment.
All right, well, let me dive into that because every time you turn around, and I don't know if it's because it's the end of the month or it's because there's no one actually playing, but I mean, every once in a while you turn around and you start looking and you see Shedeur Sanders trade rumors here and there. I don't know about whether it's Shedeur or I just can't see them coming back with all four of these quarterbacks that they currently have on the roster once the season starts. And Mary Kay, it's hard not to look at it that way after what they did last season by, sending both the veteran quarterbacks packing. I'm just curious, do you think Sanders could truly be on the trade block?
No, I don't think he is. I just don't believe that at this time at all they're even thinking along those lines. This is a legitimate two-way competition between Deshaun and Shedeur. And perhaps what happens, and maybe sometimes this is how these reports happen, is sometimes when you're talking to teams about another move, maybe someone might inquire and say, hey, what's going on with your quarterback situation? But I don't think that they are – I know they're not actively at all trying to shop Shedeur Sanders while they're ready to head into this quarterback competition. So, no, I'm just not feeling that at this time. And I've written and said, once they get to around August 30th and they have to make those roster decisions, that's when you start to look at what you have, where you might have a surplus, how you might be able to get a fifth or a sixth round pick for some of your players. So that's when we would start to think about that.
Mary Kay Cabot joining us. Mary Kay, they might be happy with what they have at quarterback. And Andy and I are going to get into this in a little bit. The general consensus around the NFL is it's one of the lesser quarterback groups in the NFL. I keep thinking, all right, you picked up draft capital in the Miles trade. That screams 2027 quarterback to me in the draft. If that's the case, would it behoove them to maybe look around and think, all right, we're going to play somebody at quarterback this year? Do we think that Deshaun or Shedeur or maybe Dylan Gabriel is that guy who might be able to convince us that we don't need a quarterback in 2027? Or if there's somebody on another roster that they think might be able to do that, who they could get for cheap, and would that be something to even consider? Because you tell me, do you think 2027 as well?
Well, I think everything is on the table. Ideally, they would love someone to establish himself as their quarterback of the future. So if Deshaun were another how many ever years, and be thrilled with that. And if the same thing could happen with Shedeur, then they would absolutely love that too. But they're open to pivoting and to acquiring someone from another team, trading for one, drafting for one, signing one as a free agent. That's what you do. If you don't have your guy, you turn over every stone and rock until you do find your guy. So certainly that quarterback could come in the 2027 draft. He could be in the room right now, and he could be somewhere else. And that's what you have to do on this job.
We spent a lot of time talking about the offense. Let's look at the defense for a second, and just your thoughts on how losing Myles Garrett's going to affect this defense. And for me, I keep looking at the upside at Jared Verse, and I mean, I'm like really, really excited about what he might be able to do for this team.
Well, I've written about this aspect of it so far, and I've already seen this with my own two eyes. I think that Myles was such a larger-than-life presence. I think in some ways he may have dwarfed some of his teammates, not just on the field, but off the field in terms of leadership. Maybe you're not going to be as vocal. Maybe you're not going to assert yourself or speak up as much as you would when you've got the NFL Defensive Player of the Year right there next to you. Now I see some guys like Alex Wright ready to strike out on their own a little bit and show what they can do in that leadership space. And I think that's going to be good for them. And Jared Verse, same thing. He just seems like a big booming personality. I've called him a unifier, a connector, sort of a force multiplier. And I think he's going to bring the guys together. I thought there was a camaraderie, a lightness of being about them during minicamp, and it was cool to watch. Just even when they broke out into dance on the third day, they just seemed a little looser, a little freer. I think they're ready to pull together, prove to the world that they are really excellent defensive linemen in their own right, and that they're going to go out there and keep this train chugging along.
What do you think about Mason Graham, Michael Hall for this year?
Well, I think Mason Graham is one of those players that I think he might actually flourish or thrive a little bit more in the absence of Myles Garrett. Jacques Césaire said something very interesting at mandatory minicamp, and that was he felt that Mason Graham probably had about 6 sacks last year, but he might not have gotten that hand up in time to claim his production. And this year, I think he's going to be a little bit more aggressive and assertive in that way to say, hey, that was mine. It's really hard to do that when Myles Garrett is arriving at the quarterback at the same time you are. You're not going to necessarily say, no, that's half of that sack is mine, right? And especially when you know that he is aiming for that NFL sack record. So I think this is going to open some things up for those other guys. Now, they have to walk through that door now that it is open. So it's going to be incumbent upon them to maximize their skills and talents and abilities. But I think the opportunity is really there for some of them to shine.
How much is there, I'm trying to think of the right way to ask this question, the impact of a defensive coordinator, and, what is life going to be like for Mike Rutenberg after trying to replace Todd Monken? Or, what is life going to be like for him, and how much of a change are we going to see?
Well, actually, he's replacing Jim Schwartz.
Oh, Jim Schwartz, sorry. I'm sorry.
No, that's
sorry,
okay.
my bad.
No, that's okay. So I do think that is another situation where it's an opportunity for him to put his own stamp on this defense. And it's a chance for him to bring a new energy, a new vibe, a new look at things. And even though it was a shock in the beginning for both of those guys to be gone, it's also an opportunity. And I think Mike Rutenberg has a really cool personality. You hear his voice a lot at practice. He's also one of those guys that is a, bring it in for a hug kind of guy. I mean, there's a lot of emotion going on this defense that in some ways, as I mentioned before, some guys might have been a little bit stifled. When you're dealing with, an assistant coach of the year and you're dealing with a 2-time NFL Defensive Player of the Year, you might hang back a little bit and not necessarily put yourself completely out there in every way. I think now Mike Rutenberg is also going to bring something different to the table, and I think it can be very, very good for this defense. Now, there will be an adjustment period because he's going to have some new things in coverage and nuances to this defense that he's going to bring. But for the most part, you're looking at the same personnel and you're looking at the same coaching staff, so there should be plenty of continuity, and then with a new twist and a new spin on it.
Just remember, if they have to make a switch in the middle of the year, I told you first.
Oh, well. There's Andy Bassett. Marking his spot, so to speak.
Even though he made a gigantic mistake. No big deal.
Mary Kay, is Denzel Ward a Brown at the end of this season?
Good question.
I certainly hope so.
I do, too.
Denzel Ward is the kind of player that you need on this football team. He's obviously from Cleveland. He's a great leader. He's a great mentor to the younger guys. He's a great cornerback. He's good for Cleveland, and I think he's one of those players that you want him to finish his career in Cleveland, just like Joe Bitonio did. I put him in the Joe Bitonio, Joe Thomas class, and I think that he probably would want to finish his career here and be part of whatever good things might be coming down the pike. So hopefully he's still around and that works out fine. And he's under contract for 2 more years anyway.
Mary Kay, especially with all kinds of family gatherings coming up here for July 4th. Like I had this conversation with a couple people over the last couple of days at graduation parties. Like, people are like, "What's going to happen with this?" I'm like, "How many games can this team actually win?" And I keep looking back to the unsettled ground of the quarterback position, and it leads me more towards 5, 6 than it would anything else. And like, I look at the roster and I'm like, all right, the defense is going to win a couple games for you this year. Mary Kay, if somebody walks up to you at a holiday party this weekend and says, Mary Kay, how many games is this team going to win this year? Or
Mary Kay, how many?
What is the ceiling for this team? You're going to say what? Pass another hot dog, right? Is that what you're going to say?
Well, I do get asked that a lot at functions and things like that. I was just at something on Saturday night where I was asked that question a number of times, and I usually say the same thing, and nobody really wants to keep hearing the same answer. But the truth of the matter is it largely depends on the quarterback play. If they can get top 15 quarterback play, doesn't have to be top 7, doesn't have to be top 5, not even top 10. If they can get top 15 quarterback play and the defense plays close to its 2025 level, then I think they should be able to possibly approach 8 victories, maybe flirt with 9, and then in a perfect ideal world, if you get really, really, really good quarterback play, then maybe you even challenge for a wild card spot by the end of the season. So I think I have them in a window of somewhere between 7 and 10, and that is all dependent on how the quarterback plays for you. If Deshaun Watson goes out there and this scheme is so well suited to him and he wins that starting job and he goes out there and plays the way that he did or close to the way that he did in Houston when he made 3 Pro Bowls, then of course they can win 8 games, 9 games, maybe even 10 games. But it's a very, very young offense. It's an overhauled offense. It's a new scheme. These guys, it's not a well-oiled machine yet. They have to think for a while. So in the beginning, it's going to be tough. And then they also have those 6 of the first 9 on the road. Now, having said that, it still is one of the easier schedules or the easiest schedule in the NFL, depending on how it plays out. So they have an opportunity here as long as they get really good quarterback play.
Mary Kay, always a pleasure. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks, guys.
Enjoy the fireworks. Thank you.
You too.
Mary Kay Cabot on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Mary Kay saying the Browns are happy with their quarterback situation for now and doesn't expect anything to happen. Should they be happy? And should something happen?
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is
weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. Mary Kay had some thoughts about quarterback. Can't disagree with her, but I want to play devil's advocate next.
Football talk coverage on 92.3 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
I'm imagining, Andy.
I want you on board. Imagine.
Joe Thomas was on the morning show. Former Browns left tackle.
I remember him. Is he living in Canada?
He should be. His face is there. He had this to say about the quarterback situation with the Browns and Shedeur.
If you're putting the gun to the head, and I got to say, somebody as of right now, it looks like it's going to be Deshaun Watson. But, I mean, we still got a lot of training camp to go. Obviously, we need to put the pads on, get the underwear, and throw them to the side because football season is upon us. We're going to real practice. It's going to give us some real information about the connection that these quarterbacks have with Todd Monken's new offense and these new receivers.
All right, so he says, gun to his head right now, who is it? It's Watson.
Jeff, gun to your head. Who is it?
Watson.
Dan, gun to your head. Who is it?
Shedeur.
Oh. Hang on.
Who do I want it to be? Out of this group, Shedeur. I want it to be Shedeur. I want him to go and show everybody he's the best guy here and they should play him. However, you didn't name a guy. Who is it?
Watson.
Okay.
Dan, show your work.
I think he has the same thought I do. Best for the franchise to have the young guy be the man, isn't it, Dano?
Yeah, I don't disagree with that either, but that's not what the question. The question is, gun to your head right now, pick a starter. Go.
Shedeur, and the reason I say it is because I have a feeling the Browns are going to put a thumb on the scale, and it's more than anything, if Shedeur is within shouting distance of Deshaun Watson, it's going to be Shedeur. And it's just due to the fact that, again, there's a level of future with him that we can sell, and not to mention there's not a giant black cloud that follows him around.
Yeah, but what are you doing with Watson then? If he's not hurt,
send him home. Hell, if I care, he's not playing.
They're not going to send him home.
I can't imagine them sending him.
I mean, that's the thing. Or put him on the bench and make him the backup quarterback.
I can't imagine Deshaun as the backup quarterback either. I just can't. That's just my fault.
He's either plays or hurt.
Are you ready to?
Or he's the inactive quarterback.
If it's within shouting distance, they give it to Shedeur.
Can I make people mad?
Jeff, you're excellent at that. Go knock it out of the park.
Before we do that, Larry's in Cleveland. Larry, you still with us?
Hey guys, thank you, man, for your show, man.
Thanks, Larry.
I'd like to say, man, two things right quick. That man, I think that Dan Gilbert he's not finished with the team because we went to East Castle Finals, man. We just got beaten in the paint. But I think they're going to trade Mobley, man.
Larry, we're talking Browns now.
Well, Browns now, bro. Keep Shedeur, man. We need his energy. We need his motivation, his leadership, and we need to support him because you can't support 2 or 3 quarterbacks, man. Come on, just play it out. I know Deshaun Watson. I was like, man, I'm glad we got him, and this and that, man, and he got flat and he disappeared, man, and he got the money, all that, man. But
Larry,
most of all,
Larry, do me a
what
favor.
we got to do, we need a game changer, man.
I hear you. I want you to give me a quarterback that has the imaging you want.
I want somebody more high energy, leadership, know how to audible, and also how to be a team leader. It's so important that you need somebody that motivate. Myles Garrett was that player. We had him, but we had to trade him to get better players. Man, most of all, everybody got work to do.
All right, Larry.
I hear you, Larry. I don't know. I'm starting to. I'm not turning on Myles Garrett. I just don't think.
No, nobody
I don't
should.
think Myles Garrett is not the leader. I think that. I mean, and I said it every time he got a speeding ticket. Myles Garrett, and
He's not going to get those in L.A.
It's just not who he was. I mean, Myles Garrett wasn't a rah-rah guy.
Not enough
he
open
wasn't.
highway.
And it's kind of interesting to hear the little stories kind of leaking out of the locker room and stuff about, who Myles was and what he, and I don't know. I mean, I would love to have Myles Garrett on this team.
Well,
Please do
the
not
quarterback
get me wrong.
needs to have those types of attributes.
I think you have to.
Now, Mary Kay said the Browns are happy with what they have right now. Okay, if that's the case, fine.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they should be. And I want to connect some dots here. And again, I just said, I think Watson will be the starter. I hope it's Shedeur, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Because young guy, maybe he could become the guy and convince them that they have a quarterback. I think they're going to get one in the 2027 draft and that's the guy they're going to be banking on. That said, why should they be satisfied with what they have right now? I checked out a bunch of rankings on some things.
Okay.
NFL Spin Zone, Sharp Football, and Yahoo.
Okay.
And they all put together something ranking every NFL quarterback room, which obviously has become the common terminology now. You just can't say position or position group. It's got to be the room. They all have a room.
Mm-hmm.
The Browns and the same four teams are in the bottom of the league on all four rankings in various orders. Browns, Cardinals, Dolphins, Jets. NFL Spin Zone has the Browns dead last. Sharp Football has them 31st, and Yahoo has them 30th. So nobody thinks they're any better than the third worst group of quarterbacks in the NFL.
That's the best ranking is third worst.
Third worst. Okay. Doesn't matter where the other ones are. The Browns are in the bottom three of all of them. And it made me think this. Because I'm convinced that they're going after a quarterback in 2027, which is supposed to be a better draft for quarterbacks and blah, 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 blah. They need to take every opportunity this year to find a quarterback who might make them not think they need one in 2027. Right? Yeah, I think they're going to get one.
Yes.
But if you're going to go ahead and play 17 games, you might as well take your best shot, right?
Yeah.
And I wonder this. Should they be looking at other teams and maybe looking at their former scouting reports, looking at their current NFL scouting reports, and go out and try and bring in somebody else? And you could do that in a number of ways. And the easiest way would be this, Andy. If they think that somebody they could bring in has a better chance of being their franchise quarterback than one of the guys on this team, not Deshaun, because I don't think you could trade Deshaun in this situation. If they think another team has given up on their guy and the other team is intrigued by Dylan Gabriel, or the other team is intrigued by Shedeur Sanders, and if you have to sweeten the pot a little bit, great, you've got draft capital out the wazoo. Go ahead and throw in a fourth rounder. If you think you can bring in a guy who you think might be able to be the guy. I don't know if it's a list, but I have some names.
Oh, you have a list.
I don't know if it's a list, but I have some names.
Okay.
And if I'm gonna waste a season at quarterback,
it's a list
because I think I'm getting mine in 2027 anyway. I might go ahead and try and get one of these guys if the Browns think this guy could possibly be your quarterback, and the team that would be trading has given up on that guy, and they're intrigued by either Dylan or Shedeur based on what they were thinking previously, even though every team in the league passed on both of those guys.
Okay.
All right?
Okay. This is not a list.
No, but it's not. No, not a list.
But it needs music. No. So go ahead.
Anthony Richardson from the Colts is still out there, and the Colts are still thinking about trading him.
And you love him.
No, I think he's interesting, Andy. I don't love him. He's not been really good, but he's like 6'4", 250. He throws it like crazy and runs like Josh Allen. I mean, that skill set's more intriguing than anything Dylan Gabriel, Shedeur Sanders, or Deshaun Watson can offer me right now, except the past with Deshaun Watson. Colts declined Richardson's fifth-year option. He'll be a free agent after next year. So he'd be a one and done if you don't like him. Not under contract. That makes sense.
Okay.
I'm not advocating for any of these guys except maybe Richardson. Andy?
Jeff?
J.J. McCarthy probably isn't going to be the starter in Minnesota.
No.
If the Browns, Kyler Murray's their guy probably. If the Vikings think, we'd love to have Shedeur as a backup more than J.J. McCarthy. Mm-hmm. If Andrew Berry liked J.J., take a shot. He's in the third year of a contract. He has a fourth year and then a fifth-year option for a team to pick up, so he's under contract. Kid in Philadelphia, Tanner McKee, was a sixth-round pick out of Stanford in 2023. Had some moments, but they brought in Andy Dalton to back up Jalen Hurts. You think Tanner McKee's anything? I'm just asking.
Does nothing for me. Nothing.
Here's another guy. There are a couple of guys on this list I like.
Okay.
It's not a list, though. I keep wondering, is Trey Lance a complete bust? Do the Chargers think he's enough insurance if Justin Herbert goes down? Lance is only 26. Once he lost out to Brock Purdy, his career was doomed because he was the backup in Dallas to Dak. And now the backup to Justin Herbert. He's not going to beat out either one of those guys. He didn't. And he's 26. He signed a one-year contract with the Chargers. Would the Chargers think Shedeur as a backup would be better? If so, Lance is only on a one-year contract.
Okay.
And they could have Shedeur under contract for a couple of years.
Yeah, they could.
Andy,
or
if
Dylan.
we put more time into the Gremlin, we may actually turn it into a car that works.
The Gremlin was an underrated vehicle made by the American Motors Company in the 1970s.
It was bad, and I almost put my head through the window when my dad touched the brakes as we were pulling off the lot.
That is Jeff and Trey Lance is just looking at the American Motor Company going, I swear, if we put a little more money and tweak this, we can turn the Gremlin into a great car.
He's
Jeff,
not been good.
Jeff, I've got one for you, too. If you don't get to this one, I'm going to be perplexed.
We're just reading Auto Trader again. Here we go.
No, well, who would you rather have playing quarterback for you, Shedeur or Trey Lance?
Shedeur.
I would take Trey Lance. It's a year. See if you can uncover it, and if not, draft your guy next year. That's where this is for me.
I mean, you're swapping deck chairs at the Titanic right now, my friend. I mean, that's all you're doing.
Exactly.
You're swapping deck chairs. So what's the point?
Exactly. The point is only this. Do the Browns like any of these guys more than what they have right now? And if they do, try and get one and see if you can get lucky.
Jeff, can I throw two more names at you?
Because you're going to try and get lucky this year because I think you're going to take your quarterback in 2027.
Can I throw two more names at you?
I have three more.
All right, you All right. You want to tell me after the break? Or
yep, I have three more names.
I have.
What about this concept, folks?
Okay.
Should they be looking at other quarterbacks because maybe there's somebody that they actually like more and would rather invest 17 games in than Dylan Gabriel or Shedeur Sanders or Deshaun Watson? Because I'm convinced they're taking one in 2027 unless somebody just pops and is really good. It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
on YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Whether you're at the ballpark, on the golf course, or doing nothing at all, get the Cleveland sports news at 923thefan.com or use the Odyssey app.
Terry Pluto, plain deal at cleveland.com. Coming up in just a few minutes here on Baskin and Phelps. We'll talk to him at noon. NBA free agency gets going tonight. Cavs, will they be active? Terry will have some thoughts on that. Might also have some thoughts on what we're talking about right now. I'm convinced the Browns are in position to use a 2027 first-round pick on a quarterback.
Okay, I'm going to buy what you're selling there, that they are in position to draft a quarterback next year.
And unless their mind gets changed by somebody performing much better than they think, that's what they're going to do.
Okay.
And so we've kind of thrown out this little thought. And Andy and I both think if you had to, and Joe Thomas as well, if you had to say who's going to be the starting quarterback, we've said Deshaun Watson. Who do I want to be? Shedeur. Young guy. Give me the young guy with the upside. Hopefully that's the deal. But as we mentioned, most publications, I've checked 3 things that listed quarterback rooms. Browns are in the bottom 3 on all 3 of the ones that I checked. And that's basically where they rank with most everybody. It's just not a great quarterback group right now. Doesn't mean it doesn't have potential, but right now it's not a good quarterback group.
Okay.
And so we're playing this little scenario. If you're going to play 17 games while you're waiting to get your quarterback in the following year and you're hoping to get lucky, is there a quarterback you'd rather try to get lucky with than the ones you already have? In other words, is there somebody they like that they could go get? And we threw out a bunch of names, and I'll finish it up with a couple of names, and Andy has one too.
I have 2 names.
I still keep wondering about Jalen Milroe in Seattle.
Okay.
He was taken off the board. Remember, Tommy Reese was here as the offensive coordinator. He had Milroe at Alabama. Milroe went off the board before Dylan Gabriel. So did the Browns have an interest in Jalen Milroe and they wanted him and then he was gone, so they took Gabriel? I don't know. He's 3rd string right now in Seattle. Sam Darnold would appear to be the guy. Drew Lock is his backup.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, maybe Seattle would be interested in Dylan. Or
toilet paper, beer, and bourbon. You better stock up.
And throw in a pick, and maybe you go get Jalen Milroe and you play him this year.
Okay, I see where you're going with this, and I am going to walk you down a similar road.
All right, I have 2 other guys, and then you can walk me down your road.
Okay.
I think there are 2 guys backing up Dak Prescott who, until they get a chance, more of a chance, I'll think, you never know. Joe Milton just has a big arm. Can he play quarterback at a high level? I don't know. He's under contract for 2 more years. He's only 26. He's the backup right now. And they just brought in Sam Howell, who was a later round pick. I think he was a 6th round pick by Washington. He turns 26 in September. He's only on a 1-year contract. He threw 612 passes in 2023 and looked like he might be able to become something and really hasn't done much since. I wonder if Dallas wants to keep both of those guys. If they do, great. If they don't, and the Browns find one of them more intriguing than one of the guys that either Dylan or Shedeur, maybe. So that's just a thought process there. The other guys I threw out were Anthony Richardson, who's the guy I'd try to get without question.
Okay.
McCarthy, Tanner McKee, Trey Lance, and Milroe. The 3 guys there that I think would be, I'm intrigued by a couple of them. But Richardson, Lance, Milroe, those would be my top 3 out of this bad list of guys who aren't going to be starters next year for anybody else.
Okay. Ready?
Oh, I'm sitting. I'm ready.
You can kill the music for me.
Yeah,
oh,
Dan,
no, you're going.
Kill the music. If Andy's joining in on the list of guys that Dan wants to get nauseous over.
Just hear me out.
You're going to give me clunkers. You get bad music. At least I get some joy out of this.
Okay. All right, just turn it down a little because it's killing
No,
me.
I'm turning it up.
Yeah. In the Congo room tonight.
It's that good. What happens when you start a new job? What are you in? What are you in when you start a new job?
Probation?
Yeah.
No, or something else.
Double secret
Training?
probation?
If they wanted you more than probation, you're in your...
I don't know. I've never been in that position.
Oh, stop. Jeff, you're in your...
I don't know. What is it? Honeymoon period?
That's right. Do we know anybody in their honeymoon period right now? Yes, we do. Kevin Stefanski. And who does Kevin like? Who does Kevin like? Let's be honest.
Shador.
No.
He does like Shador.
He said he did.
Yeah, I know.
Many a time.
Who did he like more than Shador? Because
Well, you're assuming that he liked Dylan more.
Okay, let's just say he liked Dylan more.
He already has 2 left-handed quarterbacks.
I don't care about left-handed or right-handed. What if Tua wasn't going to work out and they gave him a chance to start here, or even Trevor Siemian, who has experience at least? I know he hasn't played a lot of games over the last couple years.
You just made Dan laugh.
I know.
What about
How about Tua?
What about Michael Penix?
Do you think they're giving up on Penix that quick? I don't know.
No, but...
And so what are you giving up for Penix? That's the question.
Well, again, this goes back to what the Browns think.
I'm going to package
What's
all
Andrew
4
Berry
of our
think of
quarterbacks.
this?
They can have all 4 of our quarterbacks for Penix.
Can you
What do think
imagine?
of that?
Hey,
Dan would do that.
Our fans would hate Michael Penix.
Front
Probably,
office in Atlanta. Hey, Kevin, we've been offered Deshaun Watson. Ah!
Yeah, he'd freak out on that one. I would not be. Would you be surprised if someday Dylan Gabriel ends up with Kevin Stefanski again? I would not at all. And if you felt like you could get Tua here for a year,
I like Tua, but Tua has a hard time staying on the field, and I worry about his,
so does Deshaun. So does Deshaun.
I mean, if you were to tell me right now, would you rather have Deshaun Watson or Tua Tagovailoa? The answer is Tua all day.
Yeah, I
every day.
would too.
Yeah.
That's as easy of a question as you're ever going to ask.
I'd also take Michael Penix over any quarterback we have.
I love Michael Penix. It's just Michael Penix will do some things with the ball that will make your head hurt.
You've seen our quarterbacks?
That's valid.
Is our room upgraded if you can pull in even just Tua?
Yes.
Well, he's your unquestioned starter.
Yeah, and so, I don't know. Kevin, you really liked him, man. You saw something that no one else did.
They're not going to trade Dylan for Tua. You might have to throw in a second or a third.
I'll give you a pick.
Maybe a fourth. I don't know.
I like my idea better than your ideas. That's all.
Jeff's is we're going to get as many cars that don't turn over and hope one of them can turn over.
My other thing is that I only have to hang on.
I don't want to give up any real assets because I'm going to get my guy in 2027.
Jeff,
I'll give you one of my.
Can play.
I'll give you one of my third round picks. I'll give you one of them. Give me Tua. I'll give you Dylan. Give Dylan a chance to be a backup somewhere, which would be Atlanta, with a coach that likes him and believes in him.
You think?
Yeah.
Kevin gets all the credit for Dylan, and I don't know if that's accurate.
I worry about Tua's arm strength in the wind.
Well, he liked him better. He liked him better than.
Well, so did Andrew Berry.
He liked him better than Shador.
So did Andrew Berry.
I'm just saying.
Robin Chagrin. Hi, Rob.
I think the fans would like it too.
I'm listening to this round robin of quarterback, whatever. You guys keep playing day after day after day, and
I don't think we've done it in a while.
I appreciate you got to fill the air and all that stuff, but I honestly I got an honest question for you.
Sure.
Given Sanders' first year, the first half of the year, he was lost in their he was lost. He was throwing balls to like ball boys for first half of the year, and then he gets thrown in there when Barry basically Hatterberg Stefanski and got rid of the other quarterbacks and kind of made him play Shador eventually. I saw stuff with Sanders that was pretty decent. He was exciting on some plays. He made some mistakes, but I wonder how much different would it look if you drafted any of the quarterbacks that you could draft next year, or hired any of the quarterbacks that you're talking about. How would it look any different than Sanders' first beginning as he got on the field and played some games? I don't know how it would look any different. Because I thought
hopefully whoever they bring in would be better. I mean, it's that simple.
You assume who would be better, though? Like any of these guys that you're talking about are going to come with all the same problems that Sanders has, which is basically inexperience and not enough time on the field. And like you reset the clock and reset the clock and reset the clock and reset the clock, And this has been my gripe with the Browns for 30 years. They keep outsmarting themselves. And instead of just doing like the obvious thing, okay, Sanders has physical skills. Can we agree?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay, so why not?
But if you're going based on experience, then you're leaning on Watson. Watson has the experience.
But Watson has already shown. I mean, I've seen enough of Watson to last my entire life as a Browns fan. You guys want to see him again?
No, but I think if I'm head coach of this team and my job might be on the line, I'm going to go with what you just said. I'm going to go with the experience. Because if you listen, even Mary Kay, I think Mary Kay was right.
Rob, thanks.
They need a quarterback that would be a top 15 guy, right? So if you think that Watson has top 15 in him and you're paying him, let's not forget they're paying him. That's part of the problem. Whether you want to believe it or not. Okay, well, they're still paying him. No one wants to pay someone not to work. Although it was funny that he said that with Moneyball. Wasn't that Dave Justice in Moneyball? They're paying you to play for us.
Yankees.
The Yankees.
You, yeah.
And by the way, wouldn't you have been Art Howard and not Hatteberg? Right? He was talking about trading somebody from underneath.
They had to get rid of the first baseman to play Scott Hatteberg.
No,
that was the whole thought.
I know, but they did it to Art. They Art Howard him. They didn't Scott Hatteberg him.
Whatever.
That's what I'm saying. That's all.
But my only point is this. You've got 17 games this year where I think you're going to play somebody at quarterback who's not going to be your starting quarterback in 2027. Unless they are phenomenal.
Or Tua comes to save the day.
Or one
based on this segment.
Or one of the names I threw out. Just do the Browns like somebody sitting on somebody else's roster who could be easily picked up for not a whole lot and give that guy these 17 games. That's my only point. And the answer might be no, in which case, okay, great. Shedeur, go get him, man. Let's go. Drake's in Cleveland. Hey, Drake.
Hey, Drake.
How you doing, man?
We're all right.
Favorite show, and I must say, I'm a little embarrassed to call this my favorite show today. I don't know what you're talking about and where this coming
Drake,
from. Like,
Drake, did you call us on your cell phone?
In the building. Yeah, of course, yes.
Okay.
I can get off the speaker. I'm in the truck right now.
I'm just kidding. I'm joking.
I'm lost at how a young quarterback in the building that played with practice squad players when divisional opponents were coming in the building to try to solidify their playoff positions and couldn't do it with this quarterback on the field, and yet all of Cleveland just talks as if he doesn't exist. We're going to get our quarterback next year. We've been saying that since 2024, but you're still saying 2027 going to be the year. Wasn't this supposed to be the year last year? I mean, like, I can't understand why this quarterback is in the building. His quarterback is saying he has elite traits. His head coach is saying he's made strides, remarkable strides, but yet Cleveland media is hell-bent on, with Deshaun Watson. Of course, Bobby. Deshaun Watson is bad. But yet you still say he's going to start when they're telling you they haven't even decided. I'm lost.
Drake.
I don't understand.
Drake, hold on. Andy and I gave you our opinion who we think will probably start right now. Who I hope starts out of the group they have is the guy you want to have start.
Jeff, you named 20 quarterbacks, and none of them can hold a candle to Shedeur. Not even Tua, who before last year...
You did watch Shedeur play last year, right?
Before last year, yes, I did. I watched him play with practice squad players and offensive linemen coming off the street. That's what I watched him.
Well, that's all they had to offer anybody.
Jeff, his team dissipated before him. Now, if you're gonna tell me that, the quarterback in New York Giants is a solidified quarterback, but he didn't have a better season than Shedeur. To me, he played with proven players. Shedeur played with people off the practice squad, and y'all still judged him like he was supposed to be a Pro Bowler. I don't understand
Drake,
it.
Drake, the reality.
He was a Pro Bowler.
Drake, you were pumped up. That's good. The reality is he wasn't very good last year. There are a lot of factors involved. The reality is he wasn't very good. Hopefully he's much better this year, and he's the guy, and he shows them that they don't need to draft a quarterback in 2027. I would be all for that.
Jeff, but here's the problem. It doesn't matter what you say.
To know he wasn't very good last year.
It doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter what I say, and I do appreciate Drake, but it doesn't matter what he says. The team said, let's go out and get another first-round pick for next year. Why?
In a heavy quarterback draft.
Why? Okay. Thank you.
There you go. Terry Pluto.
It's not on us. Sorry, I'm not taking the blame for this.
Terry Pluto is columnist for the PlainDealerCleveland.com. I want to get Terry's thoughts on this before we get to
Let
NBA
me give you one more
free agency
thing. Can I give you one more tiny
Well,
thing?
Dan's telling us to go to break, so no.
Oh, come on, man. It was. Never mind. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Pluto next.
This is an Odyssey.
and on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free.
Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. Jeff Phelps, Andy Baskin. We're going to go to the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. This gentleman is the sports columnist for the Plain Dealer and Cleveland.com. He's the former Indians beat reporter for the Plain Dealer. He's the former Cavs beat reporter for the Beacon Journal. He's the author of 40 or so books. He writes a great religion column, and he is the king of moose hunting when he vacations out west. He's Mr. Terry Pluto. Hello, Terry.
Well, I think it's easier to find a moose than to find a quarterback based on that list of names I heard from you guys.
What if we could find a quarterback named Moose?
Yeah,
Then we'd
named Moose. Well, there's never been a great quarterback named Moose. It's been running backs and all that.
Yeah, that's true.
And Terry doesn't hunt moose. He looks for moose. He looks for moose.
Yeah, that's that. So,
let me ask you this though, before we get to the NBA free agency, if you're the Browns and you have 17 games, would before you get to the 2027 draft, would you look around at other guys who you might have had more highly rated than Shedeur or Dillon and think, should we try and give those guys a look, or should we just stick with these two young guys here and maybe Deshaun and see what we do?
You consider Dillon one of the young guys? Okay, because
even though Todd Monken has forgotten his name apparently.
Yeah, well, there's probably reasons for that, but in terms of, I'm in no rush to bring anybody else into the quarterback situation, just because if you really want, for example, Shedeur to play and get a look at him, well, then set it up that way so you don't have now four quarterbacks, and whether it's somebody like Milroe or somebody else. Well, you got to look at him too, and you got to look at this guy too. You look at everybody, you see nothing, and at least that's my feeling. And there's all the salary cap reasons why they can't get rid of Deshaun. And so there we are. I mean, in the end, they're going to need to find a quarterback a year from now. But you might as well take a good look at Sanders and find out.
Would we have nothing to talk about if Todd Monken just came out and said, Shedeur Sanders is our starting quarterback week 1, and he will be our starting quarterback going into camp? Would that end this conversation?
It probably would, but if he said the other way, Watson was the quarterback, that would get a whole lot of conversation going. But in the end, I think the plan was originally, let's go at Watson first and get switch to Sanders later. It's always easier to go from the old guy to the young guy. And as you mentioned, there's 17 games. There's plenty of that to go. I don't know. I have to admit, I'm a little weary of the quarterback talk because we just go over the same names and same scenarios, and it's fun to play the let's go through the rumor sale and see if we can find something worthwhile. But man, those names, I had just come from my hour just when I was listening to that, and I thought I was feeling better until I heard all those names, and then suddenly all the symptoms came back.
We are the anti-Zyrtec, just in case you're wondering.
Again, I wasn't advocating for those guys, Terry. My thought was just,
especially Anthony Richardson, I'd rather find a moose. I'm serious. This guy, I never understood the fascination with him to begin with.
Colts loved him.
Jeff loves him.
Yeah,
I find him interesting.
Everybody needs to get some love from somewhere. I get it.
There you go.
It's all right. Hey, if Jeff had his way, DeShone Kizer would still be the guy.
Now, that is the dang truth. You did him no favors.
Boy, that is, I mean, that, by the way, that was the classic. Instead of making sure Shedeur got enough
first team
reps and all that. Yeah, this was the opposite.
Yeah,
let's just throw him in there, not just into the water, tell him to swim. Let's put weights on his ankles and playing with that team, and then see how he does.
And call him the franchise quarterback on top of everything else. Oh.
Yeah, and I mean, it was that Hugh Jackson. He was so mad about them getting Brock Osweiler, who he didn't want, and the plan was to have Brock Osweiler go out and take a beating for a while. That he just refused to play him. And so it didn't matter who it was. His name wasn't Brock Osweiler, so Hugh wanted him. This history of this franchise and how they view quarterbacks is they should study this one day in the sports management class of like how not to do it. I still get emails about the homeless guy drafting Johnny Manziel.
Hey, Terry, we got some news here you might want to hear.
Yeah, guys, Chris Haynes of Amazon on Twitter breaking: LeBron James has informed the Los Angeles Lakers that he will play elsewhere for the 2026-27 season, his agent Rich Paul tells me.
Okay.
Oh, well, that's news.
That is news.
Okay.
Does that whole situation smell like Golden State to you, Terry?
Yes,
more than Cleveland?
Yeah. If LeBron were to come back to Cleveland, let me throw this out. You guys should ponder this.
Mm-hmm.
All he can do is ruin his legacy, unless he happens to win another title here, which is difficult. But right now, he is viewed as, the preeminent, not only of the best player that they ever had here, but making the greatest accomplishment in NBA playoff history. Coming back from 3-1. As you mentioned, that team is always revered. He'll always be revered. You come back here at the age of 41, you're playing next to 37-year-old James Harden, and trying to kind of make this work. I just, if I were him, I think I'd rather go to Golden State and try it with those guys. But that's me.
And the crew that they have talked about putting together out there with Draymond, Steph Curry, and Anthony Davis. That to me screams, like the Space Cowboys movie with Clint Eastwood and James Garner and Tommy Lee Jones. Donald Sutherland. It's the same deal.
Do you find it fun to watch, but not exactly? If you look at the teams that have been winning, they tend to be younger, quicker, more athletic. Frankly, none of those things. But LeBron has always been attracted by trying to put his own AAU team together. And that would be, his friends and that would be there. It's an interesting story. It's another summer of LeBron. But am I wrong on that? I mean, coming back here, you would be coming to a team that was in the Final Four, basically a championship or bust. And if it were to go sideways, and it easily could, I don't know. I mean, not over there, but this is.
But is he?
He's got his legacy here.
Yeah, he does. I just going to Golden State's a little. It's a little quirky because of what happened. Because they were the team that we faced. Here's
a long time ago, though.
I know. I'm not going to get upset about it, but it's quirky. But here's the interesting thing, and maybe this tells us how much LeBron has changed over the years. I mean, let's not forget when he decided to do the decision, the Cavs found out seconds before he went on the air. Now he's letting Los Angeles know.
Sorry, it's in my book. You want it? The guy that actually called to tell them was Rich Paul called, I believe it was Chris Grant at the time, and said the show was just getting ready to start. And that's when he heard he's going to Miami. So it wasn't seconds, but it was close. Because if you remember, John was James Gray, or who the heck was
Jim Gray. I will never forget.
God. It
Jim
was
Gray.
Insufferable forever before they finally got to where you're going to play.
Yes.
I mean, I thought they were going to ask, what kind of shampoo do you use? I mean, he just went on and on.
He did say Head and Shoulders, didn't he? I think he did.
Yeah, right. And, of course, now he's bald like the rest of us, so you don't have to worry about it. But in terms of that's exactly what it was, because I really kind of wanted to know when. And I think that the main agent for that did not step up, because Rich was just a younger guy then.
Yes.
He had not taken over as LeBron's agent, and he was just kind of helping, and he was interning at, I think, the agency there. So he actually – I always respected Rich for that. Yes.
But here we hear it before, right? So Los Angeles – like we all had a heads up. It's not like Los Angeles isn't going to find out with the rest of us when he is – where if he ends up with Golden State.
I'm sure he told – and I'm sure Rich told the Lakers this morning or whenever, so – because Rich, you could not like this or that. I mean, Rich has really emerged as a terrific agent. You've never heard any really, bad things about that part, and it's a remarkable story. I mean, he went to Benedictine, by the way,
yes.
My alma mater, so we blue Bengals stand up for each other.
Sure.
But it's been impressive to see that. And so, yeah, it does smell like Golden State. But, when was the last time one of these quote-unquote super teams put together really did work in the NBA?
Celtics? Ray Allen, Garnett, Paul Pierce, maybe?
Did you say Golden State when Durant came?
In Miami.
Yeah.
Miami.
Yeah, well, I mean, you could say, Miami. That would be it. And that's what I was thinking.
And Golden State, maybe Andy's right, when Durant went and joined.
Durant, but of course they won. Didn't they win two? They won one without him. That's right.
They won one without him and two with him. Yeah.
Terry, more important, when you go to the Hall of Fame inductions for Benedictine with Rich Paul, do you guys have powder blue jackets that you have to wear?
Hey, Rich deserves all the good feelings that he can get from the alma mater. That's for sure.
Okay. Terry Pluto joining us. Terry, I think Kobe Altman is a good general manager. He's a bold general manager.
Mm-hmm.
Is good and bold enough to add to this team given the circumstances the Cavs are dealing with? And I say that just with money. They seem locked in on Harden, Mitchell, Mobley, Allen. Is there enough there that he can make the kind of move that can be a significant piece for this team?
Well, they don't want to be in the second apron again. I mean, that's for sure, because they discovered not only the financial things, but how it ties your hands. I mean, when they ended up trying to move Garland, they basically had to take Harden because they were matching up salaries. You can't collate. There's all these stupid rules.
Right.
And so it was a trade of convenience. The Cavs wanted to get rid of Garland, and the Clippers wanted to get rid of Harden. And the salaries matched up, so they went for it. But they had to promise James something, which was a 2-year deal of some sort, or he wasn't coming. And you can't challenge him on that because he'll just sit out. He doesn't care. He drives hard bargains. He's asked for trades 4 times in the last 6 years and worked each time. So they did that, and I think they would say, first of all, that was one of their big moves, was doing that. And they would argue that I believe the last time we've had repeat champions was the Golden State Warriors in 17 and 18. And if you really look at the last couple of years, the team that lost in the Eastern Conference Finals turned around and won it the next year. Indiana lost to whoever it was the year before, and then they ended up going into the Eastern Conference Finals and losing OKC. And then the following year, and they had knocked off New York, and then New York went to the finals this year. Now, does that mean the Cavs will go and necessarily do it? No, but it shows that sometimes you have to go through that gauntlet to get to the championship round. And I don't have any great ideas for them, guys. I'm failing totally on that.
I wonder, Terry, and Donovan Mitchell's a tremendous player. Harden was a tremendous player and is still really good. Can Kenny Atkinson coach this group differently? Can he ask them to do different things, or are they locked into their games? Because they're both Hall of Fame guys. But I wonder, is what they're doing going to work?
Well, the one time I know, one of the things James Harden said a couple of years ago about, can you fit in the system? And Harden said, well, I'm actually the system.
It's a good line.
He's very blunt on how he thinks. It's like they could trade me anytime, so I could ask for a trade anytime I want. That's kind of how it works. Now, I'll say a ton of this about Harden. He'll play a lot of minutes. He hates load management. He likes to play. He plays his own way, but he likes to play. And I do agree with Kenny and some others who said they would not have made the Eastern Conference Finals without that deal, because Garland at the end of the year admitted he was playing on 9 toes. This is what the Clippers. He played only 18 games.
Huh.
So that wasn't going to work. But, flip side, he also made more turnovers in the playoffs than anybody else. And we saw what up and down it was. But if you notice, they didn't hunt him out all the time to get him in bad defensive matchups. Nobody's ever going to make him defensive player of the year, but at least that was not as glaring as like when Garland was here. Can Kenny get it to change a whole lot? Probably Donovan is more likely to do that than James.
They're not making major moves, right? I was reading through the headline the other day, and just their move was Harden. That was it.
Yeah. I mean, in terms of a major one, they broke up the quote unquote core four. They don't want to trade Mobley, for what? I mean, they don't have a lot of draft picks to trade. They don't have a ton to trade unless you want to. Now, you could trade Jared Allen for some stuff, but then if you're going to have Harden and Donovan in the backcourt, you better have some size out of the basket. And by the way, Mobley is not the most durable 82 games a year guy either. Let's be honest.
Oh, that's true.
So you need that second big guy. I thought I brought Bryant back, but that's not enough. He's a nice third guy, but.
Terry Pluto joining us from the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com. What about Evan Mobley?
Mm-hmm.
Would you move him? Would you build around him? Is what he's doing now just fine, or is there more there? And should they do more to see if they can get that out of him?
Well, when they tried to make him this big offensive force, it screwed up the whole offense. I thought. I think just the other thing, kind of let him play the game his way. He had pretty good playoff games, and generally overall was pretty good. And I think one of the mistakes they made is they almost like branded him, remember, a future Hall of Famer, not long after drafting him. Well, maybe that's not him, but maybe he's like really good. He's a very good defensive player. He can score close to 18 to 20. He can get you 10 rebounds and defend. I mean, what's wrong with that?
I don't think anything.
Yeah.
I don't think anything.
Other than you want the savior. I mean, that's always kind of the Cleveland thing.
Yeah.
And the only savior to show up was LeBron in his prime back in 2014, which what he did from 2014, what he did from the 4 years in Miami, followed by the 4 years in Cleveland, he went to the finals 8 straight years. He won 3 titles. He did that with 3 different coaches in that 8 years he played for. He won with Spoelstra. He won with David Blatt, not a title, but went to the finals, and he won with Ty Lue. We haven't seen Ty Lue in the finals since. Poor David Blatt, ended up going back to Europe, and he's battled MS since. And Spoelstra, coaches forever. But he hasn't won a title since LeBron left either. LeBron, by the way, LeBron got a lot of coaches paid, too. It's incredible when you look at that. Yeah. And then you go to L.A. Now, he was there, 8 years? I mean, they went to the finals once in the bubble and won it, but he's not the same LeBron who could drag that team in 2015. Remember, everybody's hurt, and you got Delly playing and Tristan and all that to the finals.
Yeah.
Or the LeBron in 2018 with Larry Nance Jr. and Clarkson and those guys, dragged them to the finals. That LeBron, see, a lot of people in their mind, they have that LeBron frozen. Now, he's still very good, but he's not that guy. And that's why I think he's going to be maybe careful where he's going. But I'm with you. I don't think Rich announces that unless he's got something that he is all set to move on to.
Terry, thank you, buddy. We appreciate your time as always. Terry Pluto, PlainDealerCleveland.com. Read his books, listen to his Terry's Talking podcast. It's great stuff. Thank you, bud.
See you at the Benedictine Hall of Fame meeting. Thanks.
You're such a smart guy. LeBron James telling the Lakers, I'm not coming back. I'm playing elsewhere. Folks, is this your opening? Or is it, if you want him here, is this the beginning of getting your heart crushed? It's next on Baskin and Phelps.
quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Your mornings are about to change with 92.3 The Fan. We're going local at 5 a.m. It's The Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. All the latest from the night before in Cleveland sports and getting your day started even earlier. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Welcome back to Basket and Phelps. Terry Pluto, plain dealer, Cleveland.com, was just with us when the news came out that LeBron James' representation, probably Rich Paul, has told the Los Angeles Lakers, thank you, but we're moving on. We're moving on. Here's what Terry had to say when that news broke.
He's not the same LeBron who could drag that team in 2015. Remember, everybody's hurt. You got Delly playing and Tristan and all that to the finals.
Yeah.
Or the LeBron in 2018 with Larry Nance Jr. and Clarkson and those guys, drag them to the finals. That LeBron, see, a lot of people in their mind, they have that LeBron frozen. Now, he's still very good, but he's not that guy. And that's why I think he's going to be maybe careful where he's going. But I'm with you. I don't think Rich announces that unless he's got something that he is all set to move on to.
That makes sense.
I agree. He's not saying anything unless he's got something in the bank. So,
what do you think?
Golden State? I think it's Golden State.
I do too. I think Terry's thought is on the money. If LeBron comes back to Cleveland and it's anything other than winning another championship, doesn't help his legacy any. You can go give it a shot at Golden State. And that'd be, with Steph and Draymond and maybe Anthony Davis. That could be fun.
Does anybody care here?
I think so.
I'm not trying to be obtuse about it. I'm just like
obtuse. Listen to you.
Obtuse.
Wow.
I've watched Shawshank
Somebody
Redemption.
watches Shawshank every week.
Yeah, I watch.
Keep that word fresh in your
just
mind.
For the word. Yeah, just for the word. This pie is horrible,
I do think that LeBron would be
the cash underneath it.
If LeBron wanted to, he would be the absolute perfect fit. Absolute perfect fit at small forward for the Cavs. If he were okay with playing second fiddle to Donovan Mitchell. I was trying to think of a better way to say it, but I don't think there is a better way to say it. I mean, Donovan is the man. If LeBron came in, and I don't think he would. I mean, if he could play the same role he played when Luka went to the Lakers, and I think he could, and you'd need him to play about 50 games in the regular season and be ready for the playoffs. But
here's the thing, though.
It smells like Golden State to me.
But he doesn't have to play. I mean, he can only play. He could do 20 minutes here. 20 minutes a game, 25 minutes a game, right?
Well, in theory.
Yeah, I mean, you're not asking him to play the entire game. So
you're asking him to be okay for the playoffs. That's all you're asking.
Yeah, if I had a better feeling about the relationship with Dan Gilbert, then I would probably be like, you know what, maybe there is a shot he's coming back. I just don't see it. I don't see it. I think the organization wants to, and it's nothing. I think they want to do it their way for once. But their way didn't get them a win in the Eastern Conference Finals this year. So maybe, and the other thing is, as an organization, do you want to have to push the LeBron button to try to win another championship? I'll take the championship. I don't care what buttons you push.
Oh, that's nice of you.
But it's got to be Golden State and the Cavs, and I think Terry's right that what does he have to prove here anymore? Isn't it?
There's another team that I'll throw out there.
Miami?
Yep.
Well, it's good to be wanted by multiple suitors too, to try to raise the price. I just don't know how the Cavs can pay for him for next year.
Can I throw out another team?
Yeah, you got one more in this one? Don't say the Knicks.
San Antonio?
I just don't see it.
I don't either, but it would make some sense.
As far as trying to win a championship? Is that why?
Yeah.
You could probably say the same thing for us.
I don't think so, Andy.
Jeff, I listened to you for a year say the only thing this team would be missing if you took the 4 guys, well, at least since Harden got here, was that if you brought LeBron in. There's a part of me that thinks that if LeBron wants to try to put together a super team again, we've seen teams, especially the Cavaliers, especially that last year, try to bring in any piece possible to make it a winner again. And I just don't know if, is Golden State the answer there? I feel like I'm watching the movie about the old astronauts. They all got back together and tried to fly to the moon.
I mentioned that to Terry.
Oh, same thing.
Did you not hear that?
I missed that. What was the name of the movie?
Space Cowboys.
The Space Cowboys. That was it.
Yeah. I went into the whole thing with Terry. Where were you?
I was.
Were you sitting here next to me?
I was doing research.
Paying no attention?
I was, but I thought this for a couple days, so it doesn't really matter what you said.
I thought it for a couple of days. I just didn't think I'd vocalize it.
Well, the first time I heard him said Golden State, I thought of that. I thought of that movie.
James Garner was underappreciated in that movie.
Gentlemen, you ready for this?
Yes.
Okay.
Chris Haynes, Amazon. Cleveland Cavaliers have interest in a second reunion with LeBron James, with the appeal of the franchise's greatest player finishing his career where it started, league sources tell Chris Haynes.
Well, that makes sense. It makes sense. Does it make sense to him? I mean, he owns a house. You got to do is drive up 77. You go to work.
Is Chris getting the scoop that he's coming back here? What was that? Who was the guy the other day that said he was coming back? The guy that called it the other day.
Guy who called it years ago.
Yeah, same thing.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Look, I do think if LeBron were willing, you could flat out drop him into this lineup and it would be great.
Yeah, I do too. I think it changes things.
If you had to do a sign and trade, and that would mean moving on from Jarrett Allen probably. Jarrett would be the piece that the Lakers would probably want. They did just bring back DeAndre Ayton, but they'd love to get Jarrett Allen out there as well. Put Jarrett with Luka, that'd be nice. Jarrett would just be a nice piece to add to the Lakers.
Let's throw it out there. Do you want LeBron back? Do you want the Cavs to make a hard push for LeBron to come back? I'd love it. Look, if he came back and played for the Cavs, I'd be all. Especially if you didn't have to move anything. If you could stay with Allen, Mobley, Harden, Mitchell, and LeBron, I'd be okay with that.
That would mean LeBron would have to take the mid-level exception.
Unless they're dumping out other. I don't know. Is there enough money they can dump out to give him? Is that possible, Dan? That they could start.
Oh, anything's possible, Andy.
I'm sure they could work on something.
I'm not trying to say that to sound like a jerk. I mean that honestly. Like they could gut this whole darn thing. You just got to get two to tango. Could you attach some of the larger salaries? Could you attach a Max Strus to a pick or a cheaper guy and get either A, somebody cheaper, or B, a draft pick back? Sure. You probably could make that work.
You think he's a package deal with his kid?
Yes.
Or do you think they separate?
No.
Ronnie has his own house in L.A.
I mean, mom's still there, right?
Well, for now.
I'd like to try to figure out how do you figure out the math?
What would be more appealing to LeBron? Playing, and we'll talk about this next. What would be more appealing? Playing with Steph Curry and, let's say, Draymond. You're not going to say Anthony Davis until he actually gets traded there. Steph Curry and Draymond. Giannis and Bam. Or Mobley, Allen, Mitchell, Harden.
Giannis
screams,
and Bam.
Yep, screams Miami to me, too.
Yeah, it does.
It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
Hey.
agency. Guardians hoping to snap the Rangers' 5-game win streak tonight after dropping the series opener last night. Tanner Bybee gets the start for Cleveland. Jacob deGrom will toe the rubber for Texas. First pitch is at 6:40. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan, on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
That's Andy Baskin. I'm Jeff Phelps. 216-474-0092, the number to join us. Cav fans, here you go. LeBron James informing the Lakers he will play elsewhere in 2026-27. Do you want him? Do you want him back here?
I think the answer is yes. I can't imagine. If you're a Cavs fan, you want him back. You do. You want to see him play here again. You'd love to see him end his career here. You'd love to see if he could get one more championship here in Cleveland. I kind of feel like this thing's going towards Golden State or maybe Miami. Maybe you are right about that, Jeff. I don't know. He leaves us hanging. He always gives us some drama.
Let's just go straight basketball.
Yes.
Straight basketball.
Yes, I want him back.
At his age.
Yes, still, I don't care.
And his still playing well at his age, his game is exactly what this team needs. Now, his defense isn't what it used to be. You'd put him next to Donovan Mitchell, whose defense, and you put him next to James Harden, whose defense, well, you don't want to trade Allen and Mobley at that point, do you?
No, not at all. No.
They're the erasers in the back.
Yeah.
LeBron wouldn't, you would think, need the shots that he might have taken in the past. I don't know. But see, that's where an ego thing comes into play. Can you see LeBron James suddenly saying, I'm good averaging 9 points a game? I'm good averaging 14 points a game. I can't see that either.
I can't, no.
LeBron has averaged 20 or more points a game in every year of his career. His two lowest, his rookie year and last year, when he averaged 20.9 points a game in both years. Every other year he's averaged, 20-something or 30. And his game's never been dominated by his scoring, but his scoring has never been low either.
Yeah.
He can pass the ball. He can rebound. Played in 60 games last year. From a straight basketball standpoint, Andy, he's a perfect fit.
So what's your take on Chris Haynes and what Chris Haynes just put up?
Said the Cavs are interested in bringing it back.
Here's the exact.
They should
tweet.
They should definitely say.
I think they should say it too. Cavaliers have interest in a second reunion with LeBron James. Oh, wouldn't it be a third?
No, it wasn't reunited the first time.
But it felt so good.
Cavaliers. Thank you, Peaches.
You got it, Herb. Have interest in a second reunion with LeBron James with the appeal of the franchise's greatest player finishing his career where it all started. League sources tell me. Who's telling Chris that? Who's saying to Chris in the front office? And by the way, that's the right thing to say?
Well, Chris used to cover the Cavaliers for the Plain Dealer.
Right. No, I get all that.
You can be sure it's probably Kobe Altman.
Or someone close.
Or Dan Gilbert.
Or somebody who went to Philadelphia. Right? Philadelphia? Isn't that where Gansey went?
Mike Gansey.
Yeah. I gotta be honest, I thought we had no hope, and then Chris put that out there, and it made me think, maybe there is something there.
There's another aspect to this. Tell me if this actually means anything.
Okay.
Think he wants to come home?
He's been home the last couple of days. I mean,
but he owns a house here. This is still home. Mom's here.
Maybe he does want to come home. Maybe he does.
Have you seen winters in L.A., Miami?
Yeah.
Compared to here?
Oh, I thought you were about Brian Winters, the former assistant coach.
Love Brian Winters.
Milwaukee.
Very nice fellow.
Mm-hmm. I don't. Man, he makes it so interesting. He makes the game interesting right now. There's a part of me that does not want to see him go to Miami again. Like, that brings up a lot of bad memories. I think
Golden State just signed Kristaps Porzingis again.
Yeah, I have more.
LeBron, Curry, Draymond, Porzingis.
Is it easier to win in the West now or in the East?
It's easier to win in the East.
I agree to a point. I want to see what Miami looks like.
San Antonio, Oklahoma City.
Can you see him going back to Miami?
Yes.
Dan?
Yeah. I mean, he could go anywhere he wants, Andy. It's only going to be for a year.
Well, I can't even
imagine.
He can't go everywhere.
Yeah,
There's other places. You think he's going to the Knicks now?
Could go sign a mid-level exception.
Oh, that's true.
Always wanted to play in New York. It's the Mecca. Now that the Mecca is not in Milwaukee anymore.
Is that ring chasing?
Yes, it is. Why wouldn't you if you're LeBron?
Well, no, I'm saying if you go to New York, is that straight ring chasing?
I mean, not if he goes to Brooklyn.
Who's the coach in New York?
Oh, that's true. Oh,
Sorry.
yeah, his favorite coach
that
of
was
all time.
low-hanging fruit.
Mike Brown.
Who's the offensive coordinator? Chris Gent.
Yeah.
Who was the?
Although I saw Chris was up for a gig.
Who was the shooting coach who LeBron had travel the world with him? Chris Gent.
I heard some rumors about him.
About Chris?
Yeah, about
I
him
hope
being,
they're nice. He's a fine fella.
Yeah, he was in the mix for Portland. That's what it was. He was in the mix for Portland.
Yeah, well, he didn't get hired.
Yeah.
Hey, you might not remember, but when LeBron, I forget what he was traveling for.
I remember Chris was at Ohio State.
I forget exactly what it was, but Chris Gent traveled the world with LeBron to help him with his shooting. And it was before, I believe it was just before Chris was a full-time assistant with the Cavs. So LeBron has ties there, has ties in Miami. You know, it might not have ended well there, but sorry. Pat Riley's a businessman. He's a basketball businessman. He could let bygones be bygones. They just brought in Giannis. By God, he better put a team around him.
I wonder how quick this is going to play out.
The Miami situation.
Remember, we thought that too. And the year he made the decision, he was the last to go, not the first.
The reason I think this is quick is I don't think he makes this announcement unless he knows what's next. Unless there's some kind of back channeling that has taken place.
Unless he has two fish on the same hook and he wants to get a little bidding war or somebody to commit ASAP.
Can we also take half a sec on things that don't totally matter but probably should be said?
Mm-hmm.
The timing of this is interesting because yesterday, Bronny's contract became guaranteed for next year. So just want to throw that out there too. A bunch of people have had that Bronny's contract became guaranteed for the next year. So,
by the way, Bronny got a contract of like $7 million, something like that, for multiple years.
So dad looking after his kids. So good on him.
So then maybe he's good to walk away.
But free agency also begins at 6. Let's not forget that timing of this either. Right?
Yeah. I here's the question is, Cavs fans, do you care? I don't even know if it's a matter of do you want him back. Do you care, or are we past it? Like, he went to L.A., this team won a championship. They all got back together last week. That was fun to look at those pictures. But, are we now will be 11 years since they won a championship. Do you think they could win another championship? Is he the missing piece to this team being able to get by the Knicks?
Let me add a little bit of information here. Anthony Slater, who covers the Golden State Warriors for ESPN, adds in this. The Warriors' decision makers have been given no indication at this hour that they are the firm LeBron James landing spot per sources. There is a belief that they'll have plenty of appeal, but it appears to be some level of recruitment required.
Guess what?
He wants to be recruited.
That's exactly right.
Let's not forget all the teams they brought into Cleveland, and
even
they
at the
all
age of,
marched into the IMG building.
Even at the age of 41, he's made himself the story. And that's okay.
Yeah.
That's okay.
This is his last chance to do it, too.
Well, I would certainly think so. I mean, can anybody can anybody really expect him to play as well as he did last year at the age of 42, which he'll turn in December? I don't think that's a fair expectation. I also don't think he'll fall off the face of the earth as a player. I think he'll be good, but it's a different type of recruitment now, Andy. He's not your A-list. He's not your A-list free agent. What he is now is a really nice piece to add to a team that might have championship aspirations. I mean, he's not like if he goes to Miami, you okay playing third fiddle and being the elder statesman?
What fiddle is he here?
Fourth.
I can't see it.
You want Evan Mobley to develop? LeBron might be the guy who could push him over the top. Either that or take enough shots away from him that he becomes insignificant, which, well, that's the wrong word. But this situation here to me, though I think LeBron would be a perfect fit with the other guys that would start, the other four guys, if they're all still here, I don't know if this is one that would appeal to him. What appeals to him, I would think, maybe he thinks he could push it over the championship top, and it's home.
All right, you want me to throw another
was
wrench?
Home, anyway.
You may throw another wrench in the engine?
Why not? Dan's got something.
Jeannie Buss just put out a statement thanking LeBron for his time.
All right, he's done there.
So the Lakers have officially.
So he's done there.
Mm-hmm.
All right. What if? Remember? How about the story from a couple days ago with Dan Gilbert that he's going to sell off a minority stake in the team to private equity?
Yeah.
What if this is the beginning of the end for Dan? What if Dan's ready to sell the team? And LeBron puts himself in a spot to, although he's LeBron's part of another private equity group, right? Part of that Red Sox group.
Yeah. He owns a piece of the Red Sox.
Yeah,
apparently.
but that's a part. I'm trying to remember the name of that group.
Yeah,
Fenway Group, isn't it? Is what they're called?
Yeah, I think that's right.
So I don't know. Maybe Dan is thinking, hey, whatever we can do, let's try to bring him in. And maybe Dan's thinking about, so this Blue Owl group.
LeBron's got a lot of money. Does he have enough to buy an NBA team
and
right
remember, there was talk that he was very interested in Vegas, but just didn't have the cash to pull off Vegas.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe they figured out a way for Dan or for LeBron to come back and then be a part of the ownership group here. I don't. You can't do that. But I'm just saying there are little things out here that kind of.
No, I'm not smiling because your thought is loony. I'm smiling because your thought is interesting, thought provoking.
Because LeBron eventually wants to own a team, and what?
Well, that's what we've been told.
Yeah.
What he seems to want to own is a lot of money, and he's done a great job of that.
I can congratulate him on that. That's a good idea. I respect that.
He's done a great job of that.
What do you think of that wrench? I don't know if it plays into this move or not.
I don't know either.
What happened on that plane?
What
happened on that plane when LeBron decided to come back and they kind of buried the hatchet for him to come back last time? What was said? What promises were made? This is a great movie.
Yes. We'll have your catering in the locker room.
Swenson's every day.
And fresh fruit.
Oh, that's good.
Folks, it's out there. Lakers say not coming back.
They said, see you later. Thank you for your time.
Well, LeBron said it, and then they said, yes, we've appreciated you very much. He's available. I know where he'd live. He's already got the house.
That's true.
They still have the practice facility in Independence. He wouldn't have to drive all the way to Cleveland yet.
Yet. Into the new
He's only going to play another year or two.
That's true. He doesn't even have to come to practice, does he?
Well, he should.
Just send him to plays.
Or could it lead to ownership?
We've had football quarterbacks in this town that have never opened a playbook before and seen the field.
It's Baskin and Phelps on the Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports.
throughout the day, get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Multitask this summer with your smart speaker. Crank up the Cleveland sports scene. And when you say play 92.3 The Fan.
Five hours away, start of NBA free agency. There's one out there who's not going back to his old team, and that would be the pride of St. Vincent St. Mary High School, LeBron James. He's told the Lakers, I'm going to play elsewhere next year. Lakers have said, best of luck to you. Thank you for your time. Glad you've played in Los Angeles for a longer stint than you played anywhere else.
Seems weird, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Doesn't feel that way.
His longest stint in Cleveland was 7 years. He played 8 in L.A.
But more combined years here.
More combined years here. Will there be more years to combine? That's the question.
Why don't you contemplate that while I tell you
yes,
that 92.3 The Fan is looking for a winner. Enter the code word CHIPS, 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 at 923thefan.com before 2 o'clock for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the Cleveland Irish Cultural Festival. That is July 17th to the 19th at the Cuyahoga County Fairgrounds. Get your tickets now at clevelandirish.org. That's clevelandirish.org. Again, the code word is CHIPS. It's all from the Cleveland Irish Cultural Festival and 92.3 The Fan.
That's Andy. I'm Jeff. LeBron James playing elsewhere next year. Could it be Cleveland? I mean, there are only 3 or 4 possibilities you would think. Miami, Golden State, Cleveland, and I'd throw in as a hoot San Antonio.
San Antonio's there are reports there.
I don't see Oklahoma City from a basketball standpoint would make a lot of sense. That could work, but I don't see LeBron in Oklahoma City. And what matters to LeBron now? Is it attention? Which I don't think it is. Mm-mm. Is it coming back home just to be home? And I'm calling Akron home still. Mm-hmm. Is that it? Is it trying to get another championship ring on your way out the door? And
is it
how long does he want to play?
Is it writing chapter of one of the best stories in sports history? Is that it? Is it about the book?
Yeah, but what if it doesn't work? And here's another thing.
If it doesn't work, you're Jordan.
Think about
you're Jordan.
Think about LeBron.
You're Jordan in Washington. Big deal.
Okay.
No one cares.
Think about LeBron here, first time around. Young guy, up and coming, trying everything they can to build around him, and then he leaves. Then he comes back, but he was the focal point of that team.
Right.
And then he came back, and he was incredibly the focal point of the team the second time around.
Although Kyrie did take a good chunk of that. He did. If Kyrie doesn't go off the rails at the end, Kyrie is still getting...
Kyrie from a basketball standpoint, but, I mean, LeBron was the man. What would Donovan Mitchell think? If LeBron came back to Cleveland, LeBron's the focal part of the team from an attention standpoint, whether he wants it or not.
Especially if he's doing a tour. If he's doing a tour, then 100% right. You're 100%.
Would that go over okay with Donovan? Jared Allen wouldn't care. Evan Mobley wouldn't care. James Harden might not care. Would Donovan Mitchell care? I mean, this is Donovan's team. I mean, it's flat out Donovan's team.
So walk into the room now, okay? Walk into the room, and you're sitting there, and Kobe Altman's like, and someone says LeBron wants to come back. Now what do you do? What are you doing?
You make it work.
At what price? And how much of the future are you?
Well, now, see, that's the thing. If you're a team that would like to add LeBron, by LeBron, and this is why you would think that he has a pretty good idea what he's going to do. He's just eliminated some leverage, hasn't he?
Yeah. Has LeBron eliminated leverage? No, I think he has made teams
He's either put several teams on guard, like, hey, I'm available and I'm going to make a move, which might up the bidding process and the urgency, or he's eliminated the team that a lot of folks thought he'd just go back to, in which case, hey, you're not going back to L.A. We've got a vet minimum for you.
There's two things here. One, I think he knows what he's doing, right? Don't you? I don't think he did this.
Andy, he's never not known what he's doing.
Always known. Just on the surface, though?
He and his guys have done a phenomenal job navigating his NBA career. Phenomenal. All the credit to them. They've done a great job. He knows what he's doing.
On the surface.
Yep.
Oh, go ahead.
Jim's in Cleveland. Hey, Jim.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
This LeBron thing, years ago when he left, I predicted when he went to Miami, it was towards the end of that run, and I saw something at an Ohio State game, and I told everyone he's coming back. He said, how do you know? After what happened in Cleveland, I said he's coming back. And one of my close friends, he said, well, I'll let you know when the moving vans pull up to Florida. About 2 weeks later, he calls me, he says, there's moving trucks in front of his house in Florida. I think he's coming back. And then, of course, he did. They won the title. When he left for L.A., nobody was really super PO'd like they were the first time. The question is, oh, my God, would it be great? He would fit like a glove.
Wait, I thought you had like some inside scoop that the moving trucks were like from Cleveland. They were coming back here.
No.
I
I don't know how he knew, but he knew. And they ended up out in Bath dropping his stuff off. But this time, it's going to take a little more. I mean, my God, Jaron Allen, Donovan, Mobley, and the Beard with LeBron, that's a hell of a lineup. I'm game. I would love to see him finish his career here. And I kind of made that prediction. And it's not just about that. It's about the whole ball of wax. This guy's one of the best players ever play the game. But what's it going to cost us? Max Strus, I don't think is going to be enough. Now, the same buddy told me that he's
a free agent. He's a free agent. You don't have to trade for him. Now, the Lakers could do a sign and trade to facilitate the deal. We've seen that before, haven't we?
It could help you with a little more cap to give him some more. To give you more money to. I don't know. How do you make that?
Pay him, The other thing I heard, you guys had a guy on. I don't know. It was about a month ago or so. And he was talking about these 2-year deals, like to get LeBron to come back to spread the money out. And the same thing with James Harden, which I guess they're working on now, from what you guys have said.
Yep.
But anyway, I'll let you guys go run with the ball there.
Thank you. Thanks for he gave you the ball.
Thank you, Jim.
Take it. Dive right.
LeBron and James Harden.
Right 25 right. Go.
USA men's basketball teammates on the 2012 Olympic team in London. Jeff's in Cleveland. Hey, Jeff.
Hey, Jeff.
Yeah, without LeBron James, the Los Angeles Lakers are just Los Angeles. Without LeBron James, Doncic is just Luka. Austin Reeves is just Reeves.
Just Reeves.
Our kid
He's
LeBron
just rich
James,
is what he is,
I'm
Jeff.
talking about this era. Our kid LeBron James made the Lakers what they are today. You can score 1 million points, but if you don't do anything,
that Jerry West and Chamberlain and
Kobe
Jabbar and Magic and
Kobe,
Worthy and Kobe. They were. Thank you, Jeff.
The LeBron era.
Those Lakers were something kind of before LeBron.
What's his legacy in L.A.?
That Shaq was pretty good.
His legacy in L.A. is the bubble championship, right?
Won the bubble title and brought the Lakers back to relevance. I mean, they were in the dumps before LeBron got there after Kobe had retired.
Yeah.
I mean, it was pretty ugly for a while until LeBron got there.
He sparked some life. Yeah.
I mean, it was the Jordan Clarkson, Julius Randle, Josh Hart was over there for a little bit. Like it was not pretty.
Could Donovan Mitchell be okay with a guy like LeBron?
Does Donovan Mitchell believe this is a missing link to get them to a championship? If the answer is yes, then he'll be okay with it. I think he'd be okay with it.
Are we making too big of a fuss over a guy who's going to be 42 in December?
That's the problem.
Yeah.
The problem is if I told you, hey, the Cavaliers were chasing a guy
at some point, Andy,
who's going to be, 43 as soon as we turn the calendar
He'll
year.
be 42 in December.
42.
He's 41 right now.
Okay, so that's the problem. And the hard part is we've seen it with pretty much every player that's ever played in the NBA. When it's over, it's over
It
fast.
can be over fast.
But he has broken all the odds all along the way, so who knows?
Would you tell James Harden to kick rocks if it meant LeBron coming back?
Yes, I would.
Okay.
I know you would.
Well, yeah, I'm not hiding that, but
you'd buy him steel-plated boots.
Oh, absolutely.
Would that be a bad move from a dealing with guys in the NBA?
I just don't I don't think you can have a functional NBA team with playoff aspirations with Donovan Mitchell, LeBron James, and James Harden. Just due to, and I know everybody would sit there and go, well, it works in 2K. It's like, yeah, but 2K isn't real life. I just don't think you can have a functional NBA team.
That's another problem. I can understand what you're saying there.
That's three guys who have spent their entire careers with the ball in their hands.
And which one of them are you going to point to and say, okay, you're going to need to turn into a spot-up shooter? Like, it worked with the Celtics.
Harden.
Oof, I don't know if you want that from James Harden.
Well, but you just said pick one.
Right.
Which one would it be? It's not going to be Donovan. And
I feel better with Donovan Mitchell turning into that guy, though.
And would you, hey, guys, you're still, we're knocking on the door of a Donovan extension. Think LeBron would come here on a vet minimum if Donovan Mitchell's making $65 million? Boy, there are a lot of limbs on this beast. Woo! I don't know, man. Don't know. The Cleveland story is the warm and fuzzy destination. You know, he's going back to Cleveland one more time. The Miami thing might be completing something as well.
What?
Repairing a fractured relationship? But he'd clearly,
I know what I'm thinking about.
He'd clearly be option number 2 there. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
I don't even mean on the floor. What I mean is, hey, who's the star of that team? Well, it's Giannis. If he went to San Antonio, well, it's Wemby. If he went to Golden State, well, it's Steph's team, and now he brought in help. If he came back to Cleveland, the franchise savior has returned. It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
their series opener last night. Tanner Bybee will be on the hill for Cleveland. Jacob deGrom will toe the rubber for Texas. First pitch is at 6:40. Want to catch highlights from the Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite the Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
ESPN basketball guru Shams Charania just listed some potential landing sites for LeBron James, who has just told the Lakers, I'm not coming back, and they said, good luck to you. We're going to have that for you in a second.
The Lakers had 8 lines, see you later, right?
Well, in a nice way.
Yeah, that was right. Hey, thank you. We
Jeannie
appreciate
Buss
it.
is a nice lady.
She is, as far as you know.
Good food in their press room, by the way.
Oh, good. Why don't you tell her that? Why don't you give her a buzz? You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony and Lima from 6 to 10, our show from 10 to 2, Afternoon Drive with Nick and Jonathan from 2 to 7. That's each and every weekday on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free and watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan live and on demand now.
All right, Shams Charania, who is busy today. Free agency begins at 6 o'clock. We'll see who's going where. Early returns on that one. LeBron James now clearly in the mix. Shams on his landing spots.
Audio courtesy of ESPN.
It's unclear what the timeline will be for LeBron James. Right now, he's spending time in the Ohio area, spending time with his family. He's going to make a decision on his own time, but there's no question. All of the NBA's contending teams are in the picture here for LeBron James. Rich Paul will call LeBron James to express interest as soon as free agency opens up at 6 p.m. Eastern time tonight. But out of all the contenders around the league, teams expect the Warriors, the Cleveland Cavaliers, the Miami Heat, all to emerge as among some of the suitors for LeBron James. Of course, you never know who could come out of the woodworks, who else could come aboard and pitch LeBron James on a vision to join a team and compete and be happy in his 24th NBA season.
All right, he listed those 3 among the teams. So, but we listed the same 3. Those are the most logical, obviously. Cleveland ties, Miami ties, Golden State, big reunion of old pals, take one last run at it. And Steve Kerr back as head coach after Steve took some time to think about it. The outsiders I'd throw in would be San Antonio and the Knicks. And, not sure how LeBron's relationship is with Mike Brown. Don't know that it's bad by any stretch. But Mike Brown, obviously his former coach here in Cleveland, and Chris Gent, his beloved shooting coach, offensive coordinator for the Knicks. Jordan Clarkson, his former Cavs teammate, baby.
Do you pull out the Family Guy episode they used on the recruiting pitch the first time he left? Do you pull that thing back out? Remember that?
Yeah, that's true.
They spent $300,000.
Dust that baby off. That would almost be funny.
That'd be awesome.
Hey, LeBron, we got something for you.
LeBron, hey, it didn't work the first time. Tell me if it's funny in reruns.
Cavs could pull him into a meeting. And instead of Pat Riley throwing down 7 or 8 rings,
just throw the one ring down.
They could throw one ring down. Hey, we want another. How about you? There's one aspect of this that I can't get out of my head because, and we've talked about it just a little bit, he's 41 years old. He'll be 42. It's not even like LeBron at 37. You know what I mean? At what point does this become a slightly diminished asset for a team? Isn't it here already? I mean, he's not quite the player he used to be. He's still damn good.
No.
But and he plays a position the Cavaliers are dying for.
Yep.
But he's 41. He'll be 42 before the calendar changes. And he's playing on a team with a 37-year-old point guard and an undersized shooting guard who could be making $60+ million a year. LeBron, how's that vet minimum? At least your house is paid for.
House is.
Many.
I don't. And going to Golden State though, there's an age thing there too, right?
Well, that would be putting the band back together, even though they were never together. Although LeBron and AD, even though AD's a Washington Wizard right now, and they'd have to pull off a big trade, and they don't have the assets to really do it.
I look at the starting five of Allen, Mobley, Harden, Mitchell, and LeBron.
That'd be phenomenal.
And think, okay, that's better. That's better, and that's got a shot to beat the Knicks, right? That's got a shot to beat the Knicks.
I would think so. You know what the most important thing would be to me out of that fivesome?
Mm-hmm.
It would be LeBron saying, "We're going to play team basketball here, and everybody's getting involved." James, you've averaged tons of points. Donovan, you've averaged tons of points. I've averaged tons of points. We're going to play as a team here and make this thing work so that none of us have to carry the load. We got the 24-year-old pogo stick over here. Let's use him. And maybe by spreading the wealth, I mean, from a basketball standpoint, Andy, I think it would be phenomenal. I think he'd be a great fit. He's exactly what they need, as long as they could all embrace what it is they'd be asked to do.
I still want to know how they figure out the numbers on it. That's another thing, too, because, well, you just re-signed Bryant and what else? Porter, right? So really that's the only thing kind of sitting there. I don't know how much cash you're going to be able to flush out with Struce Wade. I'm just looking at the numbers. I still, and could they do it you're not going to do a max deal, right?
With LeBron?
No.
Andy,
what do you got to pay him?
I think he would be.
What does he need?
Well, he doesn't need anything. What's his ego need?
No. Yeah, that's right. What does his ego need?
That's a different question. By the way, Jamie Watson, our Odyssey Sports World Cup insider, is going to join us at 1:30. So stick with us here.
We'll see what he thinks about LeBron.
No, we won't.
Oh. Could LeBron have played soccer?
If he wanted to go someplace and to win a championship, he'd go sign for a vet minimum. I don't know that.
That's not LeBron.
Well, it's not LeBron, but we've never seen 42-year-old LeBron before. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You go to Miami, Giannis is the man. You come to Cleveland, you might be the man because, it's your town, it's your fan base. You've been here twice, but it's Donovan's team.
Is it if he comes here?
Well, that's a question that would have to be answered.
What do you think the Cavs
worked through?
What do you think the Cavs could possibly be doing to kind of clear the deck to bring him back?
He and Larry Nance could carpool together if they wanted to. If Larry had any chance of coming back, it might be, hey, LeBron, I can drive. I'll pick you up, because they live about a half a mile from each other.
Well, that's good.
I'll bet it's about I'll bet it's about 500 yards from each other, actually. So, he'd have a carpool buddy.
Oh, that's great. Maybe they'll put a carpool lane in on 77. Maybe they'll give him his own little off ramp now that
It's not a bad idea.
Now they've taken. How about a shuttle underneath the ground? How about
not a bad idea either.
Their own little rapid, underground rapid. Subway.
LeBron lives a quarter of a mile from the highway exit.
Yeah,
it's not a big deal.
Yeah,
all you got to do is just jump right in there.
Bore a hole, throw some train tracks down, let them go. The river might get in the way a little, but it's all right.
It's going to be fascinating. Golden State or Miami, I would think, are the leading candidates here. You've mentioned something about team ownership. I wonder where the relationship is with Dan Gilbert and LeBron, if anything like that could ever happen.
Maybe it already did. Maybe it happened on a plane the last time he came back. I'm just throwing that out there. I'm completely speculating. I just think that if for him to get here, I think you're a 3-team deal, and maybe you're looking at one of the biggest. Could you throw Jaylen Brown in the mix and have this whole thing I don't put anything past the Cavaliers as trying to put as many ingredients in the pot. Would Boston be willing to hop in on a trade? If they move Jaylen Brown, if somebody's got draft picks,
there's a ton
of moving parts on that. Couldn't you see a LeBron back here as a 3-team deal that maybe takes away some of another player that might already be here, but adds another player and changes the mix? I could see that too.
I don't know how the Cavs pull that off.
I don't know how. Well, they need other teams involved.
See, I don't think you got what you have to bring in a 42-year-old guy.
He's not. Is he just a guy, or is he LeBron James?
Does it matter?
It does here.
He's 42.
Does that matter?
Yes. Yes. I think that really matters. We're going to get back to this. We'll be talking about it like crazy. But there's a huge event going on in our country, and ranch dressing has been the star. Let's go to the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Right hotline. Today's Insider Call presented by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's. He's our Odyssey Sports World Cup insider, Jamie Watson. Jamie, thanks for being with us. We appreciate it.
Hey, James.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Jeff, thank you for having me. Don't forget, Ranch has been the star, so is Taco Bell. I think Waffle House as well, from the foreigners coming and learning about all the delicacies inside the United States. And it's been incredible to see, hasn't it?
It's been funny, hasn't it, Jamie? It's been a lot of fun.
Remarkable.
And I think our country has come off really well and made a great impression. And first and foremost, you were hoping for that, with games all over the country. It seems it's played well. Agreed?
Yeah, it totally has. And you know what's really cool, social media, right, is all the craze, and that's how we consume everything. And my buddy, Kevin Egan, he's the voice for Major League Soccer with their flagship MLS 360 show. He did an interview here and actually got the soundbite from it, got clipped. And it's like the trending voice on Instagram where people are putting together all their videos of their experiences at the Fan Fest and at the games and all that stuff. And it's if you're looking on Instagram, it's World Cup Healing, I think, is something what you can search for the audio. But the reason I bring this up is because he starts the interview and they put some great music over it, and then people have put their pictures over it. And it says the interview asked him a question about, the upcoming World Cup here in Atlanta where he lives. And he goes, "Can I tell you a little secret? The World Cup, it's not just about football. It's about the people, and it's about coming together. And you're never going to remember a Wednesday night when you decided to, keep your slippers on and stay home and miss the game, drive downtown. You might meet some people you never thought you'd meet. You might hear a language you've never spoke or try food you've never tasted, but that's what it's about." And I get chills, like even just talking about it with you, because that's what I think this World Cup will be remembered for years and decades from now. Yes, the stars have shown up. Yes, not being a prisoner of the moment, it has unequivocally been the best World Cup of my lifetime. But it's about the people I've gotten to see and the games that I'm commentating on. I've had Spain as a world power, and then we also had Cabo Verde, which a lot of people can't even point to on a map. But those people coming together and celebrating the historic occasion, and the 40-year-old goalkeeper that goes from like 45,000 Instagram followers to I think it's up over like 15 million now because of one game. It's completely changed his life. He'll make more money on social media posts than he's ever done playing soccer. But it's been the people, it's been the way that America has shown off that when you pull everything back and you just get people together, people are actually welcoming and people are pretty great. Sometimes the bad stuff just gets highlighted more and more, but really when you cut through the crap, you get to see what it's all about. And it's been the United States showing off just how great and welcoming of a place this is and how really there are great people in this world, and we're getting to see people connect. And it's just around the beautiful game. And it's been the best, 3 weeks of this tournament. And I can't wait to see how it's all going to play out over the next 2 weeks.
I think beyond this tournament, I was in Columbus like in 95, and that 94 World Cup that was here spawned MLS, right? And so you came out of that thing with 10 teams, and then look where we are now with 30 teams. What do you think the long-term impact of this World Cup is going to mean in this country? You think about all the kids that play here and how sometimes it doesn't translate into the next. I don't know, maybe this is the 1980 Olympics for hockey. You know what I'm saying? That same kind of feeling.
Fascinating point you're making here, because in 94, the World Cup helped launch Major League Soccer in 96, which is up to 30 teams strong, and San Diego just paid $500 million for a franchise fee. I mean, just insane numbers. But also the NWSL is around now, and they've got 16 teams, and their franchise fees are up to about half of that number as well, too. So soccer is here. It is stable. It is not going anywhere. It's only going one direction. But what I think this tournament has the capability of doing, and the U.S. men's national team have this incredible weight, everybody loves a winner. So as long as they're winning, that's great. But the way they're doing it is in an entertaining fashion, and it's bringing people together. And I think this has the capability of really helping speed up that generational shift. And I say that because my mom and dad were amazing. They took me to every soccer practice and every game on the weekend. They had no clue about soccer. And, you know,
which makes them great youth parents, by the way. That makes them great youth parents. Yes.
Amen to that. Thank you for saying that, because you're absolutely right, guys. And that's a fantastic point. This is just going to speed things up now, because think how many memories are being made in the cities where it's just sort of taken over, not just where the games are, but where everybody are just coming together, watching games together and making friends, a part of their community. And then hopefully that translates into being able to go see games at a local level, whether that's the top men's or women's, or down to some of the semi-pro teams that are in the summer and stuff like that. I hope it has the opportunity to grab the hearts of young boys and girls and then have them be in love with the game of soccer and not want to wait every 4 years for either men's or women's World Cup. I think that can be the biggest win from this all. It just sort of speeds up this people that were on the fence, just pushing them over the edge and being like, right, let's find a team that we can be a part of week in and week out, not just once every 4 years.
Jamie Watson joining us. He's our Odyssey Sports World Cup insider. Find out what you need to get projects done from brands you trust at prices you'll love. Lowe's, we help, you save. Germany knocked out. Okay, there you go. That's an upset. Paraguay takes care of the German national team. How about the United States national team? What kind of a realistic shot do you think they have, Jamie?
You just talked about been excellent in the group play. They won it after 2 games. That third game, a moot point, and I think in the back of the mind the players knew it, but also the highlight to that is we rolled out a second team. I say we. I didn't make decisions. I'm not playing on the team. The U.S. men's national team did that. And they're 17th in the world. Their second team, there was this sense and feeling of, man, we're let down that they didn't beat the 22nd best team in the world with our second team. Like, that's where we're at with this group. So the ceiling is very high. And I say don't move the goalpost, because coming into this tournament, the same thing I would have said to you the day before the tournament started is the same thing that I'll say to you today. The U.S. men's national team need to get to the round of 16, because they came into this tournament as the 17th team in the world. And the round of 16 is the barometer for success. If you don't get there, it is a failure from a performance standpoint. So there's a lot of pressure on the U.S. men's national team tomorrow night. They really do have to go out and beat Bosnia and Herzegovina, who's a difficult opponent. They're 64th in the world. They're physical. They want to make the game ugly. The longer it goes 0-0, the more pressure there is on the United States. An early goal would change everything, and that's going to be the big key to the match. I'm not going to give you some groundbreaking analysis like, hey, let's score more than the other team. That's a good key to success. But really and truly, if you score early in this game, now they've got to come out. Now they've got to try to outplay you to get another goal. And I think the U.S. then end up going for getting a second and a third goal from there. So it's really important in this matchup to get that goal. And if they don't, guys, we're going to have this conversation next week and be saying it really is a missed opportunity to let this momentum continue. And a group that has probably the highest ceiling of any U.S. men's national team before, and they've let themselves down, and in a sense let down the United States by not being able to meet those expectations or reach that potential.
All right, 2 quick ones right here. What is success for the United States then? Overall, how far do they need to make it? Then who do you like overall?
Yeah, if they get to the round of 16, you meet the success. You meet that barometer of meeting expectations. And it looks like they may have to play a very good Belgium team if they're able to beat Senegal. Look, Belgium crushed the United States earlier this year, like 5-2, I think it was, and it wasn't particularly close. So if you can get beyond that and you get to the quarterfinals, you're on house money. That's success. When it's all said and done, I think it's France that's lifting the trophy. They look really good. Honestly, they look like they could put 2 teams in this tournament, and they feel as though they might be able to get both of those teams to the quarterfinal and beyond. They're that good. But Argentina has the easiest path to the final on one side. So I think we could be set up for a rematch of the last World Cup final, in which that was the greatest final that's ever been played, 3-3, with Argentina and Messi winning on penalty kicks while Kylian Mbappe scored a hat trick. So I think that's how it all plays out when it's all said and done.
All right, don't tell Canada.
candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Well, we all knew that LeBron James was a free agent. What we didn't know is that he wasn't going to return to the Los Angeles Lakers, and that happened during our show today. And now, where does he go? Shams Charania reporting on ESPN. Among the teams interested, the three biggies that Andy and I threw out, the Cleveland Cavaliers, the Golden State Warriors, the Miami Heat. So two of the three previous teams that he used to play for. LeBron certainly not against a homecoming. Had one here before.
Yeah.
Could have one in Miami. Never know. Miami puts Giannis together. He played in the Big Three in Miami before with Chris Bosh and Dwayne Wade. How about Bam Adebayo, Giannis Antetokounmpo, and LeBron James?
Yeah, that sounds like a pretty damn good team, doesn't it?
Well, it does. As long as 42-year-old LeBron plays like 41-year-old LeBron.
Well, that's true, too.
Then at Golden State, you could have Steph Curry and Kristaps Porzingis. You bring back Draymond Green. That probably is not enough, but if you add Anthony Davis and he can stay healthy, at least be healthy come playoff time, then you have something. Or you drop him into the revised core four here in Cleveland, where I think he's a perfect basketball fit as long as everybody checks their basketball point total ego at the door. And you go out and you compete for the Eastern Conference Championship.
LeBron does have his 25th high school anniversary is coming up, right? The reunion's coming up. Maybe he's on the planning committee.
Supposedly he's in town.
Maybe he's on the planning committee. Wants to make sure it's legit. That'd be what, 28? Yeah, 03?
I would think he graduated in 2003.
Yeah. 03, so 28, yeah. 25th anniversary.
I think it's a little early.
You think so?
Yeah.
I mean, it's tough to get a hall. He's got a hall now. Didn't they buy a restaurant? Doesn't he have the old Tangiers?
He does. The old Tangier restaurant is now LeBron's business.
Well, maybe that could be where they could have the reunion at.
And they just opened a restaurant in there, so they have.
He's going to need some time to work on that. Maybe he comes back here just so he's got a little. He could worry about the reunion and then play a little basketball along the way. Maybe win another
restaurants
championship.
aptly called buckets. LeBron has scored a lot of those in his NBA career.
You think he's coming back? Let's cut to the chase.
Oh, my God.
When we walked in the door today, did you think LeBron was coming back?
No.
As we leave, do you think LeBron's coming back?
No.
I went from no to
maybe.
Maybe. There's a chance. I don't know why.
I would say there's a chance, sure.
Why would I?
He eliminated the Lakers.
Yeah.
The fact that he eliminated the Lakers, I think, is interesting. And the main reason I say that, the idea of Luka and Austin Reeves and LeBron and DeAndre Ayton, if Luka's healthy, that's a team that could win big. But I think LeBron's professional feelings were probably hurt when they brought in Luka. And if you're the Lakers, how do you turn that down?
You don't.
Exactly right.
No, if you're LeBron, you don't want to turn that down.
And then
I
they
would have
give
thought
Austin
LeBron
Reeves
would
the huge deal. I mean, Austin Reeves was an undrafted guy. So, my guess is he didn't want to continue there just because the focus has clearly been put on Luka, and LeBron would not be the main guy anymore. And that's okay. And he probably didn't want to do that in Los Angeles, but would he do it in Cleveland? Would he do it in Miami? Would he do it at Golden State? You could make the argument that the only place where he clearly wouldn't be the main guy, as far as perception goes, would be Miami. That's Giannis. Next in line, you probably would say Golden State because of Steph. But remember, they brought in Kevin Durant one time, and it was still Steph's team. But in Cleveland, even though I think this is clearly Donovan Mitchell's team, you bring LeBron back. It's the kid from Akron coming back who won a title. I mean, he'd be front and center here. You're looking for a spotlight in your last go-around in the NBA, whether it be 1 year or two?
You know what's funny about...
And think about guys who went back and, like Danny Ainge, was a Celtic, but runs the Utah Jazz now. Larry Bird was a Celtic, but ran the Indiana Pacers.
Don't you think it's interesting how Golden State was the Splash Brothers, and then all of a sudden it became Curry?
Yeah, well, nothing lasts forever. Ask Klay Thompson,
no kidding.
Who's in Dallas. Why Are We Smarter is brought to us by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call, 216-770-5488. Meredith.
I am smarter because of Terry Pluto and his stories about LeBron and the Cavs in general, and the fact that he said that he doesn't think that LeBron would have told the Lakers he's not coming back if he didn't already have something in the works.
Dano.
Smarter today, our social media mentions are powered by Shipen Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Smarter today, courtesy of Jamie Watson talking all sorts of good World Cup stuff. It just warms my heart to hear more and more soccer talk.
It does.
Makes me happy.
Dan's a huge, huge football fan, shall we say. Andy.
I'm smarter today because I, like what I just said, I walked in the door thinking, no way LeBron's coming back. And now there's a tiny glimmer of thought.
I would say it's more today than it was yesterday.
Yeah, that there is maybe there is a chance he's come back. And maybe that's exactly what he wants us to think.
I would say before today there were 4 teams that were likely destinations, and now there are only 3. So there. I'm smarter after all of our talk about LeBron and NBA free agency and how it might or might not work for the Cavs, whether it's LeBron or anybody else. If you missed any of that riveting discussion, and it was riveting, you can use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app. It's powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Stay tuned, folks. 6 o'clock tonight, free agency opens up in the NBA. It's going to get wild, and it's going to get wild fast. I'll always remember Drew Gooden, former Cavalier, like within a minute of free agency open 1 year. He signed a 5-year, $30-some-odd million contract with Washington out of nowhere. Next time I saw him, I said, hey, Drew, that was awesome. That was awesome. And he went, I know, right? I mean, they offer, yeah, baby. Let me sign it up. I'm Jeff Phelps.
I'm Andy Baskin. Thanks for listening. Be a hero. Be a real hero. Be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. See ya, Cleveland. See ya. 6 o'clock. Tick, 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 tick. Let's see what the Cavs do.
And that's the show.
AARP card. Like, it just throws out the window the idea that LeBron at this stage is chasing championships, which is one of the lures to coming back to Cleveland too, is, hey, this team is pretty much ready-made for you, and they're only a few pieces away from actually getting to that point in an Eastern Conference that feels wide open and could be even more wide open if Jaylen Brown gets traded to a Western Conference team or whatever. So it just doesn't feel like that's his motivation.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
And welcome on in. It is Afternoon Drive on this Tuesday, and a bunch to get into. LeBron leaving the Lakers. Stephen Kwan continues to mess up baseball games, just having me just tear my hair out, and all sorts of other shenanigans. Deshaun Watson in Berea, working out, getting his all sorts of experience in and practices in and everything else under the way. We have Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. We have Jake Murrin producing today's show. Katie Pollock doing the updates. And Spencer German with me today. Hello, Spencer.
Happy to be back. You know, I know we started the show yesterday talking LeBron, and we weren't really sure like what was going to percolate today. And it all kind of it's that time of year, right? Whenever LeBron is going through one of these decisions, it's always LeBron watch is just it's a thing. It's a thing of beauty. It's the gift that keeps on giving. It just always comes back to LeBron somehow.
Yeah, he might be one of one when it comes to just making people not only have interest in what he does, but also then dragging out a story.
Oh, he is the master at controlling the narrative. Like this whole thing with the Lakers that they announced today. That could have been the opposite. It could have been the Lakers being like, yeah, you know, LeBron, we're moving on with you. But he got out in front of it and was like, no. I'm going to say we're breaking up before you
that was some posturing there. And so here's what I think happened in that regard, okay? I think Rob Pelinka was like, I'm just going to, and the term I've heard thrown around there, it's been popular over the previous hour and a half, is eat a dirt sandwich. All right? So Pelinka was like, I'll eat this dirt sandwich. I'll take the fall on this one right now. I'll have bad publicity for the next 48 hours. LeBron and his team with Rich Paul, they can think that they won this. And you turned us down. Okay, fine. Meanwhile, he gets out of it in a move that I don't know that Jeannie Buss had the. I don't know that she would have been able to pull off. I think part of the selling of the Lakers was the idea that Jeannie, I think she knew this day was coming, and I don't think she knew that she had to do this and what was right for the franchise. The Lakers will take a step back, but they're going to take a couple steps forward with LeBron not being there and the money not being there, attached to LeBron, and being able to kind of build this thing with Luka. It won't look good for maybe another year or two, but then it will start to look good, and I think that's the underlying part of this.
Yeah, I saw the story about how the pitch to Luka about the future all kind of revolved around getting LeBron's $52 million off the books was the kind of the big starting thing. So that certainly happens now. I honestly, though, will say I'm kind of stunned because this entire time my stance has been, listen, I'd love LeBron to come back to Cleveland, obviously. It'd be a great storybook ending to his career. I've always thought this was possible, but it just didn't feel likely. I kept all the things that have mattered to LeBron over the years.
Wait. So that makes it sound like you think it's possible right now.
No, I'm saying seeing the news today means it's not happening. But I thought, you're saying him coming back to Cleveland?
Him coming back to Cleveland.
Yeah, I do. I mean, seeing this news today, because the Lakers were option A to me. That was the place I thought he was just going to go. All the things LeBron's prioritized in his career, his family, the money. He took one pay cut in his career, and it was the first time he went to Miami, and that was because he knew he needed to win championships. And then after that, it was always pay me what I'm worth. I just never imagined that he would take less money somewhere. But it sounds like people are saying the money isn't the thing. Shams just reported a little bit ago.
All right, we have that. Let's play this audio.
Okay.
This is Shams and talking about what exactly matters for LeBron in this discussion.
I'm told this is a happiness-led decision for LeBron James. He feels like he needs to find his happiness elsewhere, and wherever he lands in free agency, it will not be driven by money according to sources. And so it was a bumpy finish for him with the Lakers at different points, even though at the age of 41, he led the Lakers out of the first round pretty much by himself as that star player with Reeves and Luka Doncic out. But now, 8 years later, in LA, that's the most time he's ever spent with a team. He told the Lakers today that they can move on because he is moving on.
Yeah, the fact that the money wasn't the number one priority, and it sounds like to a degree, at least, the family might not be number one priority, because I would have just thought, hey, he's going to go stay as close to his family as possible. He's going to stay with his son that he gets to play with on his NBA team that he plays for. Why not? You got it made in the shade out there in LA.
Well, isn't that part of a happiness decision?
Right?
Isn't that
Yeah.
Isn't that baked into the happiness part of this equation?
I thought there was no way he was losing or leaving. I thought there was no way he was leaving LA.
It's just as sunny in California in Golden State. It's just as sunny in San Francisco.
That's true. Which is why that's now where I've pivoted to thinking that that's where he's going to end up.
And that's kind of I didn't know where you were going. I really didn't. It kind of sounded like you were driving the Cavs optimism train, and I don't want to just rain on everybody's parade today. There's a lot. I'm texting with buddies already that are telling me like this is the happiest they've been in months. Just the idea that he's thinking about coming here and he's thinking about making this. And to me, I think it's already a foregone conclusion. He's going to end up with the Warriors. And if I'm wrong, I'd love to be wrong on this. I'd love nothing more than to be wrong about this. LeBron, Mobley, Donovan next year with James Harden in the mix. Are you kidding me? That would be blockbuster. I would love that. I just don't see it right now. Like everything Rich Paul does and everything that LeBron's camp does, they talk. They're yappers. They get out. They know everyone in the media, and they talk. And everyone in the media that is actually reporting on this is giving us the suggestion that LeBron and Golden State is all but a done deal. Am I expecting the news today? Yeah, kind of, Spencer. I'm expecting something. Now, LeBron loves the headline, so maybe he drags it out a little bit longer, and maybe we take this into tomorrow, or maybe we take this into even Thursday. But yeah, I'm expecting something around LeBron and the Warriors to be the conclusion here.
We know the Warriors can't make this move until they move some money around. So that's kind of the big thing that's kind of still playing out right now, I believe, is like there's the whole Jimmy Butler contract and whatever comes with that or whatever. So I think there's still some things to work out if it's going to happen. But I'm with you, JP. Like, you know what's funny, though, is we talked about this yesterday. The idea that throughout a LeBron watch, whenever these have popped up on our radar, whenever this has been a thing, whenever he's been a free agent, this is the fourth time he'll be a free agent. Like, every single time, it's like different weeks, different fan bases feel like they're in it. And we talked about this yesterday. Like, a couple weeks ago, it was the Cavs. Before that, it was all about the Lakers. Now it's the Warriors this week. I will say, the news that he's leaving LA did sort of make it feel like all over again. The Cavs now have this new life breathed into them. I still don't think it's going to happen. I'm with you. I think it's probably going to be Golden State based on everything we've heard this week and the fact that I think LeBron just wants to finish his career playing with his buddies. I don't think he cares about all the legacy stuff. I don't know that he cares about the storybook ending in Cleveland, as great as that would be for us. I think for him, it's just, I just want to go somewhere if happiness is the key, where I'm going to have fun, enjoy the people that I'm playing with. I love Steph. I love Draymond. Those are some of my best friends that I've built up over the years. As much as Cavs fans might hate that, it's true. I think that's probably where he's going to go. But it does like breathe new life into the idea that, well, if the Lakers are out, well, maybe the Cavs are back on board. So it's funny how he plays this game. He gets it. He flirts with everybody. He gets us all bought back in again.
Yep. And so that's why. And we ask you guys 216-474-0092. With LeBron leaving the Lakers, is it down to the Cavs and Warriors? Spencer, I think there's 4 realistic teams involved in all this. And if we're being honest with ourselves, I think there's really 3. The 4th team is the Timberwolves, and I'm just going to boot them out of the conversation right now. Okay. The other 3 teams, though, the Miami Heat. I don't think it's going to happen, but I think we have to at least consider the idea that LeBron going back to Miami is on the table. And then obviously Golden State and the Cavs. And so like if you think that the Golden State scenario, because they're the Golden State geriatrics or whatever they've been dubbed, if you think that's just not possible for any reason.
Warriors?
Yeah, if you just think that that just cannot happen in any sort of way, then you're probably thrilled today. You're probably over the moon. I got Vegas odds makers out there putting the Warriors at minus 500 in order to get this done, though. Cavs are plus 300. So, like, the Cavs aren't out of it. But, like, when Vegas puts you at minus 500, Golden State is the heavy, heavy favorite, and it's because of the reasons we're talking about. If it's a happiness thing, he's going to want to be still in California, just a quick plane ride away from the family in Los Angeles. He's going to have all his buddies that we discussed and went over yesterday and everything. He's got proof of concept with the 2024 Olympics and playing with all these guys, with Steve Kerr and being the coach and everything like that, but playing with Curry and with Draymond and all these guys. And I don't even know that they get Anthony Davis, by the way. I don't think this is like this non-negotiable that he thought it was, but it kind of just seems like that's where this is going. I don't want to lie to people today. That's the problem I'm having, Spencer. I don't want to come out here and be a liar to people and tell you I'm going to wave the pom-poms and we have some awesome chance of getting LeBron when I just don't believe it to be true. I just don't.
Yeah,
I don't think that's how this is going to end.
I'm with you on that. It does make for this him leaving the Lakers does make for this great moment and this great day and some great content for us to be able to talk about this, about the possibility that he could come back to Cleveland. Like, it does kind of put that back on the table. But I also don't think it's a coincidence, JP, that in the days leading up to today, the days leading up to the NBA new league year beginning tomorrow, there's been all this smoke about Golden State, and there's been all this talk about Golden State is basically throwing a Hail Mary to do whatever they can to try to bring LeBron there and unite him with Steph and Draymond and all these guys that he's always wanted to play with before, and that's kind of the big thing. Like, if you read the tea leaves on that, it feels like these conversations have really picked up the last couple days. They got LeBron's sort of thought process on it. He seems like he might be interested if they can maybe make it work. And then he decides, you know what? This is where I maybe want to finish this thing. I'm going to tell the Lakers that I'm leaving. Like, that decision just didn't come out of thin air. I probably took some figuring out other places that he could go before he decided to tell the Lakers I'm not coming back. So to me, the tea leaves point to Golden State still. And I know everyone's excited. I know everyone's thinking about, and listen, if it does end up being Cleveland, it'll be people honking their horns in the streets again at Cleveland, celebrating that he's coming back for a second time or a third run here. I get it. But
will we be honking in the streets? I like when people honk in the streets. I don't know
that's
the
what
last
happened
time.
The last time.
There's
people driving by the arena just honking at each other, waving at each other.
Do they just hear us on the radio and then they just start honking and they just and then
they're driving by the station honking at us?
The poor guy that listens to jazz music on his ride home is so confused. He has no idea what's going
happening?
on. Why is everyone honking? Do I have something? Is my tail light out? What's going on here?
But no, listen. If it happens, it'll be this amazing moment today, especially. But I still lean that I think it's going to be the Warriors that he ends up going to. I'm sorry to rain on the parade. I'm sorry to be that guy.
Well, lockstep then. I really thought you were going to come in here and tell me something different. I thought I was going to have to be the one with the bad bedside manner today, just telling everybody that, hey, listen, calm it down. Now, let me give you a couple reasons why some excitement might exist for Cavs fans, okay? Because, again, Vegas doesn't believe in the Cavs being this in the slightest bit. I don't believe in it happening either. But you're down to essentially, in my opinion, 2, and if you throw the Heat in there, 3 teams. Anthony Slater, who covers the Warriors for ESPN, says Warriors decision makers have been given no indication at this hour, this was like 20 minutes ago, that they are the firm LeBron James landing spot per sources. There's a belief that they'll have plenty of appeal, but appears to be some level of recruitment required. We also have Chris Haynes, obviously a couple hours ago, saying the Cavs do have interest. So if you're going to hang on to this, and you're going to live with the idea that you think the Cavs have a legitimate shot. They have a legitimate shot. But if you're going to hang on to that, these 2 tweets, I think, would be the best thing you have going for yourself right now.
Yeah, I think that's it. And I'll say this, too. I am somebody who notoriously sets myself up to not be disappointed, basically. So I don't think we're protecting our feelings here. At least I'm not. From the beginning, I was always like, listen, I'd love LeBron to come back, but I just don't think it's going to happen. So that if he does come back, I'm like pleasantly surprised by this. But I truly, in my heart of hearts, believe that
not what I'm doing. I'd love to tell you that I'm just protecting myself and this is all this is.
Yeah.
I'm calling it how I see it. That's all I can do in this. The truth broker that I am cannot lie to you here, Spencer.
Yeah.
It makes too much sense for me to see him want to play with Steph, want to play with Draymond, one of his best buddies already as is, want to be coached by Steve Kerr. All these people that he has great admiration and respect for.
For sure.
He likes Harden. But I don't think he's invested in Jared Allen. I don't think he's going to hang out and drink red wine with Evan Mobley. I don't get that vibe. If it's a happiness tour, then this isn't part of the happiness for LeBron James. I'm sorry. It just isn't. It's a great story, no doubt about it. But I don't see LeBron coming to the Cavs with everything that's around it, saying it's some sort of happiness venture and having the time of his life. Yeah. I do see him hanging out with Steph in California, golfing a bunch, as being a time that he'd love.
And since we talked about this yesterday, it became more and more accepting. Like I started to accept it more, which is, to me, it's a mix of like protecting my feelings, but also the reality of the situation and reading the tea leaves on this, as we've said. I agree with you. Like I just feel like everything we've seen the last 24 to 48 hours has been, we've all tried to wrap our heads around, how could he do this? How could he go to the team that was your rival all those finals years? And we established yesterday, JP, like, that doesn't matter to LeBron. Like, what happened all those years ago, like, yeah, that was a great rivalry, but like, at this point in his career, he's developed a lot of friendships and relationships with these guys. That's what matters to him. If his happiness is the most important thing, the Cavs fans trying to tarnish his legacy and tear down his legacy because he joined the Warriors 7 years after they were this great dynasty, he doesn't care about that. Like, that doesn't matter to him. He's going to do what he thinks is going to be the most enjoyable experience to probably end his career this season. And if it's, and honestly, like, playing with your best friends or the guys that you consider you're closest with makes a lot of sense to maybe do that with for anybody. So I can see it.
Big Tuesday show. John Fant at 420, Albert Breer at 520. What does this being a happiness decision mean? Does that help or hurt the Cavs? 216-474 to below 92. Wait to your phone calls as well. It's Jonathan Peter and Spencer German with you guys right here on The Fan.
We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. And we're still doing it every day. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
Get the latest news from around the NBA as free agency gets underway at 6 p.m. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
All right, back in here on The Fan. It is Afternoon Drive. Jonathan Peterlin and Spencer German here with you guys. I'm just going to build up little crumbs of information as the day moves on. As you can tell, people are trying to let me become convinced that it is in fact the Cavs, when right now I feel like it's Golden State, and I feel like it's not even close. I feel like the happiness thing has got to be one sort of tip, Spencer. It has to be. I don't see happiness and this Cavs team and LeBron James being some sort of connecting line. I just don't. It doesn't scream that to me. What screams happiness to me is LeBron doing the thing he's done at every stop of his NBA career, which is find buddies and people he likes and then team up with them, essentially, outside of the time when he came back here and won a title.
I mean, listen, finishing your career in Cleveland is more of the legacy play.
Legacy play, not happiness play, legacy play.
And it's more of like the feel-good story, getting a send-off from this fan base, from this area where you're from. But like the people that he has like relationships with here, I think are few and far between. I mean, him and Kobe Altman obviously crossed paths somewhat when he was here.
Brandon Weems
Dan
obviously
Gilbert,
is a
Brandon Weems
one now.
is a big one, and now he's the whole conversation is that he's going to be promoted to the new GM role. So that's one. And then, like Dan Gilbert, but we've always known that relationship's kind of been a little icy. Granted, they've been there they've mended fences when needed to obviously chase the championship. And even when he left, it was like the second time it was like, well, I don't know that they're like best buddies or anything. So I don't see the means here on this Cavs team currently for LeBron to just have this like happiness tour in his final year. I think you're right in identifying. And he's always talked about this too. Like there was a point in time where he always talked about, I want to play with Chris Paul. I want to play with Carmelo. And obviously those guys are all gone. He knows this is his last hurrah.
I mean, the banana boat was a thing for a reason.
Yeah, exactly. And like, so now it's like, this is his chance to play with some of the other friends he's kind of accumulated along the way. Guys who are similar in like sort of his era of the game because they're up there in age. Like it just makes too much sense. So I'm with you. Like I don't want to be Debbie Downer today and be sitting here not telling Cavs fans to be excited, because as soon as that notification came across my phone and everybody's phone, it was instantly like, holy crap, he's leaving LA. That means like we're in play, and all the reports.
I just didn't look at it that way.
It's Cavs, Warriors, and Heat are the kind of the teams that are in play.
I got that notification on my phone, and I said, "Oh, I guess we're going to have the news about the Warriors today." I swear to you,
so
I
you're
did.
like super Debbie Downer today.
I'm not even trying to be. I'm just trying to be as honest as I possibly can with everybody, because this is just how I viewed this. When I called the race yesterday, I didn't do it to turn around today and be like, "No, I take it all back." Like I did it yesterday because I believed it yesterday. The same way I believe it today. It makes too much sense to me that this is what he'd be lining up, and I've connected too many dots for myself. The only guiding principle is that you have to go back to the longstanding thought that LeBron can't turn down a great narrative. That's the only thing I'm hanging my hat on, is that he can't resist a great storyline, so much so that he would then decide the Cavs and potentially just have this. I get a final goodbye season in a place where he started and makes the most sense because of the story. The story might be too good for him, but I told you there's like little breadcrumbs that I'm going to hang on to all day long to try to convince me that the Cavs are more in play. And by the time this will not be by the time John Fanta joins us at 4:20, where I'm like, the Cavs are getting LeBron, baby. It's not going to happen, guys. It's not going to happen. But Dave McMenamin on ESPN about 45 minutes ago said he's going to find a spot that, in essence, will feel like the proper final chapter. Now, that would lead you more to believe the Cavs than anything, because the Warriors are not a proper final chapter. That's not proper.
How proper is Miami?
There's nothing proper. Miami's fine. Miami fits in the same way that the Cavs do. No one can blame you. It's a place you've already been, won titles with, are a legacy at. Like, no one can fault you for that. The Warriors aren't my definition of a proper final chapter.
No, I don't think they're anybody's. I called it extremely lame yesterday, and I stand by that. Like, it is from a narrative standpoint, it is the lamest possible place he could go to sort of end his career, just teaming up with the team that was kind of at the antithesis of him when he was at the peak of his powers here in Cleveland. That stinks. Like, that narrative is not a great narrative, that's more so, like you said, the hey, doing it with my buddies thing. But and maybe that McMenamin post is the one that gives Cavs fans some hope. I would say this, like going back to what we kind of talked about yesterday a little bit, like the reason why that Lakers tweet, at least where we differ, is that I saw that Lakers tweet and I did think to myself, like, okay, so maybe Cleveland does actually have a chance.
You thought doors cracked open a little bit.
I thought it cracked open a little bit, and I think part of that is just like the lure of these LeBron decisions, right? Like every time there's like a new breadcrumb, or every time there's like a new decision made, or something becomes finite, like I'm turning down the Lakers. It naturally we want there to be this little inkling of hope, and so because I thought the Lakers were Plan A, that did sort of open that door crack for me a little bit to say, okay, maybe the Cavs are in play. But I still stand by what we talked about earlier. Like, it just feels like the timing of this coming in the days after all we've heard about is how the Warriors are trying to make this great play for LeBron. It does feel like that's probably more so the direction it's going to go. I'd probably put it at like 75-25 that it's Warriors over Cavs. But that 25 was a lot higher than it was yesterday when I thought the Cavs were completely out of it, because I thought the Lakers were still a higher percentage at that point.
I'll say this. At least there aren't a lot of Cavs fans right now that are saying, man, no thanks. You know, like sometimes we
everyone's
do the
everyone got back into it.
Yeah, sometimes we do the LeBron discussion, and you just get enough people to be like, "No, not interested. Don't want the headache."
It's funny how that works, right?
Yeah. Now that it feels like there's a
chance everyone's on board.
Now just go out and get them. Go out and do whatever you have to do to go out and get them.
There's no trading Jared Allen necessarily to get him, which was always a stupid idea anyway.
And the Lakers are 100% out of the equation. It's not. You don't have this big roadblock. You basically have to convince him that he doesn't want to damage his legacy by going to Golden State. And he'll probably look back and be like, "Well, it's not going to damage my legacy. I'll be fine." But if I'm Dan Gilbert and I'm Kobe Altman, if he'll even take the phone call, that's the pitch. That's what you got to tell him. You got to tell him, like, everything you've done in your life has been building towards this moment. Finish the final chapter. Finish the storyline. If you go to Golden State, people are going to look at you in a way that you don't want them to look at you. And it's going to tarnish you and your end chapter that you just wanted to go do a thing with buddies and didn't care about winning at all. You're supposed to be someone that wants to win. Even though in the past 8 years with the Lakers, he won 1 COVID title, and outside of that, won 3 playoff series.
Does
3 playoff series in 8 years outside of the COVID title. That's it. Okay, all right.
Does bringing LeBron back to Cleveland also have to come with Jalen Tyson apologizing for saying that it's Donovan Mitchell City when they before he signs on the dotted line? Does that have to happen?
I'll drive Tyson over there myself if he wants to do the apology. I'll go to CVS, buy every I'm sorry card they sell on the shelves.
From the airport, take him to Jalen Tyson's house.
I'll buy out Edible Arrangements whole stock for the week, okay, and just apology roses, apology. Well, the strawberries. The pineapples,
All right,
fine. Tyson can pay for him.
Got the money for that. You're just going to give him the ride. You'll pay for the gas.
I'll put the order in. I'll put the order in, and then I can invoice him later. Okay, he can Venmo me. He can sell me money later on. But we can get that. That cannot be what stands in the way. Okay, and
that
Donovan,
would be funny though.
Donovan, if you're out there too, by the way, time to get talking. And I'm doing like a presidential thing here. Time to get talking. You call yourself Mr. President. Now's the time. Be on that recruiting trail. Go out there, make your pitches, and make sure that LeBron and his people know just how serious you are about him coming here.
Honestly, you bringing up Donovan is interesting because I do truly wonder what's going through Donovan's head if he's actively talking to LeBron.
He's got to want LeBron. Because it's going to overshadow him. I know where you're going. It's going to overshadow him. I get that. Understand that. Donovan, you can't win a title unless you have somebody else.
I don't think
you need other people.
And to be honest,
you can't do it on your own.
I don't think Donovan cares that LeBron will come back and overshadow him necessarily.
I think there are many superstars that would.
But I find it fascinating because we know what he said when they were eliminated after Game 4. He knew the whole thing was they were keeping Donovan out there for longer than usual. He talked for like 30 minutes because they weren't going to make him available the next day when they did locker clean out. And Donovan answered all kinds of questions about the future and whatever. And he was asked point blank period. I believe it was Joe Varden who asked him about, do you want LeBron back? Like, would you want that? And he played it very politically. Mm-hmm. He was very much like, I'm not saying anything because if I say one thing, it's going to be misconstrued, and everyone's going to say I hate LeBron. And if I say the other thing, everyone's going to say, oh, LeBron's coming back, and they're just going to run with it. So he just played it right down the middle. So we don't really know Donovan Mitchell's true thoughts on a potential team up with LeBron James, and I'd be fascinated to know what's going through his head right now.
Don't care. You don't get a say in that. If LeBron wants to come to your team, you're going to have to make it work. The moment you stopped being somebody I thought could win a title on your own, Donovan Mitchell, your thoughts in this discussion, I don't care about. I'm sorry, I don't care. He's LeBron James. Make it work. Everyone else in the world does make it work. Like I don't care if you feel like somebody's going to overshadow you and someone's going to be a bigger star, because guess what? He will be. LeBron will always be a bigger star than you. Every kid, there's more jerseys will have 23 on the back than will ever have 45 on the back.
And that's what I think he understands, though. Like I think Donovan absolutely would understand teaming up with LeBron, and if that ends with a championship, that, yes, means LeBron overshadows you still. But at the same time, that will only boost his stock in the eyes of Cleveland fans, because LeBron's not going to be here for very long. If they won a title this year, that'd be like this perfect storybook ending. That's a ride off into the sunset moment. He goes off. It's Donovan Mitchell's team. He probably re-signs here and finishes his career here, because he's like, hey, I won a title now. I'm Teflon. I can walk through the city and do whatever the hell I want. So in some respects, like him getting that title with LeBron also makes him now like an all-time Cavs favorite. Like not that he's already not trending towards it. Like I think fans love him, but to your point, the idea that he can't win a title on his own and all these things, once he wins one, I don't think people really care about that anymore.
He's got to get over the top.
They just see Donovan Mitchell the champion, and that's enough for Cavs.
He's got to find a way to get over the top.
Right.
Zach leading off today. What's up, Zach?
Boys, how are you?
Hey, Zach.
What's up, Zach?
He's coming home. He's coming home. Tell the world he's coming home. I don't know how you guys aren't thinking this is a realistic thing. I mean, we all know that LeBron's about the storylines, right? You guys have been saying that. We know that. I think he's been thinking about this for a while. I think this has been planned out since during the season, that he was planning on leaving the Lakers. I'm sure they've had discussions. I think there's something I saw that he was kind of upset that they didn't offer him like a 2-year contract to finish out his career there, which is kind of why he's going after this happiness play, is what he's calling it, right? What makes you happier than being home? He's home right now. He looked pretty happy yesterday, right?
Yeah, but he goes home for like a month. He doesn't
Sure.
home
He goes home all the time. Yeah, no. I get what you're saying. What my point is,
golf
is,
makes him happy.
Home's
too.
a vacation. Yeah, like that's not like his.
He
his
can
real,
golf in California,
his,
right? Why isn't he golfing in California right now?
Well, and he will. I think that's part of the. San Francisco's got amazing courses.
No, you're just like, you guys are like, oh yeah, he's here to golf. Well, there's tons of golf in California. Probably way better golf than there is here.
There's a lot. No, every summer he comes home for a month.
Okay, but
as long as he's been in the NBA.
Leaving the Lakers, that's kind of ironic. You don't think that has something to do with it?
I really don't. I'd love to buy into it, Zach, and I appreciate you, man, as always.
This is what I love about the LeBron thing.
He does this every year. Every year he comes home.
We get to read into everything, but I think we've reached a point where we got to there's certain things you can read into and certain things you can't read into anymore with LeBron. And like him just coming home, he actually called out somebody. I don't know if it was last year or 2 years ago. He came back and was at the Cavs practice facility, working out.
Yeah,
and somebody was like, oh, he's coming back. And he was like, guys, I do this every offseason. I've done it every offseason since I left in 2018.
Mm-hmm.
It's really... So there's certain things you can read into. That's not one that I read into anymore. Like the Firestone membership, I didn't necessarily read into as much as others. But it's fun. It sure is fun when all these new little things drop and we get a chance to sort of explore what it might just mean. I'm with you, though, that the latest tea leaf, I guess the McMenamin one is more recent, but the idea that he's trying to do the happiness thing that tells me more so that it means Golden State than it does the Cavs.
All right, let's stay with this. 216-474-0092. We'll push quick hits for a little bit later on. But do the Cavs give LeBron the best chance of winning a title? We'll continue with your phone calls as well. It's Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan.
sports on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
LeBron watches on.
And this fall, I'm going to take my talents to.
Could he make another return to Cleveland? We are the place for all the latest NBA news and rumors. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, Afternoon Drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now. All right, back at it here on The Fan. It is Jonathan and Spencer with you guys here today as we're just kind of breaking down what's going on with LeBron. And I told you, I'm going to find these breadcrumbs all throughout the day that are going to help me convince myself the Cavs have much more of a shot than I actually believe that they do. As of right now, I think he's going to Golden State. I know. I hate to deliver the bad news. That's just, I got to tell you how I feel. I'd be lying to you right now if I was saying I think the Cavs are in the driver's seat and this is all going to happen. But I'm going to find little crumbs here and there, and as the day moves on, if I can't convince myself, maybe the breadcrumbs can at least help you guys feel better about the situation until we get some resolution. Because as of right now, it does at least feel like, in some way, the Cavs have an opening. They have to now take advantage of that opening, and we'll find out what happens there. But Shams on ESPN about 25 minutes ago now, while we've been on the air, did say a sign-and-trade possibility for the Cavs that acquiring LeBron is open, and he mentioned Max Strus as an option. So, like, again, there's little things that are happening here is kind of the point. And then Windhorse, going against something he previously said already today. Windhorse, like 4 or 5 hours ago, said if he makes a decision today, this thing is going to move quick, right? We're going to, potentially today, we could have an answer on LeBron James in a different spot. Now Windhorse is saying he thinks it'll take some time before he decides where he wants to play. He's going to have a period to decide what his happiness is going to be. And here's that happiness word again. My goodness. His happiness is going to be. And there's several teams that will try to present their version of what his happiness can be. That makes it sound like in that pitch we talked about with Donovan Mitchell and all these other high important people around the Cavs. It sounds like if they get a chance, they're going to be able to make some sort of pitch about legacy, storylines, everything else.
Well, that sounds like 2010 all over again, where like they were in the hotel downtown here in Cleveland, and everyone was like pulling up in their limos, and like Jay-Z and Beyonce were here because they were going to give their pitch of why you should join the Nets at the time, and all these different things. Like that's what that sort of sounds like. I could see it sort of being this courting thing, but I also, the Cavs also have to be mindful of other things that they're trying to accomplish. I guess in some respects, like I don't like does free agency wait for LeBron still at 41? Like, is that still the thing that happens? Is everyone just kind of waiting for the LeBron domino to fall?
I think that's why we all believe that it was going to move pretty quick. But the other side of that is it's not as if free agency is just loaded up this year. It's because it's not loaded up. You kind of do just wait on LeBron. Like in other years, if you're the Cavs, you're like, I gotta really bide my, You don't really do that this year. You just kind of wait and see. The plan is,
and the big fish is Giannis, and he's already off the board.
Like
right?
will LeBron do this? Will he not do it? And so it does feel like we are entering what could be a little bit of a stretch. But I'll say this, and this is a point that Jake made as we were walking the hallways back to this side of the studio. He said something to the effect of how with each passing day, that's a good thing for the Cavs. And that part you have to agree with now if you're a Cavs fan sitting here. You don't want the news to be today, because if the news is today, it's going to be Golden State. News today will not be Cleveland, okay? I'm fairly confident on that. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I'm fairly confident the news today will not be Cleveland. But the news next week or 2 weeks from now might be Cleveland. That's how you change this.
That's actually a really good point by Jake. The idea that it's almost like no news is good news for a while for the Cavs, right? Like if it doesn't come down today, if it doesn't come down tomorrow, it almost feels like that means the Cavs are like getting back in the conversation. They're maybe they're selling themselves more to him as the place where he can have this happy ending that he's looking for. I think that's fair. I also find it like this is the other thing that's so funny about the LeBron Watch tour, by the way, is all the people just like reiterating their stance with every passing tweet. Like your co-host, for example, when the Shams tweet came down, he he's probably going to go to the Warriors, but I'd love one last run in Cleveland. Like, yeah, we all would love one last run. We already know where everybody stands on this. Like, we'd all love one last run in Cleveland, but it's like, do we have to chime in on every single tweet about like what's going? But that's what happens. It's just this fanfare of people trying to chime back in and reshare their opinions on what they think LeBron's going to do, what's going to happen.
As a Cleveland radio host, you'd like it on the record that you'd like him to play in Cleveland.
Yes,
is that what you're saying?
I want everybody to know that. That's why
I'd like to make that clear to everybody.
I didn't even think like the Chris Haynes tweet was all that big of a deal. Like all these people were like quote tweeting it with like the eyeball emoji.
I responded to one buddy of mine. I said, yeah, and water's wet. I don't know what we're doing here.
We all knew this was the thing. We've all talked about wanting him back. I'm sure the Cavs would love to have him back. He's their greatest player in franchise history. Of course they would. But is he going to come back? I'm not so sure.
It's interesting. It does give us juice. I'll tell you that much. I don't know. I don't know where this all goes. But the happiness thing is now gone through multiple outlets and multiple different people. So clearly, whether it's Rich Paul or someone around LeBron's camp is making it known, happiness is the key to this decision. And I don't know that the Cavs offer him more direct happiness than the Warriors do.
Well, and
it's just a little thing that I'm worried about.
We're sort of doing the addition by subtraction thing here too, JP.
Well, have we discounted the Heat in this too much? Because
they do kind of feel like the sleeping giant.
Well, I think about it. Like he's got the same storyline stuff that he'd have here with the Cavs. He obviously Miami is Miami for a reason. People love Miami, but the relationship with Giannis cannot be slept on. Hold on 1 second, Mac. 1 second. The relationship with Giannis cannot be slept on. Giannis has openly called LeBron James his idol and has flown LeBron out, and LeBron's gone, by the way, to Greece to visit Giannis in summers. Like this is not if the whole idea is he wants to play with his friends and his buddies in certain moments. I don't know that Giannis offers the same type of stuff that maybe Steph does, but like they clearly have a close bond and a relationship. Like there's
and there's the respect part with like Pat Riley and Eric Spoelstra. Like you talk about the relationship piece and the happiness piece. Like there's more pieces and parts in Miami that would probably give him that quote unquote happiness because he has relationships with some of these people than in Cleveland, where it's just like Dan Gilbert and Kobe Altman who aren't really like with him every single day. And maybe James Harden to a degree.
And the Heat jersey doesn't look
Thomas
weird.
Bryant, like we talked about yesterday.
Yeah, and the Heat jersey is something we're very familiar with him in. It's not.
And I'll say this, like, as lame as Golden State is, Miami's less lame, but it doesn't feel as satisfying because, I've said this before, like, the true storybook ending is obviously Cleveland. Miami is
Miami feels very forgetful.
Yeah, that's D-Wade City.
I can forget him in Miami 10 years from now. I won't forget him in Golden State. And obviously, I won't forget him coming back here.
Well, yeah, we won't forget him in Golden State because of what it would mean for him to like go join that team, obviously. But obviously, we won't. And obviously, his time in Cleveland is unforgettable. But yeah, like that's D Wade's team. That's D Wade City from a basketball standpoint. LA has all kinds of stars over the years, and I think Kobe sort of still resonates with that city the most right now. Like Cleveland is his. That is uniquely his city. So from the storybook standpoint, that makes the most sense. But I do think in some respects, like Miami is kind of the sleeping giant here that maybe is getting discredited and kind of lost in the shuffle. And honestly, that's maybe one of the biggest reasons why I think Miami deserves more attention because LeBron loves to do like hey, look over here at this thing and then like deflect you to something else. I remember the first time he was going through the decision, it was all like, oh, he's going back to Cleveland or like the Knicks were in play. And then all of a sudden it was, oh no, he's going to Miami to team up with his buddies. So it kind of does feel like Warriors are kind of this nice distraction. The Cavs are the storyline distraction. And he could just decide, I'm going to go back to Miami where I also played in my career and team up with somebody else that I like.
All right, Mac, what do you got?
By the way, Joe Varden reporting that James Harden is waiting to re-sign to help the Cavs give flexibility to try to sign LeBron James.
Hey, he puts the I have to read the tweet myself. Is he waiting to see if the number needs to be better for LeBron? Or is he waiting?
I don't see this tweet from him. Did he put it in a story? Did he put it in a story?
Oh, no.
Yeah, he put it in one of his stories, yes.
Oh, okay. That's why.
What story was that?
It's on The Athletic.
Yeah? Did he tweet it out recently? Because he hasn't tweeted out a story in a little bit.
I don't know that he tweets out all his stories, but I'll go look for it.
Did you get Centelled on this one? Did you get
Centelled?
Who's your sources on this one? I want Joe Varden didn't tweet it. I don't know if the article exists or not. I don't know what just happened.
Is it like instead of Joe Varden, it's like Joe Varbin? It's like a B instead of a D.
Also, in addition to Bobby Marks is saying on ESPN that the Cavs are in the running for LeBron, and he believes that they are the best fit for him.
I see it now. It's the headline of a story posted 3 minutes ago. James Harden waiting to re-sign to give Cavaliers flexibility possibly for LeBron James.
Yeah, I mean, because if he's over $30 million, it becomes incredibly hard for the Cavs to even get under the second apron. I think if he's at $28 million a year, James Harden, then you could possibly even avoid and not only getting under the second apron, you can potentially get under the first apron. The way that's set up, so like James Harden is a big key into a lot of this.
Yeah,
and James Harden is going to be a selling piece. Like they're buddies. The same way we talked about Giannis being buddies with LeBron and how Steph and Draymond are buddies with LeBron. Like Harden and LeBron are legitimate buddies. Like if LeBron comes here and wants to do so on the basis of I want to play with friends, it's not anybody else in this Cavs team that we've talked about but James Harden. And so like there's
Thomas Bryant.
Yeah, sure.
I'm going to keep pitching that one.
Yeah,
you worry.
You just keep pitching that.
Don't you worry.
216-474-0092.
The guy who tried to steal his moment when he broke the record for scoring.
I can't believe it. He's in the bottom of the screen calling for the ball. It's like, you're not getting the ball, Thomas Bryant. He's breaking the scoring record. Ben in Garfield Heights. Hello, Ben.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call. Couple things here. I think he's coming back to Cleveland for a couple reasons. Number one, he doesn't have to go through Wemby. He doesn't have to go through OKC in Cleveland. And the other reason is we're pretty much put together. He knows how to join a team. He knows basketball like the back of his hand. We were in the Eastern Conference Finals last year, and we've got a good mix of young guys and veterans. And that being James Harden, Evan Mobley, Donovan Mitchell, I think he fits in perfectly here, and he knows what to expect when he comes here. And I just think Golden State, that team would be way too old to expect anything out of.
Well, yeah. And I don't think they're going to do anything, and I appreciate you, Ben, as always.
But again, we've said it, JP. Like, I don't think the rings part of it is what he's going for at this point.
And that's kind of the selling point of what everyone's told us today. It's the happiness tour. It's not the I'm going to add to my rings collection tour. I'm chasing down the ghost of MJ. That story's gone.
Yeah,
he's not chasing down the ghost of MJ when it comes to rings or anything else right now.
You brought it up yesterday. He might view joining Golden State as like, hey, we're this high IQ team that has players that can still play at a high level. Steph's still great. He's still great. And maybe that gives us a chance, but I think he understands the reality that is that they have a very tough Western Conference to go through. It probably doesn't end in a title. But again, if it's not about that specifically, because obviously Cleveland absolutely makes more sense from a ring-chasing standpoint. Like, they're in the Eastern Conference, which is very wide open. Might be more wide open depending on what happens with Jaylen Brown. I don't know that the Giannis trade made Miami a like definitive, bona fide, they're going to win the NBA Finals contender. I think they're going to be good. But I'd be more surprised by Miami winning a title with Giannis than I would that they'd be in the play-in tournament again next year with Miami. Like, that's just the truth.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a clear pathway to this Cavs team having a better shot at winning a title than the Warriors do. So if that's what he wants, then he absolutely has that in Cleveland. But again, I just don't know that that's the driving force here based on what everybody's saying.
All right, I'm having fun. You seem like you're having fun. We got people that are chiming in. Let's stay with this. 216-474-0092. And I might regret this by 6 o'clock and be like, we did a lot on this
already.
We're
not coming back to it.
Guys, it's sports talk, and I'm feeling it right now, okay? Like, we're having fun here.
We're on a heater.
It's a Tuesday. Let's stay with it. We'll stay with the calls as well. 216-474-0092. When it comes to LeBron, are you starting to buy into some of these rumors that are circulating that the Cavs should, in fact, be not only just one of the top contenders to land LeBron, but we should put him as the favorite? Should I revoke everything I've said for the previous hour? I won't, but should I? 216-474-0092. It's Jonathan Peter and Spencer German Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
When it's your time in the car, focus on what matters to you. The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Easy now. John Fanta joining us at 4:20. Albert Breer at 5:20. Big news of the day so far. We've been discussing it all show long. Is LeBron James. He is not going to be with the Lakers next year. The odds, Spencer, continue to change, by the way. And this is working to the Cavs
you
fan
have live
advantage.
updates on these odds.
Well, you have to. I mean, this is the world that we live in. and by the way, I'm not even using like Kalshi, which, by the way, they really think that it's going to the Warriors. I know. It's I almost called it a broke-ass site. It's not really. I mean, a lot of money's wagered on that site. I still don't fully understand it. Like, the idea that you can gamble on the weather seems like a really foreign concept to me. And also something I don't really want to dive into.
Yeah, Kalshi seems like a dangerous game for me. I don't know.
Yeah, it seems like it can get real dangerous real quick. But, the people at the actual, my friends in the desert, okay, Vegas. Vegas is telling me now the lines have moved. Warriors are minus 250, Cavs plus 160. If you're not a gambler in the slightest bit, understand that still makes the Golden State Warriors a favorite. It does not make them an overwhelming heavy favorite like it was when they were minus 500, but you're still a pretty big favorite, all things considered, if you're minus 250 and the Cavs are plus 160. So they still tend to believe that this is working in Golden State's favor. But Spencer's, we've been talking about it now for an hour, and more of these reports have now come out. Like, I'm getting tweets. I don't know if you're getting some of the same tweets I'm getting. I'm getting some tweets here where people are saying it is downright, in all caps, stupid to think LeBron is going anywhere but Cleveland. That from our buddy Tommy on Twitter. Twitter Reaction is brought to you by Shop & Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
I don't know if it's stupid. Like, is it really that stupid when we're talking about a guy who has twice left this town for other teams? Like, how stupid is it really to think that he might do that again and spurn Cleveland for a different franchise? Like, I don't really think that's fair to say at all. I think it's very much on the table.
Listen, I don't get upset when people hurl insults at me. I just kind of, it's just par for the course.
It's not that I think it's an insult to like me. I'm not taking it personal like that. I just feel like, we have tried to take a measured, I think, approach to this. Or like we're you and I both are realists here. I think, JP. Like, we love the idea, like, all radio hosts are in Cleveland are need to say, we all love the idea of LeBron coming back to Cleveland. It would be the great story of book ending that we all want.
I don't think people understand the extremes I would go to in order to see this happen.
Yeah, like we want it to happen. I also think that you and I are both just kind of looking at the tea leaves and saying, well, it feels like it's kind of leaning heavily one direction right now. There's some small signs that Cleveland's still in play. There's the Chris Haynes tweet. There's the Dave McMenamin tweet. There's now the Joe Varden story about James Harden waiting to sign because he's trying to save room to potentially sign LeBron.
Which all that tells me, by the way, is that James Harden thinks there's a chance.
Yeah,
that doesn't tell me the Cavs even think that there's a chance. That just tells me James Harden thinks that there's a chance.
Right. And they clearly, I mean, I do think like they
which is not. It's not bad.
I do think that means they must have had some sort of conversation, though, that maybe that's what who they're trying to pursue.
Well,
so he might know that.
And that's kind of the point. Is as of right now, I think it's fair. I think it's fair to think that if LeBron has made up his mind, he has not told the Cavs one way or another.
Right.
And if LeBron has made up his mind, according to reporters from Anthony Slater in Golden State, who covers the Warriors, their main guy for ESPN covering the Warriors, apparently the Warriors brass doesn't know either. So, I mean, at this point, it does feel like at least, LeBron is going to have a couple days here. He's going to have some conversations. You're going to be able to, like, sell yourself to LeBron. And if you can just give a great pitch, maybe you have a chance. I still look at it as Golden State, but maybe you have a chance.
I was also going to say, too, if James Harden and, JP, I think this goes in your favor, where if James Harden takes even more of a discount to make sure that LeBron's able to come back and sign, that's even more of a victory lap that you're going to be able to take over Nick when he comes back. Of the James Harden trade went ahead and helped you get LeBron back.
Well, I don't see Evan Mobley taking a pay cut. Is all I'm saying. I mean, it's a locked in contract, but I just don't see that happening. That's all I'm saying. You're right. It is one way. And by the way, I like that you brought that up. It is a easy, surefire way to help out James Harden's publicity in this city.
I was going to say.
Like, think about it. It's like the easiest thing you can do is be the person that shaved off a couple $1 million to make sure that LeBron comes home. And even if you don't land LeBron, it is wise beyond wise for James Harden to make sure that whether it's Joe Harden or anybody else, they put it out into the ether, and I'm willing to do everything I can to make sure that LeBron James comes, including taking a pay cut.
That actually is a really good point. The idea that, especially on the heels of everything that's been heaved at James Harden in terms of criticism and him getting blamed for how the playoffs ended with that series against the Knicks, even though the numbers do tell us that, he was an important part of getting them to that point. If he's openly admitting, especially after, you remember the one press conference he had was pretty early on in his tenure here. It might have been like after his first game he had, where he was asked about the money part of the business and why people assume that he's always just been in it for himself. And he basically talked about, like, loyalty is overrated in sports. Like, these teams aren't loyal to us, so why do we need to be loyal to them? Like, I'm going to go get paid. Mm-hmm. For him to have those remarks and always kind of be the guy that's been defined as, hey, I'm just chasing the money. I don't care about any of the other stuff. I'm just in it for me. And he's always kind of been labeled as selfish in that way. For him to actually take a pay cut and take less money to even open the door to sign LeBron or sign some other player if LeBron doesn't come here, that's the ultimate win for James Harden's PR.
Yeah, it's just a good PR move.
Yeah,
Even
exactly.
if nothing materializes of it, but especially if something does materialize of it, and you do end up getting LeBron. And by the way, the other part of this within the James Harden discourse, not to make it all about James Harden, is that when we talk about the buddies, and we've mentioned this now a couple times, we talk about like group, hanging out with people that LeBron is friends with and has been friends with forever. James Harden checks that box for the Cavs.
Yeah,
like the big appeal for the Cavs for LeBron is like 7 things deep. But one of those things on that list is he likes James Harden and they're friends. They can drink wine together. They can hang out. They've been buddies for years. That doesn't don't discount that. LeBron always goes and plays with buddies. That's why we highlighted Giannis. It's why we highlighted everything in Golden State right now. Like, he likes being with friends. Anthony Davis is involved in these conversations for a reason, because this is part of the LeBron orbit. It's part of how he operates. He has people he trusts and believes in, and then he does everything he possibly can to be around those people and surround them with greatness. 216-474-0092. Anthony up next. Hello, Anthony.
Hey, guys. So, for me, LeBron needs to, if he's going to end his career after this year, it needs to be in Cleveland just, for the aesthetic. So it doesn't, like everybody's been saying, it doesn't make sense for him to go play anywhere else. I know he likes to play with buddies, but the storybook ending is here in Cleveland. But I wanted to say that, the East isn't as easy as people think it is. Even maybe the West has the East from the 5th or the 6th slot on, but from 1 to 4, I think the East can compete with the West. And if you look at it, the Knicks won it this year. The Pacers were an Achilles tear from winning it last year, maybe winning it last year, and the Celtics won it the year before that. So this narrative that the West is just this place of where it's hard for him to win a championship. He's not escaping the West to come to anywhere East to have an easier chance to win. So I put that to his credit too. If the Cavs were to make it, if he comes back to the Cavs and they were to make it to another Eastern Conference Finals or Finals, it would be a significant feat because, again, in my opinion, the East isn't as easy as other people seem to think it is. So
yeah, but Anthony,
that's all I got to.
I appreciate you, and I do feel like, though, I can't make an argument that the East is some sort of juggernaut. The West is a better conference. They are. The Thunder are better. The Spurs are better. The East is open. It is.
Yeah, I think what he's forgetting is in the West you got to go through more teams to get there. Like he was pointing to the fact that the East won the championship the last 2 of the last 3 years or whatever, and I get that. Like that doesn't mean there weren't good individual one-off teams in the Eastern Conference that had a chance to win. Obviously, the Knicks were that this year. The Celtics were that 2 years ago.
Right, but
it's the idea that like if you're in the West, you got to go through Denver, you got to go through Minnesota, you got to go through the Spurs.
Exactly.
In the East, you don't have to go through all those teams, and you might get to face one of those teams in the finals, but it's only one of them. You only have to see one of those.
Exactly. Kendrick Perkins, by the way, he was on ESPN today, as he always does, and he seems to think if he goes to the Warriors, LeBron that is, that they have a legit shot to get out of the West. This is interesting. Here we go.
If you add LeBron James to this team alongside Draymond Green, Steph Curry, Al Horford, Kristaps Porzingis, they have the most championship experience in the entire NBA. And I get it. We can talk about how old they are. We can call them a group of senior citizens. But the other thing that we could call them is all of those guys have defeated Father Time. Again, when you talk about championship experience, when you talk about those guys being some of the best conditioned basketball players still to this day in the NBA, is nowhere in hell we could sit up here with a straight face and not say add LeBron James to this roster doesn't make them legit title contenders.
I don't know that I see title contenders. I think the West is too hard. But if something, and this is where the Cavs, I think, have an advantage here, Spencer. I think if you the pitch that Kobe Altman and company have to make here is the idea that if you want to play for an NBA championship, you come here to Cleveland. You get the storybook ending. You also have the better roster, the better team, and you're going to have a real chance. The West, nothing's guaranteed in the West. LeBron knows that firsthand. We just went through the list of teams. LeBron's won 3 playoff series outside of his trip to the COVID title that he won. He won 3 total playoff series in 8 years with Los Angeles. He knows how tough that conference is, okay? He knows what a struggle that can be. And so getting him back to the East, I do think the Cavs offer up a better chance of at least a lot of success for LeBron. Yeah, I just don't know that he cares about that at this point.
I don't think he cares because I've said it before. He could have left the Lakers 2 to 3 times over if he really was still chasing championships at this point. But the Cavs absolutely are the better team if you're trying to talk about championships. I know what Kendrick Perkins can make that case, and he is right about the championship experience. We've talked about the IQ part of it, where they would be certainly guys that have a lot of basketball knowledge and have seen a lot of things. Like from a smart standpoint, great. And it kind of is that brains versus brawn of, hey, can the smart guys, can the guys who know this game inside and out beat Wemby and some of these young guys that are on the rise in the NBA? Yeah. I get that. I just think in some of these longer series against these teams, like the older, we've seen it in recent years, like older teams just do not fare well. Kevin Durant, the teams that he's been on, has not fared well. Like he hasn't been healthy in the playoffs. Like it doesn't seem to lead to these teams ultimately that are older making or having long stays in the playoffs. Like the age of those guys dominating this league, I think, is just gone unless you're going to join a team that has the right parts and pieces around you to sort of carry and pick up some of that slack. I just don't think. I think it's a fun concept. It's one of those like, hey, 5 years ago this team would have been unbeatable. In 2026, it just doesn't really move the needle for me on a championship team. It's just cool that he gets to play with Steph and Draymond from some respects, because those are 2 stars he's never played with before in the NBA.
Definitely. 216-474-0092. Yvonne in Cleveland. Is it Yvonne or Ivan? I think I've messed this up before. I'm sorry, Ivan.
Yeah. I am thinking like a businessman at this point. So I'm not looking at friendships or anything. As a businessman, if I were talking to my general manager or Chris Paul, LeBron's agent, this is what I would say to them.
Rich Paul.
I would say, Chris Paul, I would say to
Rich
LeBron, tell your youngest son to drop out of college, and we're going to make him a 2-way player with the G League and the Cavs, and we're going to sign Bronny. We're going to make him the 15th man next to Larry Nance Jr. We've needed a 3 since LeBron left, so he'd take that position right there. And, of course, we've been to the Eastern Conference Finals, so we have the pedigree there. The whole year, whether they're playing at home and away, they're going to be the arenas are going to be sold out all over the country. They're going to make crazy money. We're going to find the money. The money is not the problem. I'm a businessman. I'm a billionaire. This is what we're going to do. And the other day, speaking of a businessman, Dan Gilbert sold 10% of the team to a hedge fund. And wink, wink, when you retire, I'll make you a part owner of the Cavaliers. That we can do it. Like, let's make
the old Tom Brady special that actually never came through. And thank you, I appreciate the call. I hate the wink stuff with like future ownership. Like for years, that was always the whisper. It's like, oh, Brady's playing for $15 million a year. They're gonna pay him when he's retired. You wait and see. He's gonna own part of the Patriots. You fast forward, no, he owns part of the Raiders. You know, like, I always hate that. It's like there's no secret handshake agreements that you're gonna be able to own a sports team after when it's all said and done. I don't buy that that's part of it. I don't think you have to go to the extent of, by the way, having Bryce James drop out of college to then join the Cavs either. I think that might be a little bit extreme. And also probably not great for Bryce James.
Well,
at this point.
I also think it is kind of funny. Not that they couldn't trade for him if they really wanted to, but all this news came down today after last night. Bronny's contract guaranteed for like $2.4 million or whatever the hell it was, and it would have been like less if it was that. So I did think it was kind of funny that LeBron sort of did his son a solid of not making any of this public until after that sort of guaranteed for him to set him up for success. So I don't know, but listen, I don't know. We're all wrapped up in it, obviously, and whatever decisions come in the aftermath of it, I think, or whatever decisions come after it. But
I'm ready to move heaven and earth for LeBron James. I just don't think you have to. Is the point?
For sure. Yeah, I don't think so.
I think this is mutually beneficial if it goes down this way. I think there's a lot of reasons why the Cavs would make sense for LeBron James. I still think it's going to be the Warriors, but like you don't have to sell him the same way that I feel like you would have had to maybe 10 years ago. Yeah, well, you have to sell. You have to do work. But
that's what I wanted to say was this isn't like when he came back in 2014 and you felt like you really there was like the sales pitch of like what this team's building towards and how he's the missing piece. You can argue that he's going to be an important part of getting this team over the hump without question. But I don't think the Cavs are going into this like as desperate as they once were. That's kind of my main point. Like if they don't get LeBron, yeah, it'll stink. We all wanted that storybook ending, but there will be other areas they can pivot to, especially if they move off Strus's contract and Harden takes less money, that they'll then just try to build the team with. It's not like losing out on LeBron means this team is going to be, back to 20-win seasons like they were when he left. Like, this is still going to be a team that we're talking about contending for a championship. It would just be nice to be able to do that with LeBron James here.
All right, we'll leave that there for now. We'll obviously touch on it a lot later on. John Fanta joins us at 4:20. He'll have the inside track on this one,
LeBron thoughts,
as he always does. And obviously, free agency kicks off at 6 o'clock, so be listening here at 6 o'clock as well. But is it fair to expect that Deshaun Watson will win the job? What one analyst had to say. We'll do that next right here on Afternoon Drive.
Welcome. cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SNAP for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcast. All right, back at it here on The Fan. You heard the conversation I was having with Katie there. Katie is trying to get me to basically hire her daughters to do babysitting. And the end result of this, and the part that I didn't get to tell Katie because we ran out of time, and the part that I just kept thinking in the entirety of my head, and here's where I'm a little bit of a coward, where I would have told her this to her face. We just ran out of time, but now I feel incredibly comfortable telling it to you on the air in front of everybody, and even more so than in front of her to her face, is the idea of, I'm like, hey, your kids are gonna be expensive. Let's be honest. Your kids they're not gonna be cheap babysitters. Like I know her kids well enough at this point. I don't think
what's the going rate for babysitters these days?
Listen, I don't think they're the cheap ones on the block. Let's put it that way. We had a setup, so we don't use babysitters really ever. We just don't.
We don't really either.
We always talk about it, and we never actually use it.
Well, we're going through JP. You and I can relate on this because, like, right now we really depend on Brittany's my mother-in-law, Brittany's mom. She lives very close. She's only like an hour away down at the Youngstown area, so we rely on her a lot. But it sometimes becomes like very cumbersome where it's like we want to do certain things and it's like, well, we don't want to have her have to come up again.
I know.
So it's like sort of frustrating. So we are at a point right now where we're like, we really could use a babysitter of some sort. So we're kind of like looking. But I also know, knowing my wife, she's very like, I need to like see this person, meet this person, see how they interact with my child. I can't. She's just not going to trust anybody. Like it's rightfully so. She's the child's mother.
I don't have that. I don't have that problem at all. And Elise doesn't either. She would trust like Katie's kids, for instance, because it's Katie and we know her. Yeah. She'd be like, not a problem. Like we're perfectly fine.
Well, that's the thing though. I know Katie.
Yeah. So you
my
trust
wife
her.
Doesn't know Katie,
yeah,
and so it's like she needs to meet Katie. She would need to meet Katie's daughters. She would need to like make sure.
It's a whole process.
It's like a whole process,
as it should be. They're your kids. I get it.
That's what I said. It should, but it's just it's so cumbersome. It's like finding the right people you trust. And it's been something that we continue to like hope we can figure out, but we can never just get there because we don't have the time to do it.
Elise has lined up maybe like 6 different babysitters, and we have used one in the previous year and a half for one day, and that was it. The realization we had was that we have to do this more. We have to, because that same problem you have in-laws. They do everything during the week. They help us out so much. I hate being like, hey, Saturday night, can you help us out? Right, but you have to make that a priority too, to make sure that we have our own time away from the kids and do that type of stuff, right? And so that's kind of where we're at. Katie's kids are going to be way too expensive. Let's just be honest about it. Those kids both have bright futures. They're both going places. They're going to be. I'm like top end of the market price for babysitters, and I think the top end is like $25 or $30 an hour at this point. Sorry, you're. I was going to say,
I feel like I've heard 20 is kind of the standard now. Is 20 the standard now?
No, I think it's higher than that. We were using this one again. The one time we used this girl that was like a couple doors down. It's only because she's so young. She's 15 or so, somewhere in that range. And it was like her first job. It was like she wanted to and so she told us a dangerously cheap price. Okay, but even within that, it was like as I'm gone, I'm counting each hour, being like, so that's another.
Well, that's the hard thing too with babysitters.
I can't get over that.
Yeah.
The roadblock in my head cannot get over that. And so Katie's so nice. She's like, oh, anytime. Yeah, let me know. And I'm like, your kids cost $30 an hour. What are you doing over here? That's going to be $150 just to go out, and that's not even counting the actual meal and everything we end up doing. Better be the greatest night of my life. So yeah, babysitters.
Cap the 2 hours out. That's all you get.
Yeah.
Funny, we got to hustle. We got to get back.
Yeah, I know, and I know how that's how I am.
You're pushy with the waiter, like, hey, can we get the check now?
No, we'd go to Chagrin Falls or something.
Can you bring the check with our dessert so we can kind of eat and sign and go at the same time? So we got to get out of here.
And now I'm like, don't worry, I'm going to get this money one way or another. I'll take it from your tip, or we're going to figure this out. But with each passing minute, you're losing the money here.
I'm going to go warm the car up real quick.
The faster you can bring us the check is the better tip that you're going to receive on this bill.
I swear I was not always this frugal in life. I really was not. My wife made me this way. She made me the frugal human that I am.
It hasn't helped that.
So I only blame her.
Everything is expensive right now. So it's like you kind of got to budget better nowadays because all the stuff that you used to just go and be like, I can spend like $3 on that. Now that stuff's like $7. And you're like, well, I can't spend $7 on it now.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
Katie's also not coming in here because she knows that her kids are expensive. All right, 216-474-0092. I want to play this clip from Jeremy Fowler. Again, he was on ESPN today, and he was talking about the Browns quarterback spot and what the expectation should be when it comes to who wins this job. Here we go.
Watson has had the leg up, but as was told to me by somebody with the team, that Shedeur Sanders made enough strides where he's closed the gap at least somewhat. It's going to be interesting starting camp, and they're nowhere near naming a starter yet. They want to see not only training camp action, but some preseason game action, too, to see what to get this job.
Yeah, it's interesting. Jeremy has been on this crusade. I call it a crusade as if it's something serious and something that is intense, but it feels that way to us that do this every day. It sounds like he has gotten himself convinced that Watson is in the front of this race, and I don't know if something's going to move off of that for Jeremy, but it is interesting that he has not wavered in any sort of way. The same way Albert Breer, who joins us at 520, has not wavered in any sort of way.
Yeah, and listen, I think there's a fair percentage that Deshaun does win the job. And it goes back to some things that we've talked about before, like the idea that maybe it's just easier to start the season with Deshaun Watson and then pivot to Shedeur. I think you actually said this yesterday, like if you start Shedeur and then he struggles, where are you going? You know, like, yeah, you go to Deshaun.
What's the end of Shedeur in your Browns uniform?
Nobody's happy about that. If you start with Deshaun and he struggles, then it's easier to set up like the guy that represents hope for your organization and be able to then sell that to people as like, hey.
By the way, I only point that out. It's not something I endorse in any sort of way. I think it's the dumbest thing in the world, the people that are like, it's better for Shedeur to come out of the gate second. No, it's not. It's better for him to start the whole season is what it's better for him to do. Start week 1 and don't lose the job and play 17 games. It's been, since Baker Mayfield, it's been a long time since we've had a quarterback play 17 games in a Browns uniform.
In a perfect world, I'm 100% in the same camp as you, where it's like just start Shedeur and have him play all season and whatever happens, happens. You know what I mean? Like just live with the results. We all kind of, I think most people understand what the season's really about. And that it's kind of about setting the stage for 2027 to find whatever quarterback if you don't have one that you need. So I'd rather see that than waste any time with Deshaun. But I also can understand the logic behind it's easier to go to maybe the young guy if rather than go back to the veteran that nobody really wants to see anyway. The thing that I really go back to though, and it's two things. There are two things that I think give Deshaun a slight edge going into training camp. That I think Todd Monken is going to sort of lean into when it comes time to make a decision. And the first thing is the football IQ part of this. Like, he is somebody who has continued to be renowned even when he was out last year. Mm-hmm. Shedeur, Dylan Gabriel, all these guys that were in that quarterback room with him, watching tape, watching film, going through the game plan. He was constantly in their ear telling them, like, here's what I see, showing them, like, what they have to sort of pick up on. And he can just do that at a higher level than I think these two young guys can because he's been in the NFL a lot longer. That makes total sense. I think that's something that Todd Monken's going to lean into. We don't get to see as much as that on the field, but like the school part of this, the classroom part of this does matter because that does equate to tangibly on the field, like going through your progressions, seeing what you're seeing, diagnosing coverages. I think Deshaun is still good at that. And then the second part of this is just, in theory, he's supposed to be the better athlete here. Now, I don't know what the rupturing his Achilles twice has done, if it's just zapped his ability to run the football. But we did see this spring, they were doing a lot of stuff that involved running the quarterback, similar to what we saw Tom Monken do with Lamar Jackson. I would never venture to say that Deshaun Watson is Lamar Jackson. That would be asinine. But I do think that's an element to his offense that he wants. And I just think that Deshaun, assuming he can still be somewhat athletic, is better equipped to run some of those things than Shedeur can. He's just not the athlete that Deshaun is supposed to be. And so for those two reasons, I think it probably does give him a slight advantage going into training camp that he probably comes out winning the job.
I just think what I would call the unfair part of this, if we're talking about fair or unfair, I think the unfair part of this is that it felt like Deshaun Watson was going to have the front part of this job and the advantage in this job based off of things he did 6 years ago. And so like if we did this competition next year, if he was still on that contract, if instead of 5 years for $230 million, it was 6 years for $290 million. It seems like next year we could do this same race and he would still have the same advantage over Shedeur Sanders as well. And I just at some point the statute of limitations runs out. Like at some point that expires. You can't just live off of what happened 6 years ago. And for myself, this is why it makes it so easy for me. And this is where the hang up I think happens for a lot of people. For myself, I'm looking at what he's done in a Browns uniform. 2020 didn't happen in a Browns uniform.
No.
It's so long ago. It doesn't matter to me. But I feel like a lot of people can't separate themselves from that. So at what time, at what point do you all of a sudden say, okay, what he did 6 years ago doesn't matter? Because that's the only reason why you'd give him the advantage right now.
And that is one of the sillier things, by the way, that I think Tom Monken has said this offseason was at the owners' meetings when he was asked about how he'll make the decision or, how he'll kind of set the initial depth chart. And he mentioned it being based off of, the most recent games they've played, the most recent tape that we have.
He also stepped on it as well because then he went back and said something to the effect of how he wasn't going to look at as much Browns tape. He was going to look at the Texans tape, and he was going to go back to the old part.
Right. Well, and that's
is that what you're getting to?
Yeah, that's what I was going to get to.
It's incredibly dumb.
It's like I get where you want to look at the most recent performances, and it's like with Shedeur, you have seven starts, 8 games last year that you can look to. With Deshaun, you're going back to the most recent tape being 2023, and that tape wasn't very good up until he got hurt. So it's like. But then he kind of gave this idea that we're going to throw that out the window and go look at the Texans tape.
He wanted the Texans
and it just
tape.
Makes no sense. I'm with you.
You're a different human at that point.
The fact that Deshaun has even basically admitted he's not coming into this thing trying to be anybody but Deshaun Watson in 2026 tells you all you need to know. He knows that version of him is gone. He's just trying to be the best quarterback he can be right now. I don't know what that's going to look like fully, but I think we have an idea because we've seen what that looked like the last 3 years, which is, again, why I don't need to waste my time seeing Deshaun Watson, but it does kind of feel like that's maybe the direction that Tom Monken and the Browns are going to go to start the season because he's just the veteran of the group and he has this ability that Shedeur maybe doesn't have in his game, this element to his game that Shedeur doesn't have, and being able to run the football that he wants to implement into his offense.
I just don't want it to seem like you're winning it by default, though. And the things we're describing right now is winning it by default. It's not winning it because Deshaun came out here and looked night and day difference than what we've ever seen him look before. And I guess that's the problem I have with this. We're going towards his past accomplishments, but they're so far in the rearview mirror for me that I hate that being the reasoning, if that does end up being the reasoning. And right now, for people like Jeremy Fowler, it's all they're hanging on to. Football talk coverage, by the way, on The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. Joe Thomas was on earlier today. He was on with the morning show, and here's what he had to say about Shedeur Sanders and Deshaun Watson.
If you're putting the gun to the head, and I got to say, somebody as of right now, it looks like it's going to be Deshaun Watson. But, I mean, we still got a lot of training camp to go. Obviously, we need to put the pads on, get the underwear, and throw them to the side because football season is upon us. We're going to real practice. That's going to give us some real information about the connection that these quarterbacks have with Todd Monken's new offense and these new receivers.
All right, so there you have it. I mean, it seems like, Joe says Watson's QB1 right now. I would think most people that come on the station would probably say something similar to that. All I would say, I think doors wide open for Shedeur. I don't think this is settled in any sort of way. And to the initial question of whether it's fair to expect that Deshaun will win the job, I don't think fair is even a thing we can do in this conversation right now.
Did you put any stock in Jerry Jeudy hanging out with Shannon Sharpe and then Shannon Sharpe, or was it no, he was saying Chad Ochocinco, I'm sorry. And then Chad Ochocinco basically saying, yeah, it's going to be Deshaun Watson like days after they hung out together. Because that does feel sort of interesting to me that the Browns' top wide receiver was hanging out with him. And then that was kind of the conclusion that he came away with that he wanted to share on the show was, yeah, we think it's going to be Deshaun. Because that sort of suggests that maybe inside the building, players feel that Deshaun is just a step ahead.
I think there's been a couple of things that tell us that Deshaun at least feels like he's got the leg up in this. I think him reporting today to Berea and him working out in Berea right now when this is this big stretch of time off and he's not even supposed to be anywhere close to the facility if he doesn't want to be. I think that's one sign that that Deshaun thinks that he's got a leg up on this. I think the other thing is something that happened last week. I think his wife on Instagram having that quote messaging something to the effect of how basically, they don't see all the work that you do in the shadows and all that, but your time is coming, something to that effect. When she's starting to be vocal about this and starting to puff her chest out a little bit about it, I feel like there's a lot of belief from people around Deshaun Watson that he has this job. And that's the scary part about this is like, and Jeremy's well connected to the Browns, has been for years. So I'm not saying this with Jeremy, but there's enough national people that'll talk to Deshaun's camp. And then that'll be the one-sided part of this conversation. And then it's like, all right, well, I guess he's got the leg up. I guess he's got it. Well, yeah, because Deshaun thinks he does. Deshaun thinks he does. There's no inclination that Deshaun thinks anything other than he's going to have this job wrapped up in the bag and basically handed to him. That's why he's going and doing all the things that I just described. And so, yeah, but you bring Jerry Jeudy into it, that's a different part of this.
Well, and then Shedeur obviously said he doesn't really think it's a competition, which was his way of kind of trying to downplay all the media narratives out there. I get it. But it was kind of funny that he was like, no, it's not really a competition. And then everyone else is just sitting there saying like, yeah, Deshaun's going to probably start.
It's interesting. There's enough time that you can make up the ground either way. Quick hits coming your way next. John Fanta, 420. Albert Breer at 520. We'll get his take on Deshaun Watson, whether or not he's QB1. It's Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan.
baskets for just $15. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 7/8. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See store at Lowe's.com for details and requirements. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Leave the garage door open and turn up the fan. Spend the summer with your home for Cleveland Sports Talk. 92.3 The Fan.
John Fanta coming your way at 4:20. It is Afternoon Drive. Jonathan Beadle and Spencer German. And now it's time for Quick Hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. Hurry! It's Quick Hits.
All right, we're going to start with more breaking news from the NBA world. Shams tweeting out in between the break. The Clippers are nearing a deal sending Kawhi Leonard to the Raptors for Brandon Ingram, Grady Dick, 2 first-round picks, 1 pick swap, and 2 second-rounders. A return to Canada for the Raptors champion and 2-time finals MVP, Spencer.
In light of the LeBron conversation today, does seeing Kawhi go back to one of his original, his previous teams give you, does this move the needle at all in LeBron returning to one of his previous teams in Cleveland?
No, there's no correlation.
Is everybody just doing reunions with their old teams now?
Maybe. Now, what do we say if LeBron ends up with Golden State? Should Kawhi have gone somewhere? I don't know.
I was actually rooting for Kawhi going back to the Spurs, by the way, because I loved the idea of like how that ended there, and they were trying to like rush him back, and the whole injury thing that was like he didn't think they handled it correctly, and all that, and then all of a sudden it's the definition of time heals all wounds. It's like, oh, I can go back to the Spurs where maybe I can win a title with my old stomping grounds with Pop and all these people.
Kawhi was awesome last year. I don't think people really truly are recognizing how great of a season he had.
He was really good.
The man is just not always healthy. And so like I would be worried about investing anything into Kawhi Leonard. But he was really it was one of his best years in forever last year. He was really good.
Is Darius Garland now the star of the Clippers?
Well, there was a part of me that felt bad for Darius in all of this. They basically shipped out everyone of value in the previous, year and change. Harden, Zubac, obviously Kawhi, like they sent everybody and just gone. And like Ballmer is, I think, just waiting on everything with this whole tree scandal is what I'm going to call it. And I don't know what comes of it. I don't know what happens. I don't know if Kawhi's going to eventually end up in trouble as well. But I think he's just buying time for the NBA to say, now you're stuck in hell.
Was this his way of trying to not skirt the rules, but just kind of get that wrapped up as
if you
a little quicker? Let's just get him out of here.
Yeah, go. You want to punish me for a year? I'll beat you to the punch. I'll make my team so not playable that it doesn't matter what the punishment is.
We got Darius Garland with 9 toes, and that's it.
I'm going to live in basketball hell. Now, the nice thing about it, though, is that there was a legitimate opportunity and chance if the Clippers had a competitive basketball team of some sense that LeBron would just go to the Clippers because you're staying in Los Angeles. Yeah, but that's gone now. That part does not exist in the slightest bit, and so that's a nice thing.
What's his relationship with Darius like? We've been talking about all these relationships. He was the player that they drafted the year he left.
I don't know that they've ever done as much as get coffee together. You know what I mean?
They are both clutch. They are both clutch, though. So maybe they've had some interactions. I don't know. Maybe.
You're right.
It's not going to happen.
You're right about that.
It's not going to happen. I was just being, funny here. But
no, I don't feel bad for Darius. Although he's going to end up, if he's not injured, he's going to end up scoring more than he's ever scored in his life.
Yeah, I was going to say there's no need to feel bad for him. He's going to be the star of that team and be the only guy scoring.
And enough people are going to be like, "See, I told you he could do it." And no, I don't care. I don't care that you scored 23 for a bad Clippers team. That's about as impressive as when Colin Sexton was scoring for Utah. Don't care. On to the next.
Perfect transition. Because I've been championing at the bit, JP, to do this next topic. I had it written down yesterday. I didn't get to it. I brought it to the table today. So there's all the rumors swirling, and I think now some reports that Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce are getting married at MSG this weekend, I believe it is. Mm-hmm. And the reason that this drew me in is because I just can't wrap my head around having endless gobs of money, like more money than you could ever need, and deciding to have your wedding at MSG. Like, you have unlimited money. You can have your wedding anywhere. You can have your wedding in the wineries of Italy. You can have your wedding in the mountains in Canada. Like, you could go anywhere in the world and you chose to go to New York City, in the heart of New York City, and do it at MSG. And I was having this conversation with my wife over the weekend. She's like, well, maybe like it's all closed off. Maybe she wanted like a really private venue. It's like, private venue? You're in the heart of New York City. There's going to be more paparazzi waiting outside than anywhere else in the world. Like we see celebrities get married all the time in more private places than MSG. This just doesn't make any sense to me.
It's definitely not a spot that Travis Kelce had any say in.
Definitely not. But why?
Because like Travis Kelce,
what does MSG mean to her? Like she's going to end.
She's lived in New York now for like 10 years.
But she's going to end her career doing like a residency at MSG for like the tail end of her life, the same way Billy Joel does. Like, she's going to spend so much time there. Why get married there? You can go anywhere in the world. You chose MSG where you already live. It just doesn't make sense. You have endless money. Why go there?
I don't have a good rebuttal. I don't.
If you had
I don't.
Okay, so
I think it's a strive. I've never heard of people getting married at MSG. Maybe that's part of the appeal. I don't know. It doesn't
if the Knicks didn't win the finals this year, would that still be the venue? I mean, I guess you probably planned this out way
You're
in advance,
indoors in the summer, and that's
another part I don't get.
I did indoors in the summer because I got worried it was going to rain.
But you also don't have endless money.
But I don't have endless money. I don't have enough money where I can like.
You don't have enough money I can put a tent around your entire wedding if it was outside. She could do that.
So we ended up doing the Ritz-Carlton downtown here, right?
Okay.
And we almost went to the 9. The 9 was a spot like the wedding thing is it's fun because you go and you tour all the different spots and you do all that and so like we went to the 9 and part of the 9 is that like they put you up on like this like rooftop thing for like part of the wedding, like that's part of it, but like the side was if it rains you have to go downstairs, and the inside venue just wasn't as cool to us, and so it's like, well, if it rains it's going to kind of stink in many respects.
I get that.
It's tough. It's a tough call. But if I had unlimited money, I'm probably just going to put people outside and deal with it. But like next weekend or this weekend in New York is going to be blistering hot. Like that's the other side of this.
It's all just bad.
It's outside weddings are just such a gamble. They are. They're such a gamble. But like I don't think when I think wedding venue, I don't think Madison Square Garden ever. But
no.
I think I like this more than whatever Hamptons trip she wanted to make though. Where it's just like this, like you're on the beach, but you're like I don't know. I don't know.
It sounds terrible.
I don't have like what's your like premier destination wedding place or what's your like great?
If it was me, like my answer would always be like somewhere in like the mountains of like Montana or in Canada, like Canada or something like that. Because I just always think that that's like a beautiful scenery. Like that'd be the place where I would pick. But again, when you have endless money, like. I don't know. Maybe I would have traveled somewhere in Europe that I loved. Like you can
but then
literally pick anywhere
everybody
in the
you
world.
then invite has to make that travel accommodation
as well. You can pay
for
them. You have the money.
I know, but it's like there's timelines attached to this.
Do celebrities really care about that? How many celebrities have gotten married in like all these lavish locations all over the world?
So it's Taylor Swift's wedding. So everyone that gets invited is going to go. She's the only person on planet Earth I feel comfortable that I can say like everybody. It's her and Bezos. Okay, when Bezos got married, everybody showed up. And I think he shut down like all of Italy. Okay, and like everyone showed up for that. There's only a handful of people.
But to your point, you said everybody would show up. Bezos was in Italy, and all his people showed up.
So you can do it wherever you want, I guess. It's really not that bad of a deal.
That's what I mean.
My problem.
She picked MSG right down the street from where she lives.
Here's my problem with the wedding. Okay. I don't love the idea that it's been rumored that they actually got married this last weekend, and then this upcoming weekend is like a faux wedding. It's like it's not a real wedding. It's a wedding in that all your friends and family and everyone's there, and they think this is the time, but they actually got married last weekend is the rumor. I don't know if it's true or not. It's just the rumor. I don't like weddings where I know that they've already gotten married. I've been to a few of them. I'm sure the way you have. I've been at weddings where I find out when I'm there after traveling hundreds of miles that they actually got married 3 weeks prior. And I hate that.
See, I have
it shouldn't bother me. I feel like I'm then watching, and all a wedding is a performance anyway, but I just feel like I'm watching this big grand performance that I don't really, it just seems phony to me. I don't know why.
I can actually relate to that because I have a family member that I'm very close with and have been very close with my entire life. And they did that, and they didn't tell me. And then I found out like a week before the wedding that they did, and I was more so mad. I get what you're saying, where like it feels very fake, and that's fair. And I think that's probably why they didn't tell me, because they didn't want me to have like any preconceived notions. But I wouldn't have really cared about that. I would have, as close as I am with this person, I just wanted to know that they got married. Like I would have been able to say congratulations, that's great, or like try to be there, because they had like a very small group of people that was there, like their close friends, and I was like, you didn't even invite me.
No, you rearranged everything in your life and your plans, and you got the the fake wedding is what happened.
But that's why I was more mad. Because it was like you could have told me. You could have told me this was happening. I would have tried to make an effort to be there. You just sprung it on me a week before. I was mad about that. That was bad.
I know it shouldn't. I know it shouldn't bother me. I just when I find that out, I always just get very bummed that I'm getting like the second act. Like this is all. I want to see the real deal. I want the real officiant up there. I wanted the real I do's, the real yeses, the real kiss to make it all work. Like I want that, but that's such as life. All right, we're gonna get back to the Browns here. John Fanta joining us at 4:20. We've talked a lot about LeBron today. We'll talk about LeBron with Fanta. I promise you that. Odyssey Rewind. You want to check anything out from 2:00 to 3:20? We did a bunch on the LeBron conversation, but it's been an interesting couple publications that have come out and have said that the Browns offseason is a good one. They've named them the offseason winners. Are you buying that? 216-474-0092. It's Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan.
This is
about to change. We're going live and local starting at 5 a.m. Join me, Jeff Thomas, for the Fan Warm-Up Show. You get those late West Coast scores you may have missed and all the latest news and rumors from the CLE. Hey, if you're up that early, you may as well worry about Cleveland sports with me. The Fan Warm-Up Show starting at 5 a.m. only on 92.3 The Fan.
It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
You gave your sister a succulent?
It was for her birthday. Been a while since
I remember
heard
that conversation.
Yeah.
That was a good one.
It's been a while. All right, back into here on the Fan. John Fanta joining us at 4:20. We're going to get an update on LeBron here in a second, and then we'll get into a Browns conversation that I want to have with you here, Spencer. But just keep everyone posted. Obviously, if you just get in the car and what's going on, he is not going to return to the Lakers. That's the big news of the day so far. But we do have a couple little things, and I've told you throughout this entire show, we're just going to have more and more
crumbs keep falling.
more breadcrumbs that kind of lead you to believe, all right, maybe there is a chance that it actually is the Cavs and not the Warriors. Kalshi, the betting app, is flipped in favor of the Cavs now. So clearly they see something, they hear something. I'm not entirely sure what that could be going off of.
I don't know if I trust Kalshi. But yeah.
I don't trust Kalshi as far as I could even bet on Kalshi, but that is what it is. Grant Liffman, who is NBA on NBC, he's based in Los Angeles. He is tweeting out that the Warriors brass is currently in L.A., and this was previously planned, but they're all in L.A. Now, LeBron's here in Ohio, so it doesn't really matter that they're in L.A., but it is interesting because if they're in L.A., I would imagine Rich Paul is also probably in L.A.
So it's funny.
Maybe there could be something there.
LeBron, every time he's been a free agent, gone through one of these decisions, it seems like he's done it all differently. Like the first one, it was everybody coming to Cleveland and giving him the pitches. And then the second one, it was just, I think people went to him. Wasn't there the story of he was in Vegas and Pat Riley flew out to him to try to sell him on Miami one last time and he couldn't convince him, and then obviously the SI article came out announcing he was coming back, and then when he went to the Lakers, it was just very informal. He put out this letter of I'm going to LA, and everyone's like, thanks for your time in Cleveland, whatever. And then this time it just seems like he's too old for this game. He's just Rich
he loves
Paul,
this game.
Well, but I'm saying,
loves this game.
I'm saying he's not involved in any way anymore. It just seems like he's Rich Paul, you go take care of this. I'm going to be in Ohio doing my own thing, playing golf and driving around Cleveland, driving around Ohio. This one's on you. I'm too old to keep doing the pitches and be in these meetings. I'm going to go do my own old guy thing. And you can just handle
love the take by you, but nope. He
but
loves
he's here.
it.
He's
he loves
not
it too
even
much.
there. He's not even there.
He loves it too much. I was thinking about that. I watched that. There's a YouTube golf series out there, and they had LeBron on as part of their series. And we referenced this when it happened on the show, by the way. But anyway, the YouTube Golf World, they had him on, and LeBron was talking about all the things that he's interested in, and they're going through so what does your summers look like? What do you do? And he went through this whole impassioned thing about how basically he shuts it all down. He doesn't do anything basketball. There's a 6-week stretch where he just does not do anything basketball related. Anything that's going to be basketball related, he just wants nothing to deal with, nothing to do with. And I do wonder if, again, people have seen him at Firestone over the weekend, all these different golf courses. I do wonder if LeBron is just in his little 6-week cocoon and is just kind of not worried about basketball in the slightest bit, not going to do anything with basketball really. Yeah, obviously there's still a lot of people in charge, and at least with LeBron, that are making some of these decisions, and he's got to have his hand in the cookie jar at some point. LeBron clearly came up with at some point the realization that him and the Lakers weren't going to work, but is this something he planned 6 weeks ago? Or is this something that is all just materializing in the last 48 hours? Because this Warriors thing came so quick and so fast, Spencer. We weren't talking about the Warriors a week ago with LeBron, and then as recently as 24 and 48 hours ago, as recently as today, after the Lakers news, there were broadcasters and people I were listening to on a national level that were making it not the assumption that he'll go with certainty that he would go to the Warriors. And so there's just a lot attached to this, and it all happened very, very quickly. And so if you're a Cavs fan driving around right now and you think the storyline has always been there for LeBron, that's the part that you have to hang on to. I won't fault you for it. I still don't think it's going to happen, but I won't fault you for it.
Well, and speaking of having his hands in the cookie jar, I just did see this via ESPN. Dave McMenamin, who has been one of the only people sourced on sort of giving hints that the Cavs are still in play.
We have the clip. You want to play the clip?
This new one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Come on. We work fast over here.
I'm sorry.
Courtesy of ESPN, this is Dave McMenamin.
I know that several members of LeBron's kind of inner circle are going to meet him in Ohio this week. And I'm sure they continue to have a discussion about what the decision will be. But it could be the best situation right down the road from where he grew up, 45 minutes from Akron, with the Cavs for a third stint And really, I've followed this guy now for 12 years around the country. I've seen different fan bases, different arenas. The only place that accepts him, embraces him, celebrates him for everything that he is Cleveland, Ohio.
I mean, that's about as good as it gets if you're a Cavs fan. Because to me, the happiness line that we've been sort of referencing, that speaks more to like LeBron just sitting down and being like, where do I want to play that's going to be a fun place to play? But if he's talking about meeting with his inner circle, that sort of directs me back to the legacy thing. That directs me right back to the idea that the Cavs could maybe sell him on this idea of, and he's talking about Cleveland's the one place where he's embraced. That makes me feel like he's going to have a serious conversation with his inner circle about where's the best place to actually hang it up and retire, and that would be Cleveland.
Was the last 48 hours where enough people like myself became convinced it was going to be Golden State, was that just one big trial balloon? Was that just was that LeBron trying to see how it was going to be perceived and how it was going to be received from the NBA community? And by the way, I didn't think it was in Cleveland. Obviously, it wasn't received very well. I didn't think across the board it was received in the most negative way. Obviously, there was a lot of old people jokes that were attached to it. You know, the Golden State geriatrics, all these other type of things. What'd you call them? Like Team Life Alert?
Life Alert Warriors.
Yeah, there was a lot attached to the jokes with that. But was this one big trial balloon for him to see how weird is it for people if they see me in a Golden State Warriors uniform?
Here's what I kind of think it was. I think that this was LeBron surveying what his realistic options were if he leaves LA. Because think about it. The news from the LA part of this came out today, where we're learning he's not going back to LA. He's made that decision. He's let them know LA is going to move forward without him. Okay. So this kind of, maybe this is what it was him kind of surveying, all right, I know the Cavs are interested. I know maybe Miami would be an option. What other teams are actually a possibility? And the Warriors kind of came into the picture and said, we'd be a possibility. And that's all he needed to be like, all right, I got enough options that would make me happy that I can say goodbye to the Lakers and know that I'm going to play somewhere else in 2026, 2027. That's maybe what it was.
Okay, I like that take. And then it'll regroup from there, essentially. But there's something or someone that gave the tip off that the Golden State thing, and maybe this is what Draymond did with his own money. We talked about James Harden and the impact of that and how this has kind of flipped the Kalshi odds in the Cavs' favor, that James Harden is willing to take less money if it helps out the Cavs in some sort of way. At least that's kind of the perception I got out of what Joe Varden was reporting with James Harden. Maybe that's it. Maybe that logic was applied to Draymond Green opting out of his deal and not taking what everyone assumed was the easy $28 million on the ground, and is now going to take basically what is a James Harden deal, which would be a lesser money for more years.
Yeah, I think so. The Draymond deal certainly felt like the thing that kind of tipped it in Golden State's favor. There was also all those reports about like them pursuing Anthony Davis too that I think sort of swayed it that way. But yeah, this James Harden part of it, the fact that he's kind of waiting to see if this is a possibility, these are positive signs. If you're a Cavs fan who wants this to happen, which I think at this point most do, I've only seen a very select few number of people who are like against this at this point.
Yeah.
Then I think these are positive signs. And I think these latest comments from Dave McMenamin, who, as he alluded to, has followed this guy around for years now, and I think is one of the people close enough to understand truly how he thinks and how he operates and what's going through his head in these situations, maybe better than most. I think that sort of gives us a sense that the Cavs are certainly in play here. It's just going to come down to a matter like how much you feel they're in play based on the individual. So obviously you still think Golden State's the more likely outcome. I still sort of feel that way as well.
I didn't know if you moved off of that.
But I here's what's happening, JP, is the show's going on and we're getting more breadcrumbs and starting to sway back the other way.
Did I not predict that this is how this is going to go?
And this is why
I told you at 2 o'clock this is how this was going to go. Did I not?
This is why LeBron...
Mac, did I not say this is how this is going to go at 2 o'clock?
This is why LeBron Watch is what it is.
It's like I'm doing a show with Daryl all of a sudden.
He drags us in.
What's going on here?
He drags us into the deep end, and we all just get drowned by all the rumors and reports, and we all just get consumed by this thing. It's crazy.
It's been 2 hours. We can't go from it. I think it's Golden State now.
I still think it's Golden State.
New information. Benefit of new information. It's popped up. All of a sudden, you can change your mind. I think it's really funny. I don't know that anyone 100% knows anything right now when it comes to LeBron and what he is and isn't going to do. And I think that part is what makes it wildly fascinating. I was not going to let myself get clouded by the idea that from an entertainment standpoint and from what I want to have happen in being LeBron James coming to the Cavs, I was not going to let that override what the entire NBA world was telling us for the previous 48 hours and a lot of what they were telling us today. And so it's an interesting little development. John Fanta is going to join us, by the way, at 4:20, and he'll give us his insight into LeBron. And I do wonder, would the interview be different with John if we did it at 2:20 instead of 4:20? I'm going to imagine yes, but we'll talk to John at 4:20. Quickly, though, Spencer, I told everyone about The Athletic and their report out there, or not report, they put out an offseason winners and losers list, and they had the Browns as one of the offseason winners. It feels odd in a season where you're projected to win 5.5 games, you trade away Myles Garrett, you're probably going to end up trading Denzel Ward, if not during the season, before the season gets underway, that this is the time to call us offseason winners. But I have a hard time disputing that as well.
Well, I think overall it was a good offseason for other reasons. I understand when you start from the standpoint of you traded away your best player and arguably one of the best players, if not the best player in franchise history, how can you consider that a winning offseason? But it's the collective of the moves that they made. The fact that they had this really good draft by all accounts that everyone's raved about for the second straight year under Andrew Berry. The fact that they rebuilt the offensive line. The fact that, the defense, despite losing Myles Garrett, you got Jared Verse back in that deal. I think that deal is one that was a rare instance where both teams kind of won. They both got what they wanted. So I understand where people are coming from with this. I'm just going to be honest, though, JP. This is I just hate this stuff. Like, how many off seasons have we heard the Browns won, and it just does not matter whatsoever? This has always been the time of year that the Browns win. The Browns always get crowned as, they had a great off season. At this point, it has to just translate to the fall, the winter, when the season's going on. Like, that's when we want to see them win. It doesn't matter all the moves that they've made. It doesn't matter about any of this until they get a quarterback. They get the quarterback situation figured out, and until they're winning football games on Sundays. It doesn't matter how many off seasons they won. That's never resulted in them actually getting results on the football.
I think the hard part for myself is that I can recognize that I think they're building something that's going to be really good in maybe a couple years.
It's tangible.
They need a quarterback, obviously. A lot's going to depend on if they get a quarterback that can at least just be league average. But I can see what they're building, all right? With all the
and that's encouraging.
All the draft picks, everything they've done, I can see what they're building, but in the same respect, it's not as if I think they're going to be anything great this year either. And I think that's kind of the tug and pull that you have to have within this conversation. Like, if you're going to call someone an off-season winner, are you calling them an off-season winner because you think they're going to be a 10-win team this year, or is it because you think in 2028 they're going to have something that they can really write home about? And I would argue that this is based off the idea that in 2028, 2029, they'll be set up with a lot of really good players, because this year's about a youth movement essentially for this Browns team. And so it's odd, because I think we do so many off-season winners, losers based off of, how are they going to look in 2026 and like this upcoming season? And with the Browns, I just don't think you can do that realistically. I think it's about a long-term vision.
We always put too much stock in this type of stuff. We put too much stock in winning the offseason. We put too much stock in strength of schedule being based off of records from last year, because none of that matters. All these teams are different year over year. Like, we care so much about these things, and then it's all about the results on the field. And at this point, the Browns have won numerous off seasons. It's never mattered. It's about showing up on Sundays, and I think you're right. It's about finding out if you have that quarterback position figured out, because that's the ultimate thing that every team needs.
Is LeBron coming home? John Fanta answers that question when he joins us next, right here on The Fan.
When you first saw her, she was out walking her dog.
open to pivoting and to acquiring someone from another team, trading for one, drafting for one, signing one as a free agent. That's what you do. If you don't have your guy, you turn over every stone and rock until you do find your guy.
Listen for Mary Kay Cabot from the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com. Tuesday mornings at 11 on Cleveland's Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan.
If you missed a moment in our show, use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration.
All right, back in here on The Fan. Jonathan Peterlin, Spencer German with you guys here as we go out to the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. John Fanta joining us here on The Fan. John, how are we doing today?
John. Fellas, what year is it? What is happening? This is something. What a Tuesday afternoon. My goodness.
It's been kind of wild. I said in last segment that I think your opinion of this might be different if you were on at 2:20 as opposed to 4:20. It feels like the optimism for LeBron going to the Cavs instead of the Warriors now is growing by the hour. Where do you see this with LeBron definitively not going to the Lakers and now the options wide open?
I got to be real with you guys. I know it's easy for somebody to come back at me and say revisionist history or whatnot, but I just never felt like and it's not to say that it still couldn't happen, but I don't feel the vibe of the Warriors move at all. They were your biggest rival for several years. I don't care that you've won a gold medal with Steph Curry. I don't care that you want to close it out with, what is basically a glorified nursing home plan if the Golden State plan were to happen. It doesn't make sense to me. To me, it makes sense for a last dance where you could go out on top. And that's Cleveland or anywhere. We could go to other franchises and talk about the what-ifs and the possibilities. But the Cavaliers are set up, if LeBron James is in the wine and gold, to contend for a championship. This is how the movie is supposed to end. This is how LeBron James can end his career with an exclamation mark. And LeBron James, all throughout his career, people have said, this move, that move, all the way back to the decision guys. And let's face it, with those decisions, with the super team era that he rolled over, came a sector of people that said, I don't like LeBron. I don't like that he does that. I don't like that he moves, that he does this. And guys, you can say to me that he makes too much money to care about any of that. But LeBron James knows who's saying what and what's being said. He always has. He's always been incredibly aware. And I think for him, if he goes back to Cleveland one more time, the national appeal of LeBron James, he goes out on top. He goes out on top if he does this, and it feels real. It feels real. It looks real, and we've seen this movie before, and I in my gut, feel that this absolutely can happen.
John, you mentioned the Golden State aspect of this and how it doesn't really make sense to you. There's all the jokes. I know I've made plenty about it being the AARP Warriors and whatever else. But yeah, if that is the route he goes, if he were to finish his career with Golden State and do this year with his buddies and have this fun, happy year, sort of going out with people that he enjoys being around, what does it do in your mind to his legacy? LeBron's always cared about his legacy. That's always been very important to him. I think he sort of feels like at this stage of his career, it's pretty Teflon. But what do you think it would do from like a narrative standpoint, both locally here in Cleveland and on a national level, if that's the way he decides to go out?
I think locally in Cleveland would be more magnified than nationally. I think the national perception that he did make moves throughout the course of his career, I kind of liken it to, I think nationally, guys, there's a world where people are like, well, look, Jordan tried it with Washington and, it just didn't work out. And, I look at it from this perspective, and it gets magnified because the Warriors were an enemy for so long. I think it would affect Clevelanders more than it would affect the country. Look, nationally, LeBron James goes down as one of the greatest of all time. in Cleveland, he goes down as the greatest of all time on the hardwood. And a lot of the things that we talk about with LeBron James are going to be done by the Cavaliers. But if he ends his career as a Golden State Warrior, there's going to be a sector of Clevelanders who say, I had a hard time with that. And I had a hard time with the move that he made to Miami. I still didn't get over that. And the way that it was done with all the lead up. And then the last thing that he did throughout the course of his career was head to Los Angeles from Cleveland and then head to the organization that we despise for several years. I get that local sentiment. I get that local flavor. Nationally, in the Basketball Hall of Fame and in the basketball hierarchy, LeBron James is one of the greatest 3 to 5 people that have ever touched a basketball. And anybody arguing otherwise, I'm sorry, I can't even sit and hear the argument. But in Cleveland, it will be a negative move. It's not like you could just put your head in the sand as a Cavs fan and ignore the fact that he's going to the franchise that you hated for a couple of years.
Well, and especially now with the setup and how this has now gone down. I mean, there's a lot of Cavs fans now in the past couple hours that have built up legitimate excitement for what this could potentially be, John. And so let me ask you, part of this storyline in the repeated term has been it's a happiness decision for LeBron. What does this being a happiness decision even mean to you? Does that help or hurt the Cavs in the big picture if it's a happiness decision?
It's a happiness decision. It's Cleveland, Ohio. He's never going to be happier than he will be at home. He'll never be happier than he is at home. Also, are we happy about winning a championship, or are we happy about a first-round exit in the Western Conference playoffs, or maybe a second-round exit in the Western Conference playoffs? The Golden State Warriors are not winning a title if LeBron James goes to Golden State. I'm not going to sit here and say that the Cavaliers are just winning a championship, guarantee it, and all that. I can tell you this much, and what do you two think? LeBron's chances greater in Cleveland of being a championship contender or Golden State?
No, they're much greater in Cleveland. But we have made the point throughout this show that in the last 8 years with Los Angeles, he won the COVID title. Outside of that, he won 3 playoff series. Like LeBron in the last 8 years hasn't shown through his time in Los Angeles that it's all exclusively about winning. And that is kind of that point of the happiness decision. I think he's putting the exclamation point on that.
Yeah, but here's what I would say back to that. If it was a happiness decision exclusively, why wouldn't you just stay in Hollywood?
Well, I think that's where California becomes interesting, where Golden State is. It's not only in California still with these great golf courses and everything else, just a short plane ride away from his family house in L.A. now, and you set up with all sorts of people that he admires and respects in Golden State. And he's got proof of concept with that 2024 gold medal team as well. So he knows he can do it with Steph. He's obviously got a great respect for the basketball IQ that Steph has. Draymond's been a great buddy of his for years on end. Steve Kerr, there's a lot that signals happiness to me in a Golden State Warriors uniform, even if it looks funky.
It looks funky, and is there something to be said about the fact? I'm just saying, okay, but stick with me here. Mm-hmm. If LeBron James goes to Golden State, he is not going to be number one in Golden State. Okay, number one is always going to be occupied by one Steph Curry.
Sure, yeah.
So if he cares at all about that, if it's just to hang out with your buddies and give it one last run and have the enjoyment of that and be able to say I played with some of my best friends and that's how I ended my career, if that's what it is, then yeah, the decision is Golden State. But to me, if happiness is I keep hearing happiness. All right, well, does joining Firestone make LeBron happy? It certainly doesn't make him sad. Clearly he likes to hang out in the Akron area.
Yeah, but you can't do Firestone in December. You can do Pebble Beach in December.
You can't, but you can't be king in Oakland. You can't be king at Golden State. You can't be king. You could be king in Cleveland. You can have that throne.
Should we open Miami back up then in this conversation, John?
Everything's on the table, guys. Well, I don't. You can open that back up. I don't think that he and Pat Riley.
I'm not trying to give you a hard time. I respect what you have to say, and I'm genuinely curious because I think there's a lot of mystery around this.
I think everything's on the table here. Look, this guy has never been shy. Has never been shy to hold a sweepstakes. Has never been shy to look at all options. Pat Riley's not getting any younger, and is there a world where? I mean, look, Pat Riley just went and got Giannis, and I was told last week the legitimate reason was because he hopped on a phone call and said, "I'm not getting any younger. We're doing this." So, do you play the nostalgia card? Everything is on board here. It always has been with LeBron James. But one thing I do know is this: the happiest ending for LeBron James is coming back to his hometown and winning one final championship. You can argue that he could be a happier quality of life by living in California during December and January. And if that's what it's about, that's fine. But to me, you don't leave the Lakers, okay, just for Golden State unless you've got something more on your mind than just playing with a couple of buddies.
John, the other part of this, if he does decide to return to Cleveland, is obviously the fit, right? Like you have a team here in Cleveland that is ready-made to chase a championship. LeBron would be, I think, a huge piece in potentially helping you get over that hump. With Harden, with Mitchell, with Mobley, a number of guys there that are star players in their own right, have their own egos, have their own, families they have to feed, their own roles that they would have to play in this. How does LeBron sort of fit into that equation, you think?
All right, well, let's be clear on the first thing here. They're not currently constituting to chase a championship. As currently constructed, they're not a championship team. And that was revealed with what the Knicks did to them. I know that there's Cavs fans out there who still think that they can chase it as they're currently constructed. It's not happening. The fifth or sixth or seventh best team in the NBA, which the Cavs are somewhere in there, is closer to 12 or 13 than they are to 1. With LeBron James, things change because if LeBron James is healthy, it's the best news for a Donovan Mitchell. Donovan Mitchell has positioned himself, has just gotten to his first conference finals. Donovan Mitchell, an ego, to me, he's one of the most genuinely hardworking and nice people in the NBA. The Harden elephant in the room is just that, an elephant in the room. Now, Joe Varden reporting that Harden is waiting to do what he wants to give the Cavaliers flexibility here as they look for routes. That would certainly change James Harden's public perception in Cleveland and beyond if that were the case and that ends up being true in this. The Harden factor is always going to be there of, can he stay disciplined? Can he understand his role? I thought for all that we ragged on James at times, he helped the Cavs quite a bit to get past the Pistons. And I thought he actually took a back seat for the Cavs in Game 7. He didn't let his really poor shooting at times in that game affect how they ultimately ended up winning that game. So the fact is, an Evan Mobley benefits from LeBron James. He frankly, how can he not? And he needs somebody like that, I think, in a locker room. And a LeBron James, the Cavs, to me, they as great of a player as Donovan is, okay, he leads by example, okay? LeBron James would come in and lead in everything. He would lead with his voice, he would lead with his presence, and he would lead with a mission. You go and you get LeBron, and you instantly pull yourself into a different galaxy in the NBA. You pull yourself into the main table. Right now, you're waiting to be at that main table. You're outside the door still. I don't treat the Cavaliers, as they're currently constructed, if they were to run it back, as a serious championship contender. Getting LeBron only helps these guys. The Harden thing, is it a dilemma? Yes. If you have James Harden on your team, you always face the dilemma of him slipping and him having a rough game and him playing you out of a game. But I have to think a 41-year-old on the last act LeBron James can only try to help that situation.
All right, John, tell us about the sports broadcasting camp we've been talking about for a while that you have coming up here in July.
Yes, we have a big thing in Cleveland. It's brand new this summer. We are still taking signups. All right? It is the sports broadcasting camp in Cleveland. It's at John Carroll University. It's July 20th to 24th. Boys and girls, ages 10 to 19. If you've got a 9-year-old who's extremely passionate about it, you give me a call. You call us up, 440-454-3830, 440-454-3830. And it's the sports broadcasting camp in Cleveland, sportsbroadcastingcamp.com/Cleveland. We'll have guest speakers. You'll hear from national broadcasters. You'll hear from local broadcasters. 92.3 The Fan will be incorporated a little bit into this camp. And on July 23rd, we will head to the Guardians-Twins game. And the great people around the Guardians who call their games, the kids will get a chance to hear from them inside Progressive Field. And shout out to Curtis Danberg and his team. The Guardians have been so great to us. And most importantly, I can't wait to see the kids. We're going to give them play-by-play. We're going to give them sports talk, all that. And I can't wait to get back home. Can't wait to get back to Cleveland for a week. Would love to stop and see you guys in person at some point that week, but looking forward to coming back home.
I hope you do.
It's ages 10 to 19.
John, I will say,
we got an open seat right here for you, John.
I love that you're doing this camp. I will say I'm a little hurt that 92.3 The Fan's going to be represented, and you didn't bring in the one John Carroll alum who's a host here. Well, actually, that's not true. There's two, but.
Hey, wait! Just like LeBron James and Rich Paul right now, our conversations are ongoing. we can.
Yeah. Just wait. Once Lima drops out, then you're right there. You're right
I'm
there
next
to be
in
asked.
line.
Yeah.
I'm Jonathan Kaminga waiting for LeBron not to choose the Cavs, and then he just goes with he's next.
Right. One of my guest speaker bookers is Mac Robinson, and he can certainly set things up with your people, Spencer. I mean, the thing is, though, JP, the reason why I wasn't, I said I hope to see you guys in person. It depends on my mood with Wilson that week.
I
just don't
That's
know
fair.
if I can.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it depends. You feel the same way sometimes day to day.
We never know. It's a constant guess. What version are we getting today? I'm not sure. I don't know. But that's the beauty of him. That's what we love about him. All right. Thank you, John. I appreciate you.
Thanks, John.
Thank you, guys. Maybe the king will come home. See ya.
Hopefully. Thank you, John. John on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. We're at to what he had to say next right here on The Fan.
Hey, don't be pressured when it's time to shop for an engagement ring. Stop in and see Josh at Bookman & Son, where jewelry shopping is made easy.
systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
The happiness decision, it's Cleveland, Ohio. He's never going to be happier than he will be at home. He'll never be happier than he is at home. Also, are we happy about winning a championship, or are we happy about a first-round exit in the Western Conference playoffs, or maybe a second-round exit in the Western Conference playoffs? The Golden State Warriors are not winning a title if LeBron James goes to Golden State. I'm not going to sit here and say that the Cavaliers are just winning a championship, guarantee it, and all that. I can tell you this much, and what do you two think? LeBron's chances greater in Cleveland of being a championship contender or Golden State? If it was a happiness decision exclusively, why wouldn't you just stay in Hollywood?
Well, I wouldn't stay in Hollywood, and that was John Fanta, because Hollywood, La La Land, Los Angeles, the Lakers, they didn't want him anymore. So it's being phrased, and it's being termed as far as the NBA world is living under this assumption that Pelinka is eating that dirt sandwich that we talked about, and it's just like, oh, he's just how do you let this go with LeBron? And LeBron really got the best of you here. No, the Lakers are getting exactly what they wanted out of this.
Well, I saw the report.
The Lakers didn't want LeBron anymore.
Apparently, they did want him, but it was that they wanted it at a certain price. Like, I saw some report about LeBron was maybe offended that the Lakers wouldn't give him like the Kobe deal.
Maybe that's the way to put it.
Like the Kobe deal. Like Kobe got 2 years, like $48 million his last 2 years when they knew he was at the tail end of things, and he kind of felt insulted that they were like, "Hey, you got to take a major pay cut here if you want to come back."
I think the Lakers know. They Luka, Reeves, all these players on this roster, it's not that there's no room for LeBron. It's just they're ready to turn the page. They started turning the page when they were doing these dinners with Luka and not involving LeBron, these end-of-season dinners that they started having. The writing was on the wall. And I think it's genius of Pelinka to let LeBron and let Rich Paul feel like they're the ones that are making this decision. In the spotlight, let them go ahead and feel like they got whatever they want. We'll have the last laugh a year, 2 years from now, whatever that ends up being, with Luka and this new supporting cast and building this thing up and taking a step forward. And it's just going to take a couple years for that to pay off. They're going to they'll eat it for a little bit. It's not going to be some sort of upward trajectory once you lose LeBron, but they're going to be better off for it in the long term. And I think they know that and they understand that. And so they're letting LeBron have the optics of this is LeBron saying no to the Lakers, and I'll just never be convinced it's truly that way.
I feel like it was probably a mutual thing. I think LeBron, despite maybe his love for LA and maybe wanting the comfortability of potentially still having been able to stay there and be close to his family and still play with his son, which was always the dream, obviously, and he'd done that the last couple of years, I think he probably was. I mean, there had been murmurs of him being frustrated with the organization too, and sort of the direction it was taking.
For years, and why? Yeah. I think it's because LeBron felt like an unwanted house guest.
Yeah,
and I can't blame him.
It got to a point because, to your point, the Lakers kind of pivoted to, hey, we're a Lucas team now, and we're sort of moving forward with him. And so I think he didn't necessarily like that anymore. So, but see, that's what's interesting about all this. And to John's point, I think like John's entire commentary on this is only going to get Cavs fans more excited about the possibilities of him coming back. Like everything John said makes a lot of sense. The happiness part of it, and happiness is home. Happiness is ending your career with sort of this great send off in Cleveland. I think all those things are true. But yeah, like it's interesting that LeBron is kind of weighing all these different options now, and it feels like the Lakers were just not like the place where he's going to be considered the belle of the ball, and everyone's going to love him and adore him, and he would get that feeling again that he didn't have in LA anymore, is obviously Cleveland. It's here. Like this is the only place where he's going to really get that. If he goes to and joins the Warriors, like they'll be appreciative, I guess. Fans will like that, but they'll sell a lot of tickets, but that's still Steph's team. You know what I mean? And even in Miami, it's like Giannis is the big selling point, and that still is D. Wade's town. Cleveland is his.
It's D. Wade's town, but LeBron can be the centerpiece more than Giannis is. Not from a production standpoint, but from a beloved standpoint. He did win 2 titles there. They did go to 4 NBA finals. Like I think people look at it, and you're right to say it is D. Wade's town, but LeBron is still very beloved in Miami.
I think so, yeah, for the most part. It's not that he has no fans down there and he's not adored in some respects. I just think like Miami isn't a great sports town necessarily to begin with. when they, gravitate towards like their guys are the obvious ones. It's Dan Marino, it's D Wade, it's some of those names. But I don't know. I think he's kind of secondary in general, but if he's down there now, there's probably some more staying power than Giannis because Giannis is now sort of freshly down there. I get what you're saying.
I think it's going to really sting for a lot of Cavs fans if he doesn't end up coming to the Cavs now. Because I think we've all kind of...
Oh, dude, the pendulum has swung. JP,
we're ready to throw roses at his feet every single night if he does, in fact, choose the Cavs here. Like, we're ready to give him a standing ovation for... I'll get a 10-minute ovation every before game. We can make it a ritual, the LeBron James standing ovation that we just do for a 10-minute stretch before they take the court. We'll do that. We're ready for that. And so I think maybe this is, as a fan base, we need to start the pitch on our own of the idea of, we will make sure that all the adulation of the world goes to you, and we will make sure that we always talk great about you and everything else, and remind him that in Golden State, he's not going to have that same receptive, whether it's ovation or anything else.
JP, I talked about setting myself up to be disappointed. That's not happening with Cavs fans right now. For example, during the John Fanta interview, Dave McMenamin fired off a couple tweets about the LeBron situation, one of them being that LeBron James came to the conclusion that he wanted to continue playing meaningful competitive basketball, a source familiar with James Thinking told ESPN.
Okay.
And I retweeted it, and I got people in the mentions of this retweet saying, that sounds like Cleveland to me. It's going to be Cavs fans are sold. All the tea leaves that have kind of spilled out over the course of the show.
There's been a lot in this show. There's been a lot in this show.
Has everybody believing that? So
there's been enough in this show that I hate what my stance was in the 2 o'clock hour now.
There is no saying.
I hate it. I feel trapped now, and I hate it. I don't love that was my stance now.
There is no pulling a Spencer German here for most Cavs fans of I'm setting myself up to be disappointed. This is full on gung ho. So you said Cavs fans are going to be very disappointed and hurt by this. I think that's what it's setting up to be.
They're going to be really hurt by this.
If he chooses Golden State on
I hope LeBron
tomorrow,
is ready. I hope
Thursday, Friday, they are going to be woefully disappointed.
Well, because it makes so much sense for it to be the Cavs, even though obviously, I still think it'll be Golden State. And this is part of the reason why I was angry about it potentially being Golden State.
Because I've wavered.
Well, I'm
drinking the Kool-Aid, JP.
Dave McMenamin doesn't change my opinion that way. He just doesn't. I'm sorry. I respect what he has to say. I do. I think there's a lot of curveballs that are being thrown, and I think there's a lot of backdoor dealings that are happening right now, and they're trying to make it seem one way to broker something. You know what I mean? There's just a lot at play that you can get really caught up in some of these reports really, really quickly if you want to, and so that's really hard. So I just have to keep reminding myself of that. Yes, I think it does make a lot of sense for him to want to come here. I think it's one of the best options you'd have in coming out of the East. I think this is a reason why when they traded for Harden, I made the case then that I thought it was a two-pronged approach. It was getting Harden, and then you get LeBron this offseason, and there was a whole master plan attached to this, okay?
Yeah.
Because it does make a lot of basketball sense. It makes a lot of LeBron James life sense. It all does add up in many respects. It's just one of those things with LeBron I just won't trust until it actually happens.
So
he's too out there for me to ever be it's going to happen because I have faith that he's going to do that.
Here's the conclusion that I think I've drawn throughout with all the tea leaves that have sort of spilled out during the show.
Yeah.
It feels like, and the reason Cavs fans should be excited, by the way, it feels like LeBron, a decision isn't imminent. As much as I agree on the stance that the Warriors make a lot of sense if we're going with the happiness thing, and it kind of just feels like he might just want to end his career with his buddies, and that feels like a LeBron-type ending for him. Maybe not for us, but for him. As much as I still think that that's a viable option, it doesn't feel like that's just firmly going to be the thing. When you got Dave McMenamin saying, yeah, he's got people coming to Ohio to meet with him, his inner circle, and they're going to talk about it, that's why Cavs fans should be excited, because that tells me, and this is probably why my stance is now slowly but surely changed over the course of the first 3 hours of this show.
The old Daryl Ryder flip-flop.
The
Daryl Ryder in-show flip-flop.
I am saying yes, and oh yes.
That tells me that there is still a chance that the Cavs are going to be in the conversation here. And as long as you're in the conversation, that means the door's still open. That means there's still a chance this is going to happen.
I agree with that 100%.
So that's why Cavs fans should be excited.
More time, the better for Cavs fans in this whole equation.
Yeah.
You want
that's what Jake said. Yeah,
exactly right. You want the pitch to be alive still, and you want to be able to feel like you have a chance at the table, and you want to feel like that LeBron has not made his decision already, and we're not just counting down the hours until we get the breaking news he's going to the Warriors. And so as long as that exists, you'll be able to have some hope, because realistically, again, it makes a ton of basketball sense why he'd do this, and it makes a ton of life sense why he would do this here with the Cavs. It's just been an interesting 24 to 48 hours from where we first initially started this conversation in talking about Golden State. All right, we'll continue on with this. Obviously, Albert Breer joining us at 5:20. The Lead coming your way next right here on The Fan.
This is an
Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
Summer's here, and Browns training camp is just around the corner. Stay locked in with The Fan all summer long. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
All right, we start off The Lead as LeBron is leaving the Lakers. He'll play his 24th NBA season elsewhere. Shams Charania on ESPN revealed some of the reasoning behind LeBron's decision.
I'm told this is a happiness-led decision for LeBron James. He feels like he needs to find his happiness elsewhere, and wherever he lands in free agency, it will not be driven by money, according to sources. And so it was a bumpy finish for him with the Lakers at different points, even though at the age of 41, he led the Lakers out of the first round pretty much by himself as that star player with Reeves and Luka Doncic out. But now, 8 years later, in LA, that's the most time he's ever spent with a team. He told the Lakers today that they can move on because he is moving on.
Yeah, I think that happiness word, we've thrown it around a ton here on the show, is kind of the key to all this, right? And and we're all trying to sort of decipher and read the tea leaves.
It's the one word that every reporter has consistently used.
Yeah,
and so it's the one word that I feel like is consistent with people that are talking to LeBron James.
Yeah, and we're trying to figure out now off of that and decipher what happiness looks like for LeBron James in the year of our Lord 2026, when he's going to be 42 in a couple months and be playing at that age, and maybe be having his season end this next year, or having his career end in this next season. So could it be coming back to Cleveland and having that fairy tale ending? Sure. Could it be just playing with his good buddies in Golden State? Sure. Like, I think there are definitely different perspectives on that here. Nobody knows truly what LeBron's thinking except for the people in his inner circle. And I still believe that Golden State's a viable option because, again, just the relationship part of that. Like, if happiness is what he's after, it would make sense that somebody like LeBron would want to end his career with some guys he likes playing with. But I think as more and more has come out throughout the day, there are still signs that Cleveland's in play and that they're in the mix. And maybe that storybook ending is just going to be too good to pass up.
I guess I'm trying to figure out how bit by the golf bug is LeBron. That's what I want to know. Because I myself got bit by that bug like 5-6 years ago, Spencer, and it has been basically now my life revolves around golf and golf courses and what I can do and how I can possibly golf more. And like, I've become pretty obsessed with the sport, okay? I enjoy it a great deal. Like I constantly think about the days in the future where I could just golf every single day of the week and make that me just the happiest person in life I could ever be, right? And I get the sense, based off of the repeated tweets about golf, how he goes on golf YouTube videos and Bob Does Sports and does the foreplay and all these other guys, like I think he's been bit by the bug. I really do. And
so what does that mean for this decision? Because if that's the case, wouldn't he just retire?
I know. So no, because he still wants to play basketball. He still wants to do that. That's still a part. He knows where his bread is buttered, and he knows this is still part of the game, and he's going to do this as long as he possibly can. The same way, for instance, now I have to work because I need money in life, and LeBron doesn't need money. But like, I love radio more than I love golf. I love doing this part. That part doesn't change, okay? But from the hobby side of it, I'm trying to figure out how serious he is to making sure that he gets his beak wetted from the golf world. And if that was the case, and if he really truly has become obsessed in the same way that I am obsessed with it, you'd look at California, Golden State, San Francisco, and you'd be like, that sounds like an awesome time. Steph Curry is a scratch golfer himself. He's constantly on the golf course and constantly out and about. And like, I don't know. There's something that I just can't escape within that logic and that line of thinking. I don't know that James Harden golfs, but what I do know is that you can't golf here in December. Okay, and so like,
you can't on a golf simulator, which I've heard.
It's not the same. I've done it. It's not the same. Simulators suck. Okay, you need the real thing. and so like, that's like I in my evaluation of this, I am putting his hobbies into play. And as part of his hobbies is his happiness. The same way golf being my hobby is directly correlated with my happiness a lot. Because that's what the sport has done to me, okay? It's a drug in many ways. I really do believe that in some sense. It's that addicting, okay? And so the happiness play has him playing at all these great courses, hanging out with Steph and doing all these. Because Steph himself, again, scratch golfer, he's really, really good, is as obsessed as anybody in the NBA when it comes to playing. Like, I could see this for LeBron. It shouldn't be the reason why you do anything, But there's a lot of decisions I make in life about golf that shouldn't be the reason why I do it, but here I am.
You think Evan Mobley plays golf?
I don't think so. Not that I've been told.
Do you think Jared Allen plays golf?
No chance Jared Allen plays golf. That guy doesn't play golf. There's just no way.
Just trying to figure out how many players on the Cavs actually play golf.
You know who actually
Max
does?
Strus.
Max Strus does.
Yeah.
Yes, Max Strus does, and he's probably going to be gone.
I can see Donovan playing golf. I just don't know if I've ever actually seen him like playing golf. Like I don't know that he's like ever been on video or photographed playing golf, but I could see him playing golf.
Let's be honest. They're not playing golf at the same places that Steph Curry's playing golf, and they don't have the golf.
Well, James Harden's hobbies do not include golf.
You know what I
either.
mean? Like there's a difference there. But anyway, the point is that I guess a lot of this does depend on if your happiness meter is part of the equation. How much does golf, a hobby, get in the way for LeBron? I would argue for people that the only people that this makes sense to, that I'm describing this to, are also golf obsessed people. Okay, and maybe it makes sense to you, and I'm not giving you enough credit there. But
it makes sense. I just don't know that. I don't know. I don't feel like that's going to be like the end all be all for this decision. He's LeBron James. Like if he wants to go play golf in California on like a day off, he could.
There's just a lot of
he can fly to go do that. And also, if his family's staying in LA, he's probably going to be going back and forth a lot anyway if he chooses Cleveland, right? Like I would imagine on days where he's like has a couple days off in between games, he'll probably fly home. He'll probably go see his family. Like he's done that before. There was the whole story about him like going to Phoenix when during the Cavs championship season, and the people were upset about it because he was going to watch the national championship game or whatever the hell it was.
It just all sounds incredibly annoying when you can go instead. You can just go and play with Steph and play with Draymond and be coached by Steve Kerr, guys that you've respected, and in Draymond's case, one of his best friends in life, and go play basketball with those guys while then also playing these great golf courses, playing for a team that maybe you were supposed to hate at one point, but there's kind of like a Golden Girls thing that's happening with the age and just kind of making that your last year and it's just your last hurrah. Like I don't know. The story I think is much greater here in Cleveland. I think we can all agree on that. Nobody's disputing that claim. I just can't dismiss being bit by the golf bug as part of this equation. I cannot do it.
Well, the golf bug has not been part of the reports today, but ESPN's Dave McMenamin has been reporting on LeBron James' future as well and said this about a potential return to Cleveland.
I know that several members of LeBron's kind of inner circle are going to meet him in Ohio this week. And I'm sure they continue to have a discussion about what the decision will be. But it could be the best situation right down the road from where he grew up, 45 minutes from Akron, with the Cavs for a third stint. And really, I've followed this guy now for 12 years around the country. I've seen different fan bases, different arenas. The only place that accepts him, embraces him, celebrates him for everything that he is Cleveland, Ohio.
Now, the one thing LeBron might like more than golf, Spencer, is praise and adulation. And so if we're going to tip the scales back into favor of Cavs fans here.
Where's Swenson's on that list,
here,
by the way?
Fine. You know what? Whatever. But like here's what I think another drug of LeBron's might be. People loving and fawning over him. And so like I think you made a great point about an hour ago. You mentioned the idea of in Golden State, it's Steph Curry's team, and that is what that is. But imagine what the chalk toss scene is going to be in Golden State. Hit like a wet blanket. You know, it'll be a thump. It won't be
fans
this.
there even embrace him?
I don't know.
Will they actually embrace? Like,
I'm sure they will to a degree.
The people will show up to the games because this is a chance to see LeBron James and Steph Curry play together. Like that's once in a lifetime stuff. It surely is once in a lifetime because it might be his last year he ever plays, and Steph's getting up there too. So it's like it's not like he's going to be playing forever. So. That's kind of the angle I want. Like I kind of want to get. I'd love to have a guest who's like covers that team, or even just like a Golden State fan call into the station to get a sense of like we're talking about it here in Cleveland. We hated those Warriors teams for that stretch of years, so they were going back to back to back all those finals.
Yeah, but they won 3 out of 4.
They did win 3 out of 4.
I don't know that they hate LeBron.
Hated LeBron.
No, here's the difference.
They hated him.
Here's the difference.
They're the most embarrassing moment in that franchise's history. Maybe not the most embarrassing moment.
I'll lay it out to you very simply.
But them blowing that series lead and everything that came with that, LeBron goading Draymond Green to being suspended for that game.
Here's the difference, okay? And you know I grew up as a kid in the 90s in Chicago, right?
Sure,
so what happens when you grow up as a kid in Chicago in the 90s? You become a fan of Michael Jordan, right? And so like that's how that worked in my life. And it's funny because yesterday I think the discussion was, what if MJ ended his career with the Pistons? Oh, Bulls fans would have lost their mind. I legitimately thought about it this morning. And I was like, no, they wouldn't have. You know who I thought the biggest Bulls rival
was?
Was?
Told us that yesterday.
We didn't talk about it on the air. Didn't we talk about that off the air?
Yeah, it might have been off the air.
It was off the air. It was not on the air. And it was because Lant texted me, and it was like an off the air quick thing. But you know who the biggest rival was for the Bulls in the 90s? The Bulls. There was no like, oh, we disliked the Pistons. Bulls fans disliked the Knicks, for instance. Like, there's all sorts of things that came with that, and the Pistons more so for the late 80s than it was for the actual finals times of it. But when the Bulls won 6 titles in 8 years and had 2 different three-peats, you don't have rivals when you're the winner. You don't have rivals when you get the best of everybody. And so, why we hate Steph and the Warriors is because if Steph Curry never existed, if he was never born, we win 4 straight titles. Cavs fans have 4 straight, not 1. We have 4 straight titles. If Steph Curry just doesn't get existed on this planet Earth, okay? That's why we hate Steph Curry. They don't hate LeBron that same way. They might dislike LeBron, but Warriors fans got the better end of that. They won 3 out of 4. You can make an argument they should have won 4 straight if LeBron never existed, but they're not crying over only winning 3 out of 4. And so I don't know. I don't think there's a massive amount of hatred. I would imagine it's turned into respect, while also then trying to obviously protect Steph Curry and his legacy in the game as well.
Well, I do think on the other end, I think there's a healthy respect for Steph Curry here in Cleveland too, overall. But I still clearly there's still plenty of emotions attached to that era because we've seen the responses from Cavs fans. We've heard them here on the phones. We've seen it on Twitter, how fans are sort of processing the idea of him potentially going to Golden State. I don't know. I'd be curious to know what level of hatred there really still is or despising there still is towards LeBron for all those years where they did their battles together.
I don't know. I don't think it exists. But one thing I do know is that in the praise and adulation category, he will get that tenfold here relative to what it'll be in Golden State. And so that, again, these things that might tip it in the scales of the Cavs, this is one of those things. How addicted to the applause is LeBron James? You made me guess. I would say pretty addicted. But these are just a little things we have to go up against. John Fanta, NBC Sports, joined us last hour. He was excited by the idea of LeBron joining the Cavs.
I don't feel the vibe of the Warriors move at all. They were your biggest rival for several years. I don't care that you've won a gold medal with Steph Curry. I don't care that you want to close it out with, what is basically a glorified nursing home plan if the Golden State plan were to happen. It doesn't make sense to me. To me, it makes sense for a last dance where you could go out on top. The Cavaliers are set up, if LeBron James is in the wine and gold, to contend for a championship. This is how the movie is supposed to end. This is how LeBron James can end his career with an exclamation mark.
It's one way to do it. I hope this is the way that it ends. From an interest standpoint, from a legacy standpoint, there's so many great things about him ending in Cleveland that don't exist if he ends in Golden State. I don't think anybody really knows what's going to happen right now, though. And that's what makes this so interesting to me. And obviously, we'll keep tabs on this one. Free agency starting at 6 o'clock. We come on back, though. Albert Breer, as he always does, Tuesdays at 5:20. We have an update on Brendan Sorsby and that situation that just dropped. We'll get Albert's opinion on that, and we'll tell you what that news is when he joins us in 5 minutes right here on The Fan.
news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. And Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. Each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
All right, back at it here on The Fan. It is Afternoon Drive. Jonathan Peterlin, Spencer German here with you guys. Couple updates around LeBron. Because, we're on LeBron watch. This is what we're doing now. Our whole life is now going to be LeBron watch for a little bit. Mark Spears out here reporting that the Wizards do not want to give up Anthony Davis. So that's the rumor right now. We'll see how committed they are to that stance. We'll see how committed LeBron is, by the way, to the idea that it was like, I have to get Anthony Davis, and he's got to be a part of this, or I'm just not coming.
They must feel pretty good about his knees. I don't know.
Yeah, the man is just so injured. Yeah, he's just so incredibly injured. All right, let's go out to the Wise All Right. We make a right call. Kyle Wright Hotline, mmqb.com. Albert Breer joining us here on The Fan. Hello, Albert.
Hey, guys. What's up?
You don't have any hot LeBron takes for us, do you?
No. I'm paying attention like everybody else, but I think it's amazing. The one thing I thought about today was actually, it's hard to believe. Like, I remember where I was for the decision and all that, and that was 7 years into his career, and that's 16 years ago. Like, the fact that there's still there's going to be this sort of pursuit around him 16 freaking years later is pretty insane, and maybe something that, I don't know, maybe that'll be my contribution to it, is that, I think it's pretty crazy that he has a sort of staying power as a basketball player. To still have this sort of demand 16 years after all that happened, it's pretty crazy. Yeah, and tribute obviously to him.
Well, I know you're a Boston guy, right? Like, think about it. Larry Bird at 34 was cooked.
I know, and the math changed on all that. It's crazy to look back and think about, when we were kids, how old Jim Kelly and Joe Montana and Dan Marino were. Marino and Elway lasted a little longer, but some of those guys, you think back to kind of when they were, losing their fastball or whatever, and they were like 35, 36, and obviously in football the math has changed on that pretty drastically with a bunch of guys playing into their 40s at that position. And certainly I think in basketball we've seen the advances made, and we've seen the advances made where, athletically guys can keep it going for longer. But what LeBron's done is ridiculous. In that sport, doing what he's done is pretty crazy.
No, it definitely is. All right, Albert, I wanted your opinion before we get into some Browns topics here about Brendan Sorsby. They just had a statement within the hour. Yeah. He's not going to pursue further legal action or opportunities to play this year. He's going to focus instead on his recovery and preparations for the 2027 NFL draft. Do you feel like he's just going to do nothing then, I guess, as far as playing football for this next year is concerned? When we get to the draft, is he even going to be, if there's 5 quarterbacks in the first round, how is he going to even be looked if he doesn't do anything for a year?
I think the problem he's going to run into here, and this is sort of why I thought the thing you'd want to do if you were him would be to try to negotiate some way into the league where at least you're practicing and meeting. You know what I mean? And if I were on his team, I would have said we take a year-long suspension. Maybe you wouldn't say that right up front, but the idea of getting into a situation where you're practicing and meeting and earning your way with a team, I think would have been huge for him. And, I think the flip side now is you're not playing for a year. And so there's a cost to that, and then I think on top of it, it's also when we get to next year, he's still sort of this raw prospect, or where a lot of the questions that we have about him now are going to be the same then. And to me, it sort of presents the question, okay, if next year's class is as good as we think it's going to be, and there are, let's just say 7 or 8 guys that go in the top 100 picks, right? If that's the case, this is going to be a tiebreaker, everything that he's been through. And, I think you could get in cases where you're, first round, second round, where a team is looking at 2 quarterbacks and one of them is Brendan Sorsby, and It just maybe becomes like, well, give me the guy who doesn't have all these issues, you know? So I think that's sort of the punishment he's facing now. But at the very least, he gets to put it behind him. He gets to serve what amounts to a 1-year suspension. He knows the NFL is going to let him in next year, so that's a win, and everybody can move forward. It's been a weird case from start to finish for sure.
Albert, is there a world where Brendan Sorsby would go undrafted, or does this kind of set the stage for him to at least have that opportunity? You mentioned at the end there, like he knows they'll let him in next year. Does it feel like he'll still be in that conversation, or without a year of tape where there's going to be a whole class of guys that these teams are evaluating, could he end up being somebody who just ends up being an undrafted rookie?
Yeah, that part's hard. I don't think it'll get to that, but that part is tricky, you know, because I think there's talent there, but I'd also say like at that position, the rhythm, being part of a team, all that stuff matters, you know, and I can still remember when I was covering the Cowboys, it was a few years after Drew Henson had been there. And, you know, I remember how good Henson was in college. Henson was in college at the same time I was. He was actually the same high school graduating class as me. I went to a football camp with him when I was in high school. And I believe it or not, that's how old I am. But like, I remember talking to some Cowboys people about it. And like, you know, I was wondering what happened, like what happened to the guy that we thought was, you know, was going to be this, had a chance to be a great NFL quarterback. And the answer you got back a lot with Henson was like his rhythm and timing, like just that amount of time away really did a number on that element of playing quarterback for him. And he just never quite got it back. And so I don't think that's going to happen with Sorsby, but, you know, it's definitely something that you've got to keep an eye on. And, you know, there's only so much you can do to simulate all of that, which I'm sure, you know, he and his team will do everything they can to try to create scenario situations that'll help to simulate what playing in football games are like. But there's nothing like the real thing, and I think there is a cost to missing a full season of that.
All right, this is going to be a two-parter. The first one: Are you in any way? I guess what is the NFL reaction to the Terrion Arnold news and the idea that the Lions were just so swift about it all? The Ford family is obviously they're not. They don't take gambles on people that have problems. They don't really keep people around that have problems. Like that's kind of been one of their MOs, and they seem like they stuck to that here, which I think is commendable. I don't know that every other team in the NFL would have done it, even though people are acting right now like they would have. And then the other part of this is, does that mean anything for Denzel Ward if the Lions now need a corner?
Well, maybe is the answer to your second question. I don't think right now, but maybe, you know, in time. Yeah, I mean, I think that the Lions have done a really good job of getting the right kinds of guys there over the course of the last 5 years since Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes got there, you know. And, you know, I think you go down the list of the guys they drafted high and, you know, it's Aiden Hutchinson, it's Penei Sewell, it's Aleem McNeil, it's Jahmyr Gibbs, it's, you know, Brian Branch. Like all these guys are solid guys, solid citizens, all of that. And, you know, like, to be fair to them, like, I think most teams would have told you that Terry and Arnold was, too, when he was drafted. I don't remember. And I'd have to go back and look at all my notes. But I really don't remember there being much of an issue at all with him from a character standpoint. So, I mean, look, sometimes you just miss the same way you miss on talent. Sometimes you might miss on character, you know, and I think that's the case. That's what this case is. The thing that's tough for the Lions is from a football standpoint, this really puts them out. And, you know, like that's a position where there are other spots. It's a good roster. There are other spots where they could afford to lose a guy or two. This just happens to be a place where, I mean, they had their issues to begin with. And Terry and Arnold had not played up to his draft position. And so, like, there was that bigger question of, like, what's this going to look like and what's this going to become, you know, even with Arnold there. So now it's like, you know, DJ Reed's a good player. You know, they have Ennis Rakestraw, who's been disappointing as a second-round pick. He was drafted right after Arnold a couple of years ago. Rocky Sin's there. They brought in Roger McCreary from the Titans. Like, they are very much duct taping it together, and this doesn't help.
Albert, last week there was these rumors of Shedeur Sanders maybe being traded, sort of percolated, and it was something that we obviously talked about. I don't necessarily get the sense that that's something that's happening, that the Browns are actively shopping him, from my understanding. But I guess the question in all this is, because we know Andrew Berry the last couple of years has had a habit of trading a quarterback at the end of training camp, and if he plays well enough and Deshaun ends up winning that job, which seems like that's kind of what a lot of people are saying, maybe that could be an option. Do you think it's more likely at this point that Shedeur Sanders will be starting for the Browns week 1, or that he ends up traded to another team at the end of training camp?
I don't think he's going to be traded, so I guess I'd say starting. Yeah, I'd say starting. I mean, I still think Deshaun Watson starts the season as the first quarterback there. But I think that there's going to be a very open and fair competition between the two of them. And I personally hadn't heard anything about them shopping Shedeur around. Again, it doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean things can't happen. A lot can change in a couple months' time, someone loses a quarterback somewhere else. Shedeur loses a quarterback battle. The Browns make a decision on the way the quarterback room is. They want to push the chips in on Watson. I guess, and please don't say I'm reporting anything, but I guess, you could kind of get to that point maybe, but I haven't heard anything at all about them considering trading him. And I don't know I'm not sure what the sense would be in doing it now, because I'm not sure his trade value is that high.
Albert, Ben Solak was trying to make a case that Rutenberg is going to bring this schematic freshness to the Browns defense. And the big picture argument on this is not necessarily that Solak is wrong. That's not it. It's just I have a fear that this defense isn't going to be as good because you take away Myles Garrett. That should be the expectation, you would think. And then I have a lot of respect for what Jim Schwartz was able to do. What is the perception about this defense? Do people think they're going to be anywhere close to elite like they were last year? Or should the expectation be middle of the pack, kind of where I'm sitting with it?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think you need to be, I don't think you need to be Buddy Ryan to know that losing Myles Garrett isn't going to make you better.
Right.
So I'm certainly not going to sit here and tell you that there's going to be any sort of addition by subtraction or anything like that. That's not going to be the case. He's the best player on defense in football. I mean, I think he's as good at his job as anyone in football, and losing him is going to hurt. I do really like Jared Verse, and so I think that was a really solid acquisition, and I think they're going to be able to put together something that's good. But, I mean, look, you got, again, the best defensive player in football. You got one of the best defensive coaches in football over the last quarter century, one of the guys who's been, the forefront really going back to the year 2000. I think that was the year he became the coordinator in Tennessee. There's going to be an effect to that. And it does not mean Mike Rutenberg or Jared Verse. That is not, it's not in the front against either of those guys. But, I think with Rutenberg, you're definitely projecting a little bit, right? And I like where he comes from, and I like, that he was working under Albrecht, in Atlanta. I like all of that. But, you are projecting because, he hasn't been a coordinator yet. And then, of course, with Verse, it's you're asking him to replace, I mean, can you expect him to be a good player? Can you expect him to be can you expect him to be a Pro Bowl? I'd say yeah, but that's still not going to be the same as what Myles Garrett was.
Albert, there's varying opinions, across the league on Todd Monken as a first-time head coach. I know everyone likes to do lists when all these coaching hires get made, and I saw his name sort of at the bottom of the list in terms of grading the hires from the offseason. There was obviously a lot of them with the 10 that were made. I've kind of subscribed to this idea, though, that the Browns understand what their timeline is, especially after trading Myles Garrett, and that he's going to have some time here to sort of build what they hope he can build. But listen, it's the Browns, and you never know, right? They've fired coaches after 1 year before. Do you feel that Todd Monken is what are the chances you think that Todd Monken truly would be just a one and done coach, or do you think he's going to get some leeway here to try to build something?
I mean, I think that first year head coaches are in a more precarious position than ever before. And so I'm just saying that in general, not specifically to Monken, right? And I think that that's a result of a couple different things. I think first of all, it's become more commonplace, for guys to go one and done. I mean, the Raiders have done it the last 2 years in a row, right? So we've seen that. And there's been one almost every year, I think going back 5 or 6 years now. So it's become more normalized. I think part of that is the owners make so much money. It doesn't the idea of eating contracts isn't a big deal, to the point where some of the owners are now making a big deal out of it. We shouldn't be doing this, because so many teams have taken on so much coaching money and going through firings and changes over the years. And then the other part is the success that New England and Jacksonville and Chicago had last year. Those three teams getting the immediate bump after being pretty bad, from Mike Vrabel, Liam Cohen, and Ben Johnson. I just think that sort of heightens the expectations for everyone. So, I think it's a tougher environment for first-year coaches because of those things, but I don't think I think a lot of thought went into the selection of Todd Monken, and I think he's really prepared. He's an older guy. He's been around the block. He's been a head coach, although not at the NFL level before. I actually tend to think he'll be a little bit of a stabilizing force, after what's been a tumultuous offseason.
All right, Albert. Fantastic insight as always. We'll talk to you again next week. Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks, guys.
All right, good stuff right there from Albert Breer on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right Call, Kyle Wright Hotline. Spencer thinks there's a minimal chance Monken is one and done. You heard Albert's thoughts right there. We'll do it next right here in The Fan.
Here with Ari, owner of Poocher.
products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
On the road this summer? Get the most live sports talk in Ohio on 92.3 The Fan, or binge our podcasts on the Odyssey app.
First-year head coaches are in a more precarious position than ever before. And, so I'm just saying that in general, not specifically to Monken, right? And I think that that's a result of a couple different things. I think, first of all, it's become more commonplace for guys to go one and done. I mean, the Raiders have done it the last 2 years in a row, right? So we've seen that. And there's been one almost every year, I think going back 5 or 6 years now. So it's become more normalized. And then the other part is the success that New England and Jacksonville and Chicago had last year. Those three teams getting the immediate bump after being pretty bad from Mike Vrabel, Liam Cohen, and Ben Johnson. I just think that sort of heightens the expectations for everyone. I mean, I think a lot of thought went into the selection of Todd Monken, and I think he's really prepared. He's an older guy. He's been around the block. He's been a head coach, although not at the NFL level before. I actually tend to think he'll be a little bit of a stabilizing force, after what's been a tumultuous offseason.
That was Albert Breer. He joined us last segment. Jonathan Pino and Spencer German with you guys. If you're just joining us and you want to hear some LeBron convos, Odyssey Rewind. We've done, 80% of the show on LeBron James. And so we'll get back to LeBron, a new angle on it in 15 minutes, I promise you. But Spencer, you're not here for the rest of the week. I got you today, and then you go on vacation, and you had a thought on Todd Monken that I want to get to in regards to whether or not you think he's one and done. But I want to highlight what Albert said there, because I think it's a great point and an interesting one. New England got a bump up. Chicago got a bump up. Jacksonville got a bump up. These teams that hired these not even first-time coaches. In this instance, Vrabel had been around the block. He'd been with Tennessee. But at least in the instance of Ben Johnson for the Bears, there's an immediate bump up that happened in getting somebody new into the position for those three teams. Jacksonville went from a 4-win team. The Bears had barely won anything in year one with Caleb Williams, and the Patriots were also a 4-win team. The turnaround was drastic, and I think it's not that should be the expectation with Todd Monken. I don't believe that, but I do think because that happened in 3 different spots last year, fans are going to highlight that. Fans are going to go to that and say, "Where's our bump up?"
Yeah, I'll say this: there's for Todd Monken, because of how bad last year was. I think there is a lot of room for there to be just a natural bump up because the common phrase that we all say is, well, how much worse can it be than last year, right?
Even the last 2 years, they've won 8 games in 2 years.
We all throw out there hey, if they have competent quarterback play, right?
Spencer, you know the saying of you don't want to be the guy to follow the guy. Yeah, you want to be the guy that follows the guy that follows the guy, but you don't want to be the guy to follow the guy. And part of that is because then the parameter is so high.
Right.
You don't want to have to clear that bar. That bar is so high. Following Kevin Stefanski, that's the guy you want to follow. That bar's not high. That bar's non-existent.
There was probably a point where you didn't want to be the person following Kevin Stefanski with the 2 playoff appearances, but the last 2 years of Kevin Stefanski,
you're good.
You're in a good spot to be. And listen, I will concede from the start of this conversation that it's the Browns, and you just never know, and it's the NFL, and you just never know. Albert brought it up every year you're seemingly seeing at least one team fire a coach that was only there for 1 year and have that one-and-done situation
And so this is part of what's going against Monken, I would imagine. It's more commonplace just to have a coach for a year and fire him. And then we also talked about the 3 cities that had this big bump up, things considered.
So I'm willing to concede that anything can happen with the Browns and you just never know because we've seen this before.
Yeah.
But I just look at the situation and I don't know how you could possibly the phrase I've used is Todd Monken being Freddie Kitchens bad. Because all we've heard with Freddie Kitchens and that whole disaster was, he came in, he didn't know how to game plan throughout the week. His practices were just all over the place.
They may not have been sauced up.
Right. It wasn't a good look. Todd Monken is organized. I think that's obvious. He has a very different approach to practice. He's getting on guys. He's holding them accountable. He's stopping to make sure things are being executed appropriately. I think we've already seen this spring that's not going to be a problem for him. He's not going to be Freddie Kitchens unorganized. And that's, I think, a huge step in the right direction just from that standpoint. And so unless it's that bad week to week and his game plan sucks, but guys, we have seen him put together offensive game plans in Baltimore that were brilliant. And he might not have the talent to do that yet, but that's all part of the equation here too. I think you're going to see a coach that certainly sets his team up to be successful, and he might just not have the dogs to do it yet. But I think as long as you're seeing steady progress from these young guys throughout the season, I don't think there's a set win total that has to happen here for Todd Monken to be safe. I think you have to see the young guys progress. I think you have to see a team that's more competitive. That's maybe that bump up that you talked about. But the Browns have to understand the timeline they're on. Like, they traded the franchise's best player. They got rid of Myles Garrett. That's not something that endorses winning for a first-year head coach. Like, they embrace this rebuilding team that they have the moment they made that trade, and you could argue they were doing it before that anyway. Like, how do you hire a guy and then do that to him and then be like, you know what? You had two hands tied behind your back, but yeah, you only get 1 year. And the other part of this is the quarterback situation. The hope here is that Todd Monken can get the most out of one of these guys or both of these guys or whatever, and that maybe they find their franchise quarterback in Shedeur Sanders. But if neither of these guys is it, what sense does it make? And again, I know it's the NFL and it's unfair and it might not matter. But what sense does it make to hire this guy, another offensive-minded coach, and not give him a chance to choose his own quarterback and stick him with two guys that were here before he even got here and one that he had no chance of even getting out of because of the contract situation, and then being like, well, we're going to grade you off of these two quarterbacks who just weren't any good before you get a chance to choose your quarterback.
Unless he's just a placeholder. Yeah, I think the argument you would make, and I think I don't know. We haven't seen him coach. I have no idea if he's going to be good, going to be bad, anything in between. I really, truthfully, don't know. But there is that world that exists. I'm not betting on this, but there's that world that exists that he is just the guy before. Let's say if they have this big Arch Manning plan, he's the guy before. If you happen to get into the Arch Manning sweepstakes and you get the number 1 overall pick, because obviously it didn't go so well in the win-loss department, even if that's not Todd Monken's fault. Well, you get Arch Manning, and then all of a sudden more people want to be the head coach of the Cleveland Browns. And so, like maybe this big grand plan, and again, I don't think this is the plan, but just play with me for a second, is the idea that if you have a more enticing roster and things start to come together, and then you do have that quarterback, and the job becomes more appealing, then maybe that's when Monken gets shown the door. He gets the job until the actual job becomes more enticing to somebody that is better, more qualified, and more apt to do the job themselves.
See, but what's interesting about that is like who's that coach? Is it
well, we don't know at this point. We don't know.
Is it Nate Scheelhaus, who was like second place for this job apparently or whatever? Like, is it one of these young guys?
No, wouldn't be that. No, wouldn't be that. I'm talking actually like it's not a roll the dice type coach then. This is hey, Vrabel was waiting for the right situation and wanted a quarterback. This is what this is.
Okay.
Hey, Ben Johnson, everyone knows is a savant at this. He's waiting for Caleb Williams to be drafted and then is going to go there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's one of those type of situations where either it's a proven guy with a great track record already, or it is legitimately the next greatest thing at this. The guy that has turned over job offers and everyone knows is awesome and is just waiting for the right situation. You would then be that right situation because you would have drafted and had the right quarterback or the enticing quarterback. You'd have all these first and second year players that would be year 2, year 3, and playing high level football, and you'd become an attractive place for a head coach to want to be.
Yeah, I guess what I would say in response to that is just, I think Todd Monken, like I think there's reasons to believe that Todd Monken could be that guy. Like everyone falls in love with the fancy upstart coordinator guy that's coming from the McVay tree or whatever, you know, the Kyle Shanahan tree or whatever. Like we all fall in love with these guys and we think they're the next big thing. That, you know, Grant Udinsky and all these different names that have been floated out there during the Brown search. But like, if you're telling me that there's supposed to be a coach that comes in that's like the real deal, that has the experience, that has all these things, sure, Todd Monken's never been a coach at the NFL level, but there's too much variance with some of those young guys. Like this is a coach who's
but it doesn't have to be a young guy is what I'm saying.
No,
I know. If you're doing the placeholder thing, it doesn't have to be a young guy.
But I'm saying like Todd Monken has proven at this level.
Dan Campbell's 1 season away from then being 3 years since they made the playoffs and they got a playoff win, and all of a sudden the chatter will start to happen there in Detroit.
Right. But what I'm saying is like, Monken has a proven track record of success at the NFL level as a coordinator that I think can translate to a young team that you're trying to sort of build this offense from the ground up with. Like, he has more experience with that. He was also on a team, by the way, where no, he wasn't making all the in-game decisions to like go for it on 4th down, but he certainly, like, it wasn't like John Harbaugh was dialing up those that 4th down play that they ran with the end around reverse play with Mark Andrews. That was him drawing that up. So it's like he has experience with some of these moments. You might not find a better coach who has some of that experience under his belt than Todd Monken. The experienced coordinator thing, like, it gets a bad rap. It's kind of like the LeBron going to the Warriors thing. It's like, oh, this guy's too old to be a head coach. Like, he should be in a retirement home. What's he doing getting a job? But in retrospect, like, he's got more experience than most of these other guys that were even out there with opportunity.
But I can't discount the idea that the thing that Kevin Stefanski had going for himself is that he won early. Only difference between him and every other coach that has existed here under Jimmy Haslam is that he won early.
But if the
that
Browns understand where they're at,
that bought him time.
Does winning early necessarily matter? Like, if this team has fully embraced the fact that they're a real winning team,
that hasn't mattered to Haslam before, though.
They have to know that they're probably not going to win a ton of games.
Haslam put Hugh Jackson through 1-31 and then fired him 8 games into the first year out of that. And he gave him bonuses for losing games.
Well, but he wasn't winning early, and he still kept his job for too long, you could argue.
Two and a half years.
So that's the point. Like, if Tom Monken wins 5 games this year and just matches last year's win total, it's like, okay, he should at least get another year.
Are we talking Monken for 2 years, or are we talking him for 5, 6, 7? What are we talking about here? Okay, because even if he's not one and done, if he's 2 years, if he has the same timeline that Hugh Jackson had, where people are like, oh, Jimmy might even find some comfort here, that's not good. That's not successful. That's awful. That's a waste of Todd Monken's time to, at the end of this, be like, I went 2.5 years, won very few amount of games, and just became a head coaching laughingstock. That's not admirable. That's laughable.
No, it's not admirable. I just think the idea that there's so much resting on this year to define Todd Monken.
We probably wish you'd fire him after 1 year if that's the big grand plan. Is he gets the Hugh Jackson treatment where you're instructed to lose a lot of games, and then 2.5 years into that, your job is just gone. That sucks. That's not great. Just fire me at that point. Give me the 1 year. I can put in my obituary I was the head coach of a football team, and then I can go gamble on ponies or something.
Well, here's the thing.
I can go to the college ranks and get a good coaching job. I don't need to do this.
I envision it as the timeline really starting from Monken once he gets his quarterback. Like, if the quarterback isn't on this team this year, if they get Arch Manning next year because they lose enough games to be in that position, then it's like, okay, now we're really judging you.
I don't know that he's got. I don't know that he'll have that grace. I hope you're right. I don't know that he will. A new wrinkle in the LeBron James story. We'll explain what that is next, right here on The Fan.
Odyssey Sports Minute.
why would you look to trade a guy that I think should be your starter? Because there is a chance, whatever that chance might be, that he can be your quarterback of the future.
Listen for Scott Petrak from the Chronicle Telegram Monday mornings at 11 on Cleveland's Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
Final hour of the show. It is Afternoon Drive. Jonathan Peterlin, Spencer German here with you guys. Today is flown by, all things considered, Spencer. And this is the time of the day. An hour away from your big vacation off to Virginia, where we got worried you're just going to ship it in. I don't think it's going to happen. I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know. I can't tell.
No chance.
I don't know. It might happen.
I'm locked in at this point. The free agency just started in the NBA.
Well, and so we do have some updates on that, by the way. So free agency did just kick off. 6 o'clock is the starting point on that. Jake Fisher out there reporting that being told, barring a last-minute change, Dean Wade will test the market in unrestricted free agency starting moments ago, where Wade is expected to field interest from several playoff teams. So congratulations to Dean Wade. He's going to end up in a playoff team making a lot of money.
So if the Cavs lose Dean Wade, but they sign LeBron, that will be like such a footnote of the offseason. But if the Cavs lose Dean Wade and LeBron doesn't come here, then it'll be like, oh no, we have no wings. What the hell are we going to do?
Yeah,
the team got worse.
We're definitely, yeah, it's true. No, it's true.
I mean, and I was saying that understanding that Dean Wade is allergic to shooting, and it hasn't. He's had some bad moments with that in that regard for the Cavs. But we saw like the advanced numbers on like how impactful he was on the defensive end. He can guard the other team's best player. It kind of feels like if you miss out on re-signing him, that your end result better be ending up with somebody like LeBron.
All right, other thing on this, for LeBron, he's instructed his agent, Rich Paul, to gauge league-wide interest and come back with options before making his free agency decision. And so it's funny, the graphic out there obviously has it's got every NBA team.
Except the Lakers are crossed out.
The Lakers are crossed out. Exactly right.
We can start eliminating some of these, right? Like, we know he's not signing with some of these teams.
All right, but this isn't great, though, all things considered. It's not bad. It is what it is. But it's not great. I feel like I wanted LeBron to already know where he was going. So, one of the ways this works out for the Cavs, and I know we've mentioned all day long Jake's theory about the idea that with like each passing day, that's better news for the Cavs. It gets you further away from what this pipe dream was in Golden State for all the NBA media, and it gets you closer to just locking in on what should happen, which is the Cavs. But the idea that he's opening it up to everybody, I don't know that I love that. I feel like I want LeBron to have been narrow-minded throughout this stretch.
Is that just posturing, though? Is that just like the nature of... I mean, I know he's never done this specifically before.
Maybe he wants to see what people can offer.
Yeah. Well, and here's the thing. If it's
give me your sales pitch. I'll sit down at the table, sell me this pen.
If the decision isn't money-driven and he's going to be signing for like the mid-level exception somewhere, then I'm sure there's a number of teams that would be willing to offer LeBron James the mid-level exception.
I've openly wondered before if there's certain teams... I always use the Pistons. Now the Pistons are too good for this. But if there's certain teams that would just make...
He's not going to Memphis.
No,
he's not going to Orlando.
For sure not. But if they're like, if LeBron just wants people to rave about him 24/7, 365, I always wondered if there would be a team out there that just for the idea that you get 1 year of LeBron and how impactful that would ultimately be, if they would just do like, I don't know, how many home games you got? 41 home games. 41 LeBron James bobblehead nights. You know, and like every night is a LeBron themed night, and it's just a one big celebration of LeBron. And you just make basically instead of being the Detroit Pistons for the year, you're the Detroit LeBrons. Like maybe that's something that's appealing to LeBron. I don't think it would be.
Is that like when Tim Tebow was playing in the minor leagues and like every night was just something Tim Tebow themed? Like it was just this big. They just marketed Tim Tebow.
And they might as well just put Tebow on the jersey. Like I just for enough NBA franchises, I do think they would do something like that. But the other side of this that LeBron has put out there is that he wants this to be meaningful basketball. He doesn't want to just go to one of these teams, be a sideshow, be a circus, get a bunch of praise and adulation for a year, and then just kind of step out. And that's why we've zeroed it into 3, and I think the 3 are the right 3. We've talked about Miami all day long, obviously the Cavs, and then Golden State.
Is Dallas a sneaky dark horse? I was thinking about this.
Like Cooper Flagg?
Well, not only that, but like the Kyrie relationship. Like Kyrie's, we had the reports.
Kyrie wouldn't even go in the 2016 reunion though.
But a couple years ago though, we heard like the reports of like Kyrie was reaching out to LeBron to see if he'd have any interest in coming to Dallas. I think they've at least it's water under the bridge in terms of like their relationship. Like they've kind of figured some of those things out. I mean, I don't know if Kyrie has long-term plans to stay in Dallas. It sounds like right now Dusty May is saying he wants Kyrie to be here, but that could obviously change at some point. I think like the Dallas is sneaky because of that, And I also think the Wizards are sneaky because of AD being there. We know that he apparently wanted AD to maybe be part of him coming to the Warriors, but those are maybe like dark horse candidates.
I think there's two teams that we have not yet discussed that I think at least if we're talking about like putting your takes on the line, if I could offer up like a tiny take off of this and just let that be, no stakes involved, no anything. I just like to have this corner, maybe. I think there's two teams that could be in play that we haven't yet discussed. Minnesota's one of them. They got a lot of changes over there. That's a good team. They're obviously going to be good in the West. That's meaningful basketball, right? I think they have some of the pitfalls.
I can't imagine LeBron.
I think they have some of the pitfalls.
And LaMelo, I guess it might be good for LaMelo to have somebody like LeBron, but I just feel like he gets so annoyed with LaMelo.
It completely goes against any theory I have about LeBron James wanting to go to San Francisco because of the wine country and golf. And also the other part I have to throw in there that I do think is important is all the money that's involved in Silicon Valley and how important that is to LeBron and getting into those circles and how impactful that can be. Like there's like the under talked about part about him going to Los Angeles is the idea that his net worth doubled in Los Angeles, okay? And it was not all just basketball reasons. He became a billionaire because of the workings and the inner dealings of what the LA community was able to offer him up in a way that Silicon Valley would be very enticing. A lot of money in Silicon Valley, a lot of different venture capitalism that you can get into, and a lot of different pockets you can get into that I think is enticing for him. But there's one other team that I do think is interesting. And I don't think it's going to happen, but I think we just need to bring it up. San Antonio.
Yeah. I mean, I could see the reasons why that would maybe be enticing to him.
If we're going to throw all these other teams into the pot and we're just going to try to make some sort of blend of it all, if he's really trying to see what teams can kind of offer themselves up into this equation, I wouldn't bet your money on this happening, but I think San Antonio should be in consideration.
Let's just be honest, though. We hear athletes all the time, JP. I was thinking about this earlier when I think it was when we were doing a non-LeBron topic, and then it kind of struck me. Athletes talk all the time about you rarely get to choose how your career ends. LeBron has an opportunity to basically choose how his career is going to end. Now, obviously, you can't account for injuries or whatever, crazy things can happen, but he at least has a chance to tell the end of his story without it being told for him. There's not some career-ending injury here or he's lost he's lost a step, but it hasn't been so drastic that he can't play basketball anymore. We saw him single-handedly win the Lakers a playoff series this past year. We know he still has a lot in his game and there's still something left in the tank there for him. He has truly an opportunity to choose how his career ends. Is he really going to choose to end that story with that blessing you get to actually write this story and finish this story? Is he really going to choose to end it in Minnesota? Is he really going to choose to end it anywhere other than the three teams that we've kind of talked about? And
Probably not.
With this conversation, Cleveland continues to make the most sense.
I don't think San Antonio is crazy, though. You're not guaranteeing yourself an NBA championship, but out of the teams we've mentioned, they have the highest likelihood of going to the NBA Finals.
I mean, yeah, they were just there for
sure.
They
were just there, and you got the best player on planet Earth, in my opinion.
They got a young team that's only going to get better.
It's not a crazy thought.
I mean, that's the perfect storm for LeBron riding a young team's coattails to another championship. I don't want to say riding because he would contribute to it.
And the Karl Malone conversation would pop up, and people would go to that, and that would be a thing. Yeah. But he's still LeBron, so he'd be productive enough where people could convince themselves that he's the chip that he's the reason that they got over, and the reason that they finally got up there, and it was able to get to the promised land, so to speak. A lot of this is based off of the idea that, I think 3-4 months ago, I tried making the argument that I thought Steph Curry should finish his career with San Antonio. And he should go to the Spurs. Win titles with San Antonio. Do the three-point shooting that is just very obvious and open and ready for San Antonio already is built in. Somebody like Steph could just ride off in the sunset winning 2 or 3 titles in a row and call it a day. So if I'm going to do that logic for Steph, I don't think it's the worst logic for LeBron either. I wouldn't bet your money on it. I wouldn't. But I think these are, if we're talking about teams outside of the major three or teams that could get in a roadblock for the Cavs, it wouldn't shock me if all of a sudden San Antonio popped up into the mix. I think if you're LeBron, I think you got to entertain this option.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't think I think it's there's crazier ideas out there for places for him to end up.
Definitely not crazy.
But I don't know.
Might not be the most sensible, but definitely not crazy.
Just in thinking about LeBron, and I know the happiness thing is the biggest part of this. And that's the other part. Is you've continued to mention the relationship piece of this, and wondered what players on the Cavs he really has these great relationships with, or would he actually build good relationships with? Who on the Spurs does he have great relationships with?
No, yeah, so that's non-existent.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
That's not.
And you could argue
with
Minnesota, like he's probably somewhat close with Anthony Edwards. I mean, they were on the Olympic team together, obviously.
There's a connection there, yeah.
I don't know that he's close with LaMelo.
I don't know. I don't know that relationship.
Yeah.
I would assume not because LaMelo's a joker.
Everything.
He's just kind of. He's too much of a clone. I just don't. I don't think LeBron would take him seriously.
Everything just points back to the three teams that we talked about most of the show.
All right, so you
it's
brought
Miami,
up,
it's Golden State, it's Cleveland, and obviously, as I talk about telling your own story and getting a chance to like finish your career the way you want to finish it, Cleveland makes the most sense of those.
See, now, not shipping it in, Spencer would have entertained the Spurs a little bit harder, I feel like. I feel like last hour, before vacation, Spencer just didn't want to entertain the Spurs at all.
You know what made me feel different about the Spurs? If Pop, and obviously it's a very unfortunate situation why he's not the head coach, but if Pop was the head coach, I think it'd be a little bit different.
Those wine convos they would have had.
Yeah.
Because Pop is obsessed with wine, and the same way LeBron
there's
is.
There's a level of respect there that like he loved Pop. Like that's his guy. They obviously were part of the Olympics together, multiple Olympic teams. Like I think, and I know
maybe one
Pop's
call
still
from
around
Popovich.
the organization.
Maybe a call from Popovich all of a sudden changes his mind. Maybe he entertains it a little bit more. I don't know. We'll just put that out there. All right, you had a thought on Dan Gilbert though, as it relates to this that I think is really interesting.
Yeah, I one of the only arguments I've seen against LeBron returning from a couple people, and I was in a group text earlier where this was a conversation, was this idea that
who's in this group text?
Just like three of us.
Is it anybody I know?
No, it's nobody you know.
Nobody I know.
Sure.
Okay,
yeah,
because you referenced the group text like 6 times today, and I'm like, is this like a Cavs group text?
You're missing out on it.
No, I don't care. I don't want to be a part of it. I have one group text I'm a part of that I actively contribute with daily, and that's I'm at max capacity.
Yeah,
I've got no more rooms for group text. If you put me in a group text and try to make it a chain, I just stop responding at a certain point.
I have a hard time responding to just like text from one person, let alone group text. So I'm with you on that.
There's one I care about. That's it.
I think some people seem to think that Dan Gilbert like has to win a ring without LeBron. That like that's his destiny, and I just don't see that. I think obviously the Comic Sans letter, which I know at one point you mentioned, Dan Gilbert has admitted that was a mistake at the time. I think he's beyond that. Look at how praised Dan Gilbert was this last playoffs, where he's busing fans to Detroit to take in these playoff games and cheer on his team. Like, he was lauded for that. People were celebrating Dan Gilbert and singing from ear to ear how great of an owner he is because of those things. Like, I think the Comic Sans letter is behind him. I understand where it's like you couldn't ever do it without LeBron. It was always on LeBron's time and LeBron's watch, and you had to go crawling back to this guy. But if Dan Gilbert were to bring LeBron back again and win a second championship, all that matters for Dan Gilbert's legacy is that he's the owner that won 2 championships here and nobody else has. That's all that matters.
I think it would have been awesome for him if he won one without LeBron. But if the only time he ever wins and he brings LeBron back and you win a second title and it's the only one you ever win if you're Dan Gilbert, who cares? That's 2 more than anyone else, any other team in the city, okay? And that's enough. I just don't. I don't care how you get it done. Just get it done. But I do think it would have mattered. Like if they would have won a title this year, if the Cavs this year turned into what the Knicks did, where just for a month and a half they didn't lose a basketball game and just became unconscious for a 6-week stretch. If that happened and Dan Gilbert got to this finals and won and did everything. All time for him. All time. Yeah. There would have been no asterisk, no, but you only needed LeBron. Like, there's no way to describe that other than it would have been everything and then some for him. But it's not him crawling back to LeBron, being like, we so desperately need you to save us and win us a title here. LeBron's going to be, if he joins this roster, he will arguably be the 4th best player on this team. Now, I think from a numbers perspective, it'll be Donovan. And then you can debate whether or not Evan Mobley is going to be better than James Harden or LeBron James. But James Harden and LeBron James basically had identical stats last year.
Yeah.
Like they're both 20, 21, 7, and 6 guys. And so in certain nights, LeBron James will be the 4th best player on your team. Other nights will probably be the 2nd best player on your team. But the point remains, it won't be stamped down, solidified. Oh my goodness, LeBron, we need you more than we need air to breathe. Now, could we make an argument to be what gets you over the top? Sure, we can talk about that. But it won't be as if you just groveled back to LeBron and made some sort of big sweeping, this is the only reason why this happened.
I think the only time that it was really that important for him to win one without LeBron was the 4 years he was in Miami. Because the Comic Sans letter did set this tone of like, we're going to go for it. We're going to do this without him. Like, who needs him? Blah, blah, blah. But then the moment they rekindled things and worked it out and hugged it out and figured out how to bring him back to Cleveland, and then they go win a title, that was all out the window. Nobody cared anymore about the Comic Sans letter and all the things that were said. And yeah, it'd be nice. Like if Dan Gilbert won one without LeBron, it would be nice. It'd be nice to know that you were able to kind of build something independent of him. And the Cavs have always kind of been trying to run from his shadow to a degree because every record almost seemingly is tied to LeBron at this point. But I don't think it's the end of the world. Like you said it. In Cleveland, it's the perfect place to have this happen to you. If it was a different city that had already won, that had won titles in other places or with other teams, like fine. But it's Cleveland. Like they have one. We have one title in 50 plus years in 2016, and then we haven't won one since. Like if you bring another one here, like you are. We talk about Teflon legacies. Dan Gilbert's legacy is Teflon if he wins 2 titles here in Cleveland.
I also think when you're perceived to be a problematic, or I shouldn't say that, a meddling owner, somebody that gets very involved, and somebody that's like, can we win with this owner? James Dolan's in the same bucket, right? With the Knicks, it's like once you show you can win a title, then all that conversation goes away. Once you show that you're not the reason why we've been losing all these years.
People were praising James Dolan the last few weeks about how great of an owner he was. I was like, where was this a month ago? That speech he gave two months prior, there's all sorts of different things. That was the one where he told everyone not to have sex for 8 weeks. But in that speech, there's been enough Knicks players to be like, yeah, that was an awesome moment. Like we loved him for that. Like once you win once, and when you perceive to be that way, all that stigma just kind of it erases you. It's gone from you. James Dolan, a month before they win the championship, was still known as the guy that just could not rekindle his.
Jimmy Haslam will be perceived as an awful owner across the NFL, but if he wins the Browns a Super Bowl, that goes away.
Oh yeah,
it goes away, and nobody can put that stank on you anymore. Nope. It all happens so quick.
The moment the Guardians win one, Paul Dolan's not cheap anymore. Like it's like, oh,
he'll still be cheap. That doesn't go away. Some things we can't completely erase, Spencer. All right, 216-474 below 92. Let's go back to the Browns. Have we underestimated the challenge ahead for this Browns defense? More to come right here on the Fan.
Can't listen to us live? We've got you covered. You can hear the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, Baskin and Phelps, an afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin as a podcast. Full hours, full shows. Find it all on the Odyssey app, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
All right, back at it here on The Fan. It is Afternoon Drive. Jake Lona coming up in a half hour. Have we confirmed yet whether or not Jake actually graduated from college, or is that not a thing? Is he an alma mater of John Carroll, or did he in fact drop out with like one semester left?
He might have finished his degree. I don't want to put anything out there that I don't know is 100% true. So I know that there was a point where he was working here where he hadn't finished yet, and I know he had taken a semester off.
Okay.
And that's all I remember. So I'm not here to speak for Jake.
I don't care either way. I'm
not going to say somebody's not a college graduate if they're. I have no idea. I don't know if he finished. I don't know what happened. I just know there was a point where he had taken a semester off. He was working here. We had talked about it. That's all. That's all I can say about it.
I mean, I would just now I have to give him.
We'll have to get Jake's actual.
I want to give him so much life advice now. I want to be like, hey, listen, I know you wanted the night show job.
Did you
got
confirm?
that, but
he does not have the sheet of paper, but he did attend John Carroll.
Okay,
so that means he didn't graduate.
Correct.
Why did you just say it that way?
Because he said that he has like about a year of credits that he has to do.
Okay,
this is adding. It's getting bigger each time we have this discussion. The first time it was like he's like 2 classes away. It's a whole year away? It's never going to happen now.
I thought he was half year away. I thought it was like a semester away.
It's never going to happen unless Odyssey goes bankrupt tomorrow. And then he's like, I guess I got to go back to college.
If he doesn't need it, it's, more power to him.
Yeah, no, I know. I get it. And this is one of the few jobs where ultimately, if like you got the job already, you don't really need it, then you're fine. Nick didn't graduate college. That doesn't impact him at all.
Sometimes I wonder, like the concept of some of these jobs and businesses or whatever being like, you need this level degree to work here, and then realizing like some of the stuff that actually goes into it. There's been so many times where I've like workplaces and I've been like, I could have just gotten this job and like learned it and then not needed a college degree whatsoever for this. Like the amount of money that's wasted on college degrees for jobs that you can just do with just proper training.
Sure.
It's remarkable.
But stay in school, kids.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying not to go to school. I'm just saying. Well,
Mac, you didn't even. You went to OMS though.
Mac.
You're the exact definition of what he's trying to describe.
You know what though, Mac? I will say this though. Like we've had this conversation with like having a kid now. Obviously, it's like, what are we going to tell our kids one day when they get to that age? And my wife said like I would maybe steer them towards some of the trade stuff because trades people make a ton of money.
Yeah, pure ones don't do the trades.
I'm not saying, but my overarching point here is like there's other if my kid,
we're not above it. We're just not handy. Okay, we're just not the handiest.
I'm already thinking about like what college is going to cost when my kids ready to go to college.
Use the brain is what happens.
Like college was expensive for me. I was in debt for a long time. What is it going to cost when my kids going to college? So if they can't afford college and we can't help them, like I might tell them not to go to college. I might say, hey, go do something else, find another path, whatever. If you think that's what's best for you, I'm going to let my kid sort of decide what he thinks is the right path.
I'm happy you feel that way. I have 2 daughters. I can't be like, go be a plumber. Like that's not gonna work for me.
What's wrong with female plumbers? Is that like,
how many female plumbers do you know?
Not many.
Is there like a big booming? Is there a big booming market I'm unaware of?
They can corner the market.
You just gotta.
I'm just saying it's not fair. Like, maybe that's it might be a business that's only occupied by like much like the sports radio business is very like male dominated. Like we got to let women have some opportunities.
Is that right?
Come on.
It's for some of the same reasons that I just had this conversation with a buddy of mine. So he played at Iowa State. He's one of my good friends in life. He's on the offensive line at Iowa State. Like we're the same age. So. But 15, 16 years ago, whatever that was. The point is, he's Texas kid, big basketball star, right? And he's 6'7", and he's just a big guy. And he never really played any high school football or anything until his senior year. And then they basically somebody from Iowa State and somebody from around there was just like, oh, you're 6'7". Turns out you get a scholarship to go play football at a D1 school. Like that's basically how this all happened for him, right?
Yeah.
And that's like it's just because he's 6'7". He's massive. And we were talking about like our kids and it's the one group chat I'm in, by the way. And so my buddy Zach was like, well, yeah, of course my kid's gonna play football. Like, it's Texas. This is what we do. And also genetically, like probably has a pretty good chance of playing pretty high level football. And we're both me and my buddy in this chat were like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. My other friend, though, is, 5'7", 5'8", and has no prospects of his kid ever playing any professional sport. And he's like, I think we're going to skip the football side of this. I think we're going to pass on the football side. Because my kid's probably not just going to be offered a D1 scholarship based off of height and size and weight alone. The point of the story is you got to swerve into what you're good at and swerve into what you know. The Peterlin DNA doesn't scream trades. All right, we don't scream trades. Although I will say this, I mean, I have a lot in my DNA as far as blue collar work.
What about your wife's family? Do they have any trade?
Even worse than mine, man. Even worse than mine.
I just asked. Just figured I'd ask.
That's just even.
My dad's.
If you thought mine was bad, you should meet their side.
My dad's father, who I never actually met, so obviously it would have been my grandfather. He was a chef. Like legitimately, like he was a chef, and I was always like, that would have been a cool thing to like.
And not after watching The Bear. with,
did you finish this last season? By the way, we just finished it last night.
We
watched it in
I'm not
2
doing
days
it.
time.
I'm not doing it.
The season finale was actually good.
Was it?
Yeah,
I liked the first.
They landed the plane.
I liked the first couple seasons. That job is way too stressful for me. When I was a server,
episodes, I will say some of those episodes were very like.
So I was a server in high school into college. I was a server at it was a restaurant that goes on one of those boats on Lake Michigan.
That's
right
cool.
off Navy Pier, right?
Really
But
cool.
it's a fine dining restaurant as well, so it's really high. It's got a lot to. I wasn't supposed to have that job at that age. I was working with a lot of people that were way, way, way older than I was, and I was the random 17-year-old, 18-year-old that they let me be a busboy, and then they let me become a server, and I just I got in there, and it was what it was, right? But within that, I started hanging around with some of the cooks and the chefs, and I really thought that was cool. And there was a part of me in life where I was like, that sounds like a lot of fun. And then you realize just the hours they put into it and the work that they put into it, and you have to really love it. You have to really love that job and think of in the same way that I think of radio, in the sense where it's like I don't know that I could do any other job but this. Okay, let's be honest with ourselves. And so like I have no other things that I want to do. That's when you become a chef. Not when you're like, if you could become a chef or anything else, I would say be the other else.
Yeah, I mean, I do like cooking, but a lot of what they do is too much for me. And some of those recipes, I'm like, why? Why is this a thing? And that's the other part. Fine dining is just is an area I just don't understand. You pay.
What's hard to understand?
Because you pay like $50,000 for this meal, and then it's like a portion that's like this small on your plate.
Yeah, like it gets more impressive the tinier the portion.
Yeah, but I'm like, why am I paying all this money? Because it's artsy, and they put like all these different sauces that like make it look pretty, and it's like the display of it. I guess I get it, but it's like, why do I need that when I can just go get a burger at Swenson's? Like I don't understand. Like it's just too much. I'm not paying all that money.
You are sounding like a guy with a son in the trades.
I'm just not paying all that money for like this meal that's not even going to fill me up, and I'm going to go home and eat snacks later. Like it doesn't make any sense to me.
No, Jackson's gonna be a great plumber one day. He's gonna. Hey, they make a lot of money. There's no shame. I mean. There's no shame attached to that. There's all sorts of blue collar, or even like some of the jobs you're talking about that you look up and you're like, they make how much? Garbage men are this way. Garbage men pull like six figures easy, and like
you're touching people's garbage.
They used to always like growing up. They used to be like, don't do your homework and end up being the garbage man.
Yeah, well, joke's on you, teacher. They're making 4 times what you make.
I'd be so lucky. Kidding me? I think they got a pension. Like, what are we talking about? Like, it's like a. So there are jobs like that.
Do you need a college degree to be a garbage man?
I don't know. I have no idea. Zero clue at this point.
Because honestly, if that's ever a joke, the teachers just stop making that joke.
I kind of like the idea of you like having drills for your son to become this great like garbage man.
That's what we're doing with the putter we bought over the weekend. I told you we bought.
Well, that's a very big difference between trying to be a golf pro and then trying to be like a garbage man.
What's funny about that is we had always joked about. I always joked about that, and like for a while, my wife hated golf. Like she was like, it's boring, whatever. And then she found out watching, I think, Full Swing on Netflix or whatever, the first season. She found out how much you make for just finishing like 20th.
Yeah.
And she was like, wait, you don't even have to be like that good? And I was like, yeah, You can still make millions as a golfer if you're just finishing 20th.
It's the whole line. So Kevin
perspective
Kisner
changed. She was like, okay, we're doing this.
Kevin Kisner never ended up being anything higher than like 30th as far as the world rankings, right? And he was getting interviewed one day, and they were like, so why? He's like, I can't win this golf course. Like this because of the golf course and the setup, I can't win this golf tournament. He's just at a press conference. He's like, I have no chance to win this tournament this week. And the reporter's like, well, so why do you even show up? And he's like, have you seen the checks for 20th? You make a lot of money for coming in 20th. Right. I won't win the thing, but I'll come in 20th, and I'll be more than happy with that. And it's like, yeah, it's part of the deal. That is such an incredibly hard thing to accomplish, being a professional golfer, though.
No, we're not actually believing that that's what's going to happen.
Why not shoot for the moon at this point and then let him figure out on his own that it's just the odds aren't there for him?
Golfer or plumber. Those seem like his options at this point after this conversation. So.
Either way. I didn't tell you the last weekend or 2 weekends ago, right before vacation got underway, I went to go golfing on like Sunday morning, and I ended up in a spot. It was Father's Day. And I was going to go do 9 holes before the kids even woke up. Right, that's my new thing. Is I golf before they wake up, so I'm back by the time they wake up, and it's like I don't even miss anything. Right?
Time do you got to leave for that?
6 in the morning. Yeah, very early. So I leave like 6:05, 6 in the morning.
My son wakes up by 6:30 some days, and he's like in his room, like, "Can I get out?" And we're like, "No."
No, my kids, they sleep in a little bit.
Well,
yeah,
that's nice.
Yeah.
You are a lucky man in that regard.
Well, yeah, it is what it is. But so anyway,
I wish.
So I ended up with a flat tire, and I called roadside assistance. And roadside assistance they did this whole song and dance about like, well, I don't know that it's going to happen. And I'm like, what do you mean you don't know it's going to happen? Like, you're roadside assistance. This is supposed to happen. And fast forward like an hour and a half later, the end result is they're like, oh, we'll call 911 for you. We're going to cancel the request. And I'm like, 911 won't come out and help me. Like, they're not going to change this tire for me. What do you think's going to happen? And they're like, no, it happens all the time. They'll change the tire. No big deal. And I'm like, I don't believe you. And they're like, all right, well, we canceled the request. And they hung up on me. I said, okay, great. And so then the cops did come out because I called the cops then and was like, they said they called it in. Like, is anything going to actually happen or not? I just want to get my day going, basically. And they're like, all right, we'll send somebody out. So they send somebody out, and then the cops show up, and then the cops looked at me and they go, yeah, we don't do that. And I know. I told the lady, you guys don't do this. I've never heard of you guys doing this. And they're like, yeah, we don't do that.
Why did they suggest that?
They're like, we don't do that. Change your tire. And I said,
be a man.
Well, I was like, hold on. I was like, hold on a second. And I hadn't changed a tire in 15 years. So I genuinely, in my mind, I'm like, I know the steps. I don't know that this is going to happen. But I'm like, what would happen if I didn't know how to change a tire? Like, what would honestly happen?
Hanging out, I guess.
And they're like, well, we can call you a tow truck. And I'm like, well, I don't need to, it doesn't need to be towed. It doesn't, that's so much money. And on top of it, it just doesn't need to happen. And so long story short, I ended up on the side of the highway, and we did in fact change that tire. And the fun thing about that, and this is where the Peterlin DNA comes in play, because we actually were able to do it, is that I hadn't done it in 15 years. I hadn't changed a tire in that long. I didn't know if it was going to happen or not, but sure enough, Spencer, we did it. How about that?
I'm proud of you.
You don't sound proud of me.
No, I am proud of you.
You don't sound as proud of me.
I am very proud of you.
I got down to go change that thing, and I genuinely did not know how that was going to go.
I will say, as we've talked about the trades
we got it done.
And changing tires, when you accomplish those things, there is like a really good feeling, like satisfying feeling of like, I just did that.
Well, there's a reassurance that next time roadside assistance tells me it's going to like be an hour and a half or whatever, I'll just say, screw it, I'll do it myself.
I replaced the faucet in my house, and I was like, that's one of the best things I've ever done. Like, you feel very accomplished at the end of it.
Little things in life. I give myself more credit than I think a lot of people do in the regards of everything. Nick always kind of throws me down because Nick likes to be like handyman and do all that stuff.
I could see that.
And now I found a way to make it sound even worse than if Nick was here. So congratulations to myself on that. In case we missed it, next right here on The Fan.
92.3 The Fan.
30% on soda 12-packs when you buy 3. Have fun all weekend long. Shop Target's 4th of July sale. And Saturday, restrictions apply.
Hear the big moves from around the NBA every 20 minutes. Your source for sports is Cleveland Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan.
All right, final segment of the show. Jake Mona coming your way in about 15 minutes. He is not registering for night classes. He actually, with the schedule, he could go to school during the day and then actually do the show at night.
Take regular classes.
He could just take regular classes. He could just be a regular student and then also do the show at night and just be done in a year. True story. There was a host I knew in Houston that was the morning show host for 610 in Houston, which is at the time was the number one sports station, still is the number one sports station in the city. Mike Meltzer is his name. He now does stuff for Sirius XM radio, right? And he legitimately went to law school while also doing a sports radio show. Like, he was a sports radio host and then did law school after his show ended at 10 o'clock. And then, was just a legitimate law student, did the whole 3 years, came out, passed the bar, did everything he needed to do. And it's just, that's it. That's his life now. Now he's an attorney and does, sports radio on the side. Yeah, couple things out of that. Ken and Anthony maybe do more in life. But also, Jake, if you want to, it can be accomplished. You could do this. You could accomplish the goal of finishing your degree.
And you can host your show and talk about how accomplished you are by doing these, going to class during the day and hosting the show at night.
It would be really funny if he's like, I was talking to this buddy next to me in class, and he just had this thought about LeBron, and then just gets into it. Just
there would be some good content from that.
Yeah,
he could do a whole bit. He could do a whole bit about what I learned today, and it could just be comments from his classmates that he wanted to bring to the air on certain things. It'd be
legitimate. Why am I smarter?
I love the idea. I love the idea of him getting a C in a communications class, the school's radio station.
Can I submit a segment really for bonus for extra credit?
Really funny.
Or they're like, yeah, you didn't do enough hours on the radio for the local for the school college station, and he's like, I did 4 hours a night for a real station. That'd be fun.
I think he was the PD at the school station too back in the day.
He was
back in the day. A year ago.
No, he was the sports director. He was the sports director at WJCU.
Yeah, there we go. All right. Let's get to it in case we missed it.
All right, JP, this is another one that I was pretty excited about today. The body cam footage of Diana Rossini getting pulled over.
Oh, yeah.
And flashing her NFL creds as a reason. Max eyes. Yeah, I could have gone a different direction. No, flashing her NFL creds as a reason to get out of a ticket. And it worked. The guy came back. He was like, I'm going to let you off. Let me know how Kevin O'Connell's doing. He was a big Vikings fan, apparently. This got me thinking. If you got pulled over.
Yeah.
What is the celebrity or the person in your phone or whatever that you'd say hey, I've talked to this guy before to try to get out of a ticket?
It doesn't exist. There's nobody there's nobody in my phone where they'd be like, unless they're really impressed with local Cleveland media. Who is the most famous person in my phone though? I'm interested. It would be somebody.
Nick Wilson. I'm just kidding.
It would be somebody in the media that is not in Cleveland. It would be somebody in the national side of this.
So while you're looking, I'll tell you a funny story. When I was working in radio in Rochester, I got pulled over because I was racing from Bills. It was Bills camp practice because they did their practices during training camp in Rochester.
Yeah.
And I was trying to get to this TV show that I was appearing on and for this hit. And I was running a little bit late, so I'm racing down into downtown Rochester. I get pulled over. Guy comes and stops me. He's like, "Hey, where are you heading?" And I told him where I was going. He ends up letting me off just because he knew the radio station I worked for, and he said, "Yeah, I've heard you before, so I'm gonna let you off easy today." I was like, first time and so far the last time that I've ever been given not a ticket. I've gotten out of a ticket just because I worked in radio and somebody knew.
Nick has had that story as well. That same.
I think he told it one time where the guy was like, "Are you that Nick Wilson?" He was like, "Yeah, that's me."
Which is fantastic. You don't get too many perks with this job. That's one of them. Use that as often as possible. I think that's great.
You know what would be funny about that though is if you get the opposite, where it's like, "Yeah, I heard your Shedeur Sanders take. That guy sucks."
I'm going to give you two tickets now as he busts your tail light. Take that. I've always liked Deshaun, you jerk. That'd be funny.
You ran Kevin Stefanski out of town. That was my guy.
That'd be funny. Okay. I have... All right, Baker Mayfield's the biggest number I have in my phone.
You have Baker Mayfield's number? That's a good one.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Okay.
All right, who do you have? I don't know that it's still working though. That's the only. It worked when it was here in Cleveland.
Yeah,
I don't know that it's still working. If that's changed, we haven't tried that out in a few years. I don't know.
I don't think I have anybody of consequence, really, if I'm being honest. And
by the way, I would not call that
John
to be
Fanta?
like. I would not call that to try to be like, hey, let me try to find a way out of this ticket because Baker's going to answer and be like, yeah, of course, yeah, oh, this is great. No,
Cleveland media that I hated so much, I'm going to help that guy get out of a ticket.
Then I get blocked, and then he never talks. Not that I'm ever going to have a conversation with him ever again, probably, but like that's it. Like that's it. It's done. You know what I mean? And so, and that's part of the problem within this whole thing. It's like a $200 ticket. Like I don't just pay the $200 ticket and just move on.
No.
And by the way,
you don't have that.
Here was the part. Did you hear the audio? I'm sure you heard the audio, right?
Yeah.
They played the audio early on the station on Ken and Anthony show, and I actually hadn't heard the audio before. I just saw the clips. I didn't do anything else. Anyway, the point is, when I heard the audio, I kept thinking the beautiful part about this is that guy does not know who Diana Rossini is at all, and that kills her.
Right.
That kills her to think that somebody that is that in love with the NFL to be like, whoa, Kevin O'Connell. And has no idea who you are.
It was so cringe. It was so cringy because she was telling him all this stuff that she does. Oh, I'm an NFL reporter and blah, blah, blah. And he's just kind of like, okay, yeah. I thought for sure he was still going to give her the ticket because I was like, this guy does not care about anything that you're saying. And then he came back and was like, yeah, I'm going to let you off easy this time. I was stunned it worked. I was honestly stunned it worked. I think if that was me as a man, I don't think it would have worked. Like, oh, I know. I talked to Kevin O'Connell. He would have been like, okay, that's cool. I've never heard of you. Here you go. Here's your ticket. Like, I don't think it would have worked.
Wild. The whole story was weird, and I was
cringing the whole way
just paid the fine. It was definitely very cringy.
It was bad.
Definitely extremely cringy. All right, Spencer, you didn't ship it in. I appreciate that.
I told you I wouldn't.
All right.
My promise.
Thank you to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Thank you to Jake Murrin producing today's show. Thank you to Katie Pollock for doing the updates as well. Thank you to you, Spencer. Enjoy your vacation.
I'll be finding out if LeBron's coming back to Cleveland from Virginia. We'll see.
And you get to do the Chris Fedor, where you just get to like make the case now, and now you just
I should have dropped a really bad, harsh take today. I didn't.
There's enough time. There's enough time.
I don't have anything off
Missed it by that much. All right, I appreciate you as always. I'll talk to you guys again tomorrow at 2. Jake Volnick coming your way next, right here on The Fan.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.
I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.